don't feel no pressure. Spend 50K to show my love for the crew. I don't need no extra. Search this world, ain't no one better. Cause that's LeBron James. That's him. Who wanna be as great as him? Who wanna be influenced? Take over, perform on the stage like him. Gotta stay focused, can't lose it. Cause I gotta be in a place like him, I swear. LeBron James. LeBron James. LeBron James. LeBron James.
First of all, Ernest, I would like to start off by giving a shout out to FYF Sports Debates Podcast. I really love that podcast. I really do.
Beat money.
Oh man, FYF Sports, man, we back. Let's let everybody pull up. My apologies, man. I messed up the stream. I had to delete the old one. I had to put the new one up, man. My bad about that, y'all. So hopefully I tried my best to shoot out notifications to everybody. So hopefully share the live. There's a couple people that might not know about it. Because I had to delete the old one. Messed up something. That was on me, y'all. My apologies. Salute to everybody in the chat early, man. I see y'all in here. Najee, I see you was in here early. Roland, John Wick, Seth Riley, salute, man. Keep it 100. Jarrell Robinson, man. Bro, appreciate y'all pulling up, man. We got a good one for y'all today, man. This one gonna be good. This one gonna be good, man. And we got some new information that just came out, man. That just gonna, I mean, it's really gonna surprise. It's gonna hurt a lot of people's hearts, man. You know, a lot of people gonna tell me why I'm you know, Kobe's passed, and you know, why we doing this and all that. But I mean, it is what it is, man. These are the facts. It's breaking news. It just came out, and it feels like I'm the only one that's actually gonna report on it. You know, and just is what it is. It's just the reality, man, of it. And we got to talk about it. Brackets are busted, man. LeBron James, that's the title of the video. LeBron James takes Kobe's Sidekick title too. LeBron James is now, and it's official. The votes are already in. This is already done. LeBron James has now passed Kobe Bryant up in something else, right? I mean, Kobe Bryant tried his best, played 20 years. LeBron outpaced him in scoring. LeBron outpaced him in rebounds, assists. LeBron literally outpaced Kobe Bryant. I mean, literally anything that Kobe Bryant could potentially have, LeBron yanked it from him. And now the only thing that Kobe had left to his name that Kobe could be said, that where Kobe could say he was the GOAT of, right? And a lot of people didn't know this, right? Because we know we had Scap Attack on here. He debated with Gil about Kobe being a sidekick and you know things of that nature. But at the end of the day, this is not me talking. In 2018, the NBA graced Kobe Bryant, not just putting him on the Mount Rushmore of sidekicks. They said Kobe Bryant was the GOAT of NBA sidekicks. That's what they said. That was ultimately, when you talk about being the GOAT of something, you could be the GOAT of passing, you could be the GOAT of three-point shooting, you could be the GOAT scorer, you could be all a GOATs of a whole bunch of different. You could be even the all-time GOAT. You could be the defensive GOAT. The only attribute that Kobe had to his name where he could say he was the official GOAT of, and this is a GOAT title that wasn't given by fans. This was a GOAT title given to him by the NBA. He was the GOAT sidekick. And they gave specific years. They said from 2000 to 2001 and 2002, Kobe Bryant, those years had ultimately made him the GOAT sidekick. And so that was the mantle Kobe had, y'all. That was really all he had to his name. I mean, really only one MVP. I mean, when you think about the one MVP that Kobe got, I mean, I think I saw Scap Attack did a video basically trying to give 1,000,001 excuses as to why Kobe only had one MVP, but ultimately him trying to explain that, you sound just as desperate as some of the LeBron James fans that he so-called hates so much when they try to explain away his, or at least put context to some of his losses in the finals. At the end of the day, MVPs are like championships. Either you got them or you don't. At least in the way a lot of these guys, especially the Jordan fans, look at these debates, right? They look at everything in black and white. Kobe don't got the MVPs. I don't want to hear the excuses. So Kobe's career is what it is. His resume is what it is. And when you look at his resume, the NBA gave him something in addition to what he already had, which was labeling him the GOAT sidekick in NBA history. But now, unfortunately, even that title has now changed. And, you know, I didn't think LeBron, you know, I didn't think he would be able to, you know, I didn't think he would be able to get this title so quickly. But the votes are in. They did the voting, and let me talk about the votes because they retallied it. Let me pull it up here. Let me get it up here for you guys. So this is Kobe right here. This is the NBA when they labeled Kobe as the GOAT sidekick of all time. So there's going to be a lot of people that say I'm cap and it's not true. This is 2018 NBA, the NBA's all-time sidekick team starring Kobe Bryant and Scottie Pippen. Scottie Pippen fell into a close second on this list. All right. That's where he ultimately fell. And so this is what it is. This is where he was. This was his GOAT attribute. He was the GOAT sidekick of all time. But after now that Luka Dončić, and this is something that was unprecedented. We never saw this coming. I never thought this would even be a conversation because, there were ultimately 64 names. And we whittled it down to 16. That was the Sweet 16. And we had to go tournament style to figure it out. I mean, Jordan was a GOAT side. He was in that conversation. He made the field of 64. He was a sidekick to Jerry Stackhouse in Washington. Unfortunately, he got whacked out, I think, by Russell Westbrook on the way as we whittled it down to the final 16 of the GOAT sidekicks. So there were a lot of names we threw into this. And I know a lot of people, we whittled this down to the 16 top names, right? And this is with Kobe holding the mantle of being the GOAT sidekick, but it had to be reevaluated once Luka Dončić got traded to the Los Angeles Lakers. And I didn't think in such a small sample size of games that LeBron James would be looked at in this type of light, man. Let me pull this information up real quick. Let's see what we got. And I'm gonna take you guys through a round by round breakdown. I'm gonna take you through a round by round breakdown of what we got and how we got to the championship match. Let me pull the bracket up for you guys real quick. Get this bracket up here. Make sure while I'm pulling this information up, man, make sure y'all support the channel, man. Y'all see it in the chat right there, man. Support the channel with a Cash App donation as we get into a lot of information, man. A lot of information, man. Unfortunately, man, it's basically going to be the explanation is why Kobe Bryant is going to lose the only GOAT attribute that he has to his name right now, which is the GOAT sidekick of all time. He's losing it. All right, here we go. I got the bracket pulled up right here. Let me zoom in on it so we can see it. All right, here we go right here. Share my screen. There we go, right here. All right, here we go, y'all. This is the bracket that we came up with. Now I'm gonna show you how it was broke down because I'm gonna walk you through these progressions round by round. All right. I'm gonna walk you through these progressions round by round and how we ultimately got to the finals. All right. And so this started off once we whittled it down to 16 players. Right. Once we whittled it, and I'm gonna tell you the 16 players that we ultimately came up with. We got LeBron. Right. Once he was paired up with Luka Dončić, a lot of people consider LeBron James the GOAT in NBA history. Most people have him top 3. Some people have him 2. But now, with a lot of fans coming to their senses, it's starting to be almost a 50-50 consensus that LeBron James is the GOAT as ultimately the Jordan fans are just starting to die off, man. That's essentially how they're whittling out. So the lies that they're perpetuating are just dying with them. But this is the seeding that we got right here. So at the 1 seed, we got LeBron James. At the 2 seed down here, at the 2 seed, we got Kobe Bryant. Kobe Bryant is the 2 seed. The 3 seed, we have Scottie Pippen. The 4 seed, we have Dr. J, Julius Erving. 5 seed, we have Russell Westbrook. At the 6 seed, we got Dwyane Wade. At the 7 seed, we got Anthony Davis. At the 8, we got Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. 9, Wilt Chamberlain. 10, Kevin McHale. 11, David Robinson. 12, John Stockton. Pretty good names here. At the 13 seed, we got Penny Hardaway. 14, Manu Ginobili. At the 15 seed, we have Paul Gasol. And at the 16 seed, we have Magic Johnson, who for a short period of time as well was also a sidekick. And this is our brackets. I mean, in brackets right now, what a time to come out with a bracket like this, because it's March Madness. We're going to be filling out our collegiate brackets right now. So this all goes hand in hand. So I'm really glad that this got broken down and exposed at this time right now. So we're going to break down how these final matchups came to be and what the final results actually are. Sidekick, RT the brand says sidekick or 1A. There's no such thing as a 1A or 1B. Because RT the brand, my question to you is this right here. For example, a lot of people said that Shaq and Kobe were 1A, 1B. Let's just pretend as if I'm giving you that. Both of them is 1A and 1B. So if Kobe and Shaq were 1A and 1B, then who was the number 2 option on that team? If Kobe and Shaq were 1A and 1B, then tell me the number 2 and 3 options. And then you'll start to see how illogical that take sounds. Because there's no such thing as having a 1A and 1B. Are you telling me Robert Horry or Derek Fisher or somebody was the number 2 option? Because somebody has to be 2. Somebody has to be 3. And also, roles can shift during the course of players' tenures. For example, when Magic first joined the Lakers, Magic was the number 2 option. He's actually the number 3 option on that team behind Norm Nixon and Kareem. But as Magic started to get better and Kareem started to get older, their roles shifted. And unlike Shaquille O'Neal, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar accepted his regression and basically handed the reins to the Lakers over to Magic Johnson without any fight or fuss. I'm fine. You got it. You the best in the league. You the league MVP. I'm going to let you have this 1 option. I'll defer and I'll be the 2 option because you got it. And sometimes there's a very clean passing of the guard. But we've seen when that passing of the guard gets nasty. Because as we saw with Shaq and Kobe, Shaq was the number 1 option. Kobe was starting to get disgruntled. He had that meeting with Phil Jackson and basically was saying, how much longer I got to be this number 2 option? I'm tired of taking the back seat. And so ultimately, conversations were had with Shaq. I'm not taking no back seat. I'm the big dog. I'm Superman. Kobe said, I'm no longer taking this back seat anymore. And then we saw that year where they went to the finals and lost to the Detroit Pistons, because now we have a clashing of the guard. We have 2 guys trying to fight for that 1 spot and nobody's willing to relinquish it. And so we have the ultimate choke job in the NBA Finals, where you are significant favorites and you lose to a Detroit Piston team that could barely score 80 points. All because 2 number 1 options, the coaching staff there could not get one of those 2 guys to buy into taking a lesser role. That's what happens when you try to have 2 1 options. RT the brand says is 1A, 1B, then 3. So think about how that sounds. That means RT the brand, why don't you just say 1, 2, 3? That's how numbers work. That's how numbers work. Even if you go 1A, 1B, 1B is just a sweeter sound to your ears than saying number 2, because there's A, that's first, and then B is second. C is third. A, B, C, 1, 2, 3. I mean, again, this is not rocket science, is what we're trying to break down to you. Y'all keep trying to put new labels on. You're trying to make it sound sweeter for Kobe. No, Kobe was a number 2 option. I'm sorry. Let me ask you this. If there can be a 1A, 1B, has there ever been a team with two really good players that can come off the bench and give you 25, 30? Is there a 6A, 6B? Is there two guys fighting for that second option spot? Have we ever heard somebody say a 2A and a 2B? Has the bottom rotational guys, the two most trash guys on the team, are they fighting for 15A, 15B? When y'all, this 1A, 1B nonsense sounds dumb. You're just trying to paint. You're just trying to take a picture you don't like and you're trying to throw some spray paint on it to make it look the way you want. And it still is what it is. If you take a penny and you spray paint it silver, it ain't going to be nothing more than just a penny spray painted silver. It's not going to be a nickel. It's not going to be a dime. It's not going to be a quarter. It's just going to be a penny that you spray painted silver. Now, I give you that one. Kwame Brown and Smush Parker, we're fighting for 15A, 15B. I give you that. See, what I'm saying is this 1A, 1B thing makes no sense. At the end of the day, no matter what you say, 1A, 1B, it was the NBA in 2018 that said Kobe Bryant was the GOAT sidekick of all time and put him on the Mount Rushmores of NBA sidekicks. This is not me that did this. The NBA did this in 2018. And the funny thing about it was when they did this in 2018, it was celebrated. It wasn't looked at as this negative thing. Scottie Pippen didn't run around saying, oh, why did the NBA put me on this list? Even though Scottie Pippen was a superstar in the 90s. Kevin McHale, who is arguably at one point in time looked at as the greatest power forward of all time, he didn't run around talking about, why am I on this list as a sidekick? I was arguably the greatest power forward of all time. He just accepted it. John Stockton, I got the most assists in NBA history. Why am I on this list? No, that's just his role. He just accepted it. And Kobe Bryant also accepted it. There was not this big pushback and there was not this fanfare or this crying and this whining about it. I told you it wasn't until Kobe passed that y'all started doing all this whining and crying about Kobe being a potential sidekick. And that's because y'all tried to elevate him into the top 5, which is what I consider the GOAT conversation, and he never had a GOAT resume. There's nobody in that top 5 that can say, I won 3 championships as a sidekick. Come on. Let's stop it, man. Y'all got to stop it, man. All right. So that takes us back to our bracket here. All right. This is our bracket right here. And I'm going to tell you how we got to where we got, right? So we got our first matchup. You know, here's our first matchup. First matchup, LeBron James. Particularly, we're talking about LeBron James in the 2024-25 season. He's a sidekick to Luka Dončić. And we got Magic Johnson. Primarily, we're talking about Magic in the 1979-80 season. He was a sidekick on that particular team, a number 3 option to Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, right? I just feel like when you compare the two, the only thing that made Magic's rookie year stellar was the one shot in the NBA Finals. There was really nothing stellar outside of the one shot. I mean, if you let people tell it, they'll make you believe Magic was running around averaging 35 points a game, 15 assists, and 12 rebounds. He wasn't. He was the 3rd best player on that team. And by that nature, and when we look at LeBron being a sidekick to Luka Dončić, this is just LeBron basically saying there will be a passing of the guard. I'm 40 years old. Yes, I'm still a top 10 player in the league, but this can only function if one of us is willing to be the number 2 option. And what we've seen in a very short amount of time, in a very small sample size, is that LeBron James, a top 10 player in the league, is willing to pass the mantle on to Luka Dončić. And he's not going to have that clash that we've seen, like we've seen people clash, like we've seen Kobe clash with Shaquille O'Neal. He's not going to do that. And so by default, we got LeBron James moving on to the second round, beating Magic Johnson. Magic's rookie year as a sidekick is not strong enough to usurp LeBron James, the number 1 seed. He moves on. The next matchup we got is Wilt Chamberlain, the 1971-72 season, right? He was a sidekick to Jerry West versus Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. In 1984-85 season, he was a sidekick to Magic Johnson, right? So we're talking about Wilt's rebounding dominance versus Kareem Abdul-Jabbar in his skyhook mastery, right? We got Kareem's offensive production 85. To me, it edges out Wilt's role in 72. So what that does is that's what elevated Wilt Chamberlain on to the second round to face LeBron James in the second round. We got our round two because we want to go to the number 4 versus 13 seed. Let's get to this 4. The 4 versus 13 seed is we have Julius Erving, right? We got Julius Erving versus Penny Hardaway. So we got Julius Erving's 1982-83 season versus Penny Hardaway's 1995-96 season, right? Penny Hardaway coming off a season where he was one of the key cogs in making the Chicago Bulls look mediocre in the playoffs. I think by default alone, that propels him past Dr. J. We're going to move Penny Hardaway with the upset, the number 13 seed, upsets the number 4 seed, Dr. J, who was a sidekick to Moses Malone. We got Russell Westbrook versus John Stockton. At the end of the day, Russell Westbrook, who is a triple-double machine, who I think we could all see, he has superstardom written all over his name. Again, this was another guy where I think with Russ and KD, for a period of time, Russ settled into his role as a number 2 option. And I think there was a clash because I think at times Russ felt KD was being too passive and he felt like he needed to take that number 1 role. So there was ultimately a clash. But at this stage in his career, we got to give it to Russell Westbrook based on his 2015 season. He moves on in this GOAT Sidekick bracket that we have put together here. Right. This is a very interesting matchup right here at the number 2 seed versus the number 15 seed. We got Kobe Bryant at the number 2 seed versus Paul Gasol, the number 15 seed. Right. Paul Gasol, interesting enough, came in as a sidekick to Kobe and helped Kobe win 2 championships. But Kobe, as a sidekick to Shaquille O'Neal, won 3 championships. Remember, Paul Gasol and Kobe weren't able to successfully pull off another three-peat. Shaq, with Kobe as his Robin, they weren't be able to three-peat. And I think by default, we have to edge out and send the number 2 seed up. Kobe Bryant wins out right there. He moves on to the second round. Now, we got 2 elite power forwards right here. We got 2 elite power forwards. We got Anthony Davis versus Kevin McHale. That is a very interesting matchup to me. This is an interesting matchup because Kevin McHale, 86-87, sidekick to Larry Bird, Anthony Davis, sidekick to LeBron James. Both teams great. But ultimately, I think when AD in a year where I thought he had a case to win as a sidekick, imagine this. As a sidekick, he had a case to not only win Defensive Player of the Year, but he also had a case to win the league MVP. Just by that alone, and because AD was willing to take that mantle as a second option, he moves on. Very successful season for Anthony Davis in 2019-2020 as they win the NBA championship in the bubble. We got Scottie Pippen, 95-96, where we saw the Bulls go 72-10. Manu Ginobili, 2007, 2008. And I just think with Scottie Pippen, historic season, 72-10, top 10 MVP voting, first team All NBA, first team defense. And see, this is what exposes that the sidekick label is just a label. It's really not that bad. It's okay to be a sidekick. It's just a label. It doesn't mean you cannot be great. Jordan fans understand that. Kobe fans understand that. Remember, Scottie Pippen was a sidekick in 1995-96. He was a sidekick. He was first team All NBA. He was first team All Defense. He was an all-star. He was top 10 in MVP voting, yet he was still, there was no 1A, 1B conversation. You guys like to use 1A, 1B because you only see scoring. And in your minds, you believe that if they have similar scoring, oh, that means he's the number one option. No, that's not how that works. The number one option means who does everything run through? Everything ran through Shaq when he was with Kobe. Everything ran through Jordan when he was paired up with Scottie Pippen. Everything ran through Bird when Bird and McHale were together. Everything ran through Kareem early when Magic was there. And then when Magic took over the number one mantle and they traded Norm Nixon, everything ran through Magic. And Kareem had to take a backseat as a number two option. That's how that works. The end result of who scores the points, who gets the assist, that's the conclusion. The number one option is who everything runs through. And so by that, right, because of Scottie Pippen's greatness, his role in one of the most historic NBA seasons in NBA history, we got to move the number 3 seed, Scottie Pippen, up. He gets bumped up into the second round. And then we got D Wade, 2010-2011 versus David Robinson, 6 seed versus an 11 seed. David Robinson was good. I think he was too far towards the end of his career. I think we had really saw the best of David Robinson. I think we had it already had gone by. D Wade, essentially still in his prime towards the end of it. Injuries hadn't really set in yet. Was a number one option. Handed the reign gracefully over to LeBron James and basically said, this can only work if one of us says, I will be the number 2. He conceded. He gave that mantle to LeBron James as a number one option, right? As a guy that won a championship in Miami, a finals MVP. You got to give it to D Wade in this 6 versus 11 matchup right here. So now we have our second round. In our second round, things get a little trickier right here. Things get a little trickier. Because now we got, I messed up right here. This is Kareem. I put Wilt there. So now in our quarterfinal matchup in the second round, we got LeBron James versus Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. And so the winner here was LeBron James, primarily because his dominance as a sidekick to Luka is just on another level. We've never seen nothing like this. And at that particular time in Kareem's career, he was starting to dwindle down. LeBron James moves on. This particular time, LeBron's still a top 10 player, still at the peak of his game. You got to give it to LeBron. He moves on to the semifinals. Next, we have Penny Hardaway. Penny Hardaway versus Russell Westbrook. Penny Hardaway versus Russell Westbrook. This is a tough one right here. This one is tough because Russ in his own right next to KD was great, and Penny in his own right was great. But at the end of the day, when we look at who Russ is and what he had to sacrifice to be a number 2 option, I think we got to edge it out to Russell Westbrook. We got to edge it out to Russell Westbrook because we saw what he was able to do as soon as the handcuffs were taken off and he was able to get thrusted into that number 1 role. Kobe Bryant versus Anthony Davis. So we got back-to-back rounds where Kobe is facing another Laker, right? But Kobe's 3 years as a dominant sidekick, as a dominant Robin to Shaquille O'Neal, when you can three-peat, similar to Scottie Pippen, when you can three-peat as that guy, we got to give this to Kobe Bryant. Moving on. He's moving on to the semifinals. Anthony Davis with the injuries, with the inconsistencies, right? Just no way he can compete with Kobe in this second round matchup right there. He loses out. Kobe Bryant moves on. Next, we got this was actually tougher than it looks, because the next round we got Scottie Pippen versus D Wade. With Scottie Pippen still hinged on that 95-96 season. He has a previous three-peat as a sidekick. We all know that he ultimately had another three-peat. I mean, just the epitome of what a sidekick should be. Sacrificed a ton, sacrificed money, sacrificed ego, took a boatload of criticism, even though most of it was not justified. And he ultimately sacrificed his career reputation, because in an era where it was already a low scoring era, there weren't many points to be scored. Because of the illegal defense, the pace was down. Because we know fans only reward players who scored a basketball, Pippen essentially sacrificed his career reputation to help Jordan win championships. How do we know this? Because Jordan, before Scottie Pippen arrived, had a losing record in the regular season and had a losing record, was a loser in the playoffs, a losing record. He never won a playoff game. He never had a winning season until Scottie Pippen arrived. It was Scottie Pippen who made the ultimate sacrifice, right? I'll be that guy to do everything that you can so that we can start winning. He wasn't going to be like Orlando Woolridge, right? A guy who was a great offensive player, but he came in and butted heads with Jordan. He wasn't going to be like a lot of those top 5 picks that came in the 80s next to Jordan, but they wanted to be offensive players. Scottie Pippen came in with a completely different mentality, along with Phil Jackson, and basically said, we're just going to go and do what we need to do to win. And it was just unfortunate the Chicago Bulls treated him with such disdain and disrespect, chose not to pay the man, and forced him to play through injuries time and time again, which left him decrepit and crippled at the end of his career. But for this matchup right here, we got to move Scottie Pippen on. I mean, Scottie Pippen is, without question, one of the greatest sidekick role players of all time, right? No one, it's hard to say anybody did it better. It's only a handful of guys that are even in that conversation. So now we are down. We are down to our final 4, man. We are down to our final 4. We're going to talk about this final 4. Let me look at the comments, man. The locker room says, I got Luka and LeBron stats pulled up. LeBron clears this man easily in locker room. Again, basketball conversations, try to stay away from them. As I've said time and time again, y'all, being the number 1 option is not about your stats. It's about who the offense runs through. There were many times where a guy like James Worthy, there were even some times where guys like Byron Scott would outpace and outscore Magic Johnson. I mean, you could easily argue that James Worthy was a better scorer than Magic Johnson. You can easily make that case, but who was the MVP? Who was the best player on that team? Who was the number 1 option? It was Magic Johnson. When we talk about number 1 and number 2 option, it's nothing to do with stats. It has more to do with how the offense runs and who it runs through. If the only thing that you can think of is the end result, if the only way you can delineate what roles are, because you have to run to, I mean, if you have to run to stats to see who scored the most points, that's just not how roles work. Right. I mean, again, that's why you had confusion trying to understand who was the number 1 and 2 option with the Celtics last year. You saw Jaylen Brown score a whole bunch of points, so you said he was the number 1 option. But the whole world knows Tatum is the number 1 option on that team. By hook or crook, everything is going to run through Tatum. That's why he was first team All-NBA. That's why he was in the MVP conversation. So think offense, don't think end result scoring, because that can change. Luka wasn't even an all-star this year. That's fine. That doesn't change what your role is. We all know that this Laker team The only way it can function, and a lot of people, this is why a lot of people were questioning if LeBron James could play off ball. I didn't question it because I said LeBron James is elite off ball. LeBron James actually might be better off ball than on ball. And what have we seen since Luka's been there prior to LeBron James pulling his groin? LeBron James has been elite off ball. He's a much better catch and shoot three-point shooter, knocking threes down. Right? His movement off the ball without the ball has been crazy, and it's allowing Luka to play his natural game. Because what do we hear JJ Redick and those guys telling Luka, go be Luka? If you're going to say Luka, go be Luka, that means you have to say Luka, go be the number one option. I guess locker room. If you say Luka got demoted and traded off his own team, all right, that's fine. I'll just get to the more logical tapes. If you call it a demotion, you call it a demotion. I call it the dumbest trade in NBA history. I mean, the entire world says it's the dumbest trade in NBA history. If you want to be that lone rogue agent that thinks that this was a bad trade for the Lakers, you got it. You got it. And at the end of the day, locker room, this is not a Lakers conversation. I'm not talking about the Lakers. I'm talking about the GOAT Sidekicks. What is your opinions on that? If you want to come in here and cry about what the Lakers did in the back offices, go do a stream and go cry about that. If you want to cry about why they didn't trade Austin Reeves, go cry. This is not about that. Stick to the topic, man. We're talking about GOAT sidekicks, and we are now down to our final four sidekicks. LeBron James versus Russell Westbrook, Kobe Bryant versus Scottie Pippen. Who will make the finals? That's what we're talking about. Stick to the topic, man. Come on, man. We got Judah. He says, Judah's in the chat. Judah, man, you got to hit the link sometimes, man. You be in the comments. You be tearing into people, leaving 7-paragraph comments. When are you going to hit the link and pull up, man? But we got to get you to pull up. He says, Cry Time Sports says, Lamont, would you say MJ was James Worthy's sidekick in college? Yes, MJ was a sidekick in college. That's a fact. Sam Perkins and James Worthy were just better players, at least the way they were. And I don't even want to say they were better players. But how the coach utilized those players, they utilized James Worthy as the number one option. And when James Worthy got drafted and moved on, then we saw them start to utilize Jordan in a different manner. But we saw the results also change as well. Because with James Worthy as the number one option, they were national champions. With Michael Jordan as the number one option, they couldn't win nothing. This is why it's important to know who your number one option is. This is why it's important. And I always try to tell y'all, it's not, the number one option is not the guy that scores the most points. Sometimes, in a lot of cases, it ultimately happens that way, but it's not always that way. There were times where Tim Duncan, he was the number one option for the Spurs, but he was still getting outscored by Tony Parker and Manu Ginobili, right? Manu Ginobili was the closer for that team. Tony Parker would score the most points, but Tim Duncan was still the number one option because everything facilitated through him. That's why he was still looked at as a top 5 player in the league, even though his points per game were starting to decline. But everything still ran through Tim Duncan. Everything is based on roles in the NBA. And the quicker you get people to buy into those roles, the quicker you can get to being a successful team. I mean, just look at the Detroit Pistons. The only thing that coach did when he got over there, he just immediately assigned roles. And he brought in vets to help. He brought in quality vets to make people stand on those roles. Because when you have vets, the vets can really get on. This is your role. Stay on your job. Don't be that rogue player that would go running off trying to do your own thing. That's where we miss vets in this league. When Udonis Haslem was with the Heat, one of his jobs was to keep players in check, stick to your role. It's one of the assignments of vets. We got Judah. He says, you guys think because I'm not praising him, you take it as if I'm saying he wasn't needed. But Judah, we just never know what the hell you're saying half the time. Salute to Lou in the chat, man. Salute, Lou, man. Appreciate you pulling up to the show, man. We are down to our final four, y'all. Our final four, the GOAT sidekicks of all time. In 2018, the NBA labeled Kobe Bryant as the GOAT sidekick in NBA history, right? But when we redo these brackets, does Kobe is he stripped of his title as the GOAT sidekick of all time? In 2018, the NBA labeled him as the GOAT sidekick, put him on the Mount Rushmore of sidekicks. All right. Does he lose that mantle when we now reevaluate this? Right. The only GOAT attribute that Kobe has left in his career. Let's talk about it right here. Let's get it back up. All right. So what we now have is in our semifinal matchups is we got LeBron James versus Russell Westbrook. And I think this is quite clear. We look at LeBron in his career. We look at, again, one of the biggest things that I'm really looking at when I judge your GOAT factor as a sidekick is how willing are you to accept the mantle of being that sidekick? And then also the success that you will have or have had as a sidekick. And based on that right here, we got to give this to LeBron James, man. Right? Not only just arguably the GOAT of the NBA, right? So you're talking about a top tier player. Not only at 40 years old, you're still playing, looking like a top 10 player in the NBA. You have all the reason in the world to be a number one, but you pass it gracefully to another player that you know needs that mantle for the overall team success. We got LeBron James moving on to the finals here, man. Moving on to the championship game here. Let me slide this over so we can see this a little bit better. So we got LeBron James. He's made the finals here. And then we got Kobe Bryant and Scottie Pippen. And y'all know how much I appreciate and love Scottie Pippen. 6 titles as a sidekick. Hell of a career as a sidekick. But for me, it was something about those 3 championships that Kobe won with Shaq that were just different. Because when you think about what they were able to do in their three-peat, they did it in arguably the toughest defensive era of all time, right? So it was grueling from the regular season, right? And I believe because Kobe was so good as an individual player, it was much more difficult for him to button in that want to go be a number one. You know, it took some years before he got out of pocket and went and tried to do his own thing on that Laker team and cost them a championship. But we got to give it to Kobe Bryant, man. As much as I love Scottie Pippen, Kobe Bryant to me is the overall better player. Kobe Bryant to me, from an individual standpoint, was just a better player as a sidekick. You just got to give it to Kobe. So when we're talking about, salute to Kenneth, right, who just pulled up. What did Kenneth say? I see you here, Kenneth. He says Kobe lost. They're like, he did, but we're not necessarily talking about the 04 season. Right now, what we're talking about is the years that made him the GOAT. Because Kenneth Wright, what you didn't really realize is the NBA labeled Kobe as the GOAT sidekick in NBA history. And their reasoning behind labeling Kobe as the GOAT sidekick in NBA history was because of the three-peat that they won that first time around. We know that things went haywire in 04. But when you look at that first three-peat, who they did it against, the type of league that it was, right? It was so dominant that the NBA had to change rules. They brought back the zone because of the dominance. Right? Kobe deferring to Shaquille O'Neal. Kobe rising to the occasion in the clutch when they would go hack and Shaq, right? And when he would miss free throws. There was a lot riding on Kobe Bryant being a successful number 2 because of some of the handicaps of Shaquille O'Neal. Right? Pippen didn't have to see as much of those handicaps with Jordan. There were times where Pippen had to carry the Bulls when Jordan shot 3 of 18 versus the Knicks and could not make a shot, and Pippen had to be there for the rescue. Right? 92 versus the Blazers when Jordan got benched and Pippen with the bench unit, Hanson and those guys had to lead the comeback. Yes, we know that there were times when Pippen had to shoulder the load. But I think there was a little bit more on Kobe Bryant because of the deficiencies. Not really in Shaq's game, but there were times where Shaq couldn't even be on the court and Kobe was out there by himself. So I think by default, Kobe had to shoulder a bigger responsibility as a number 2 option. And so I truly and honestly give it to, I truly honestly got to give this to Kobe Bryant. And you guys know how I feel about Scottie Pippen, right? You know, that wasn't an easy decision to come to, but I think it's the right decision. I think it's the right decision. So now in our finals, we got LeBron James versus Kobe Bryant, the matchup that a lot of you guys wanted to see. So when we look at the two as just overall players, I don't think it's very much of a comparison. LeBron James significantly outclasses Kobe Bryant in almost every statistical category, if not all of them. He significantly outclasses Kobe in longevity. You cannot look throughout LeBron James's career and look to his persona or his demeanor being a key cog as to why they lost the finals. Maybe you can look to his play, but when you look to things that he can control, like his demeanor, his actions, his mentality, his approach, I don't think there's been a time that he cost them a championship. He says, I thought stats didn't matter. Alakron, when I drop the link, you can come up here and you can argue away. I said, first of all, stats don't matter when it comes to labeling you a number 2 option. So it's not that stats don't matter when we're comparing number 2 options. What we're saying is when you get that label of being a number 2 option, your stats don't matter compared to the number 1 option on that team. That's what we're saying. So first, to even be in this conversation, you have to get labeled as the number 2 option. There are so many people that were so resistant and hesitant to say Kobe was even a number 2 option because they were so in love with Kobe. So this is why you have people in here saying Kobe was a 1A, 1B. No, he was a number 2 option behind Shaq for those 3 to 4 years. And stats don't matter when you're comparing Kobe to Shaq during those years. But when we are comparing 2 number 2 options, we have to look at everything. And we're comparing 2 number 2 options, and we have to see who was the better number 2 option. I think that when you look at everything, and this is not just me, this was already voted on as well. So a lot of these things, I kind of agree with the vote, but ultimately, I feel like LeBron James tops out as the winner here. And I think LeBron James, even in a short amount of time with Luka Dončić, has usurped and passed Kobe Bryant up as the greatest number 2 option in NBA history. So again, this just adds another notch to LeBron's belt. Arguably the greatest player of all time, arguably one of the greatest passers of all time. Now, greatest number 2 option of all time. I mean, if you guys want to come up, I mean, if you want to have the debate, right? Obviously, it came down to Kobe versus LeBron. Have that debate. Rap Guy Reloaded said LeBron is the GOAT sidekick. I mean, I don't, to me, it doesn't, the label of being a GOAT sidekick is not even that big of a deal. You guys think it's a bad thing. Being a number 2 option ain't a bad thing. It's just a role. I mean, Jordan was a number 2 option behind James Worthy, but he still gets looked at as saving that team in the national championship game, hitting the biggest shot. He still gets all the credit. T. Will says, this is rage bait, people. It's not rage bait. This is all facts. He says, LeBron will never be a number 2 to Hookah Luka. Oh, that's cringy. Come on, man. Come up with something better than that, man. Hookah Luka. Oh, okay. Wow. All right. I mean, if it is rage baiting, then you definitely got baited, locker room. You running around in the chat saying hookah Luka and stuff, whatnot. We got Sonia, because Sonia Jackson said this channel is a joke. He says, you guys listening to this guy like he's a god. This is a cult channel. This is not a cult channel. As you can see, I'm fighting with my own chat. How is this a cult channel? And I'm literally fighting it out with my own chat that don't agree with me. Like, and this is one of the reasons why is and so this is why I dropped a link, right? Because I want people up here to disagree. But if y'all say silly stuff like cult channel, you know, you got to come up here and explain why and use basketball to break it down. Because you came in here one of the first, I don't know if this is your first comment ever on the channel. You didn't say nothing about the topic. You didn't contest any of my points with basketball facts or logic or statistics or analytics. You just came in and said it's a cult channel. Your first, I mean, I don't know. But when I drop the link, you can explain it with basketball stats, logic to back it up. And the one thing you have to do, if you look at this bracket, the one thing that you have to do, we got Kobe Bryant losing to LeBron James as the GOAT sidekick in NBA history. Right? Do you even agree with Kobe being labeled a sidekick? I didn't remember. Y'all look at me like I labeled Kobe as a sidekick. The NBA labeled Kobe as the GOAT sidekick in 2018. I didn't do that. They put him on the Mount Rushmore of GOATs. We got Hot Dog over on Twitter. He says her face is a cult channel. I mean, do you I hope you got some ether. He says all you're gonna do is mute people. I hope so. Well, if that's what I do, then why are you here? If I, you know, if I'm a muter, why are you here? Now I do mute people that can't stop talking. Right? Well, after we let you rant, if you can't control your mouth and you act like a child, yeah, you get muted. For the most part, I really don't mute people like that. But I do mute little kids that come up here. I mute you if you can't talk basketball. If you say enough dumb stuff back to back that makes no sense basketball wise, you generally get muted. Because people that understand the game, it's hard to hear bad basketball talk for so long. So that can ultimately lead to you getting muted. He said, let the chat. I want to let the people come up here and talk about it, man. The people can come up and talk about it. I'm going to drop this link. Let me get this link ready, man. I'm going to drop this link and let y'all come up here and cook, man. Here we go right here. And as I get this link ready, you guys, as I get this link prepared, and I'm going to be dropping it in the chat, and I'm going to drop this down off the screen right here. I want you guys, if you disagree, pull up, give me your thoughts on the final 16. Maybe the 16 guys that we had, you don't agree with. Maybe there was another sidekick. There were some people that were very close to being that top 16, like John Havlicek could have easily been. Sam Jones could have been in that top 16. I mean, there are a lot of guys that could have been. I mean, even Bill Russell has some years where you could have said he was a sidekick and he wasn't on the list. Jordan was a sidekick to Jerry Stackhouse. He could have been on the list for those years in Washington. He could have been on the list, but they didn't make the top 16. So maybe you disagree with some of the guys in the top 16. All you got to come up here and just let me know your thoughts on it. But at the end of the day, Kobe Bryant has been dethroned as the GOAT sidekick in NBA history. He was labeled the GOAT sidekick in 2018. I believe he's lost that mantle to LeBron James. What we're going to be doing is, as we start to bring everybody up, what I want you guys to do is I want you guys to watch a short promo from Dossier. Dossier, man, Just one of the most elite fragrance companies in the game, man. They have sent me some more fragrances right ahead of March Madness, man. They've sent me 2 more fragrances. The fragrances that they sent me were Gourmand Vanilla, and they sent me Spring Fling, man. Please go check them out. Use coupon code FYF Sports to get you a buy one, get one free offer. But make sure y'all check out Dossier, man. The people over there, appreciate them always sending me gifts. I mean, every time I look in the mail, I see some new fragrances in the mail. Y'all go get y'all fragrances, man. Y'all check them out. A short promo while I drop the link in the chat for you guys. And make sure y'all check out Dossier. I'm dropping their website in the chat, man. It's actually pinned to the top of this chat right here. So if you do want to check them out, at least go check out the website. I think you guys would enjoy it, man. And like I say, some of you guys, I know a lot of you guys are cologne connoisseurs. I'm a cologne connoisseur. And so I've kind of branched away over the last couple of years from the mainstream names, because I feel like some of the mainstream names like Dior, they've gotten away from high quality scents. So companies like, this company like Dossier, I compare a lot of their men's fragrances. I compare them to like Time Ford quality scents. That's it. So if you want to get your grown men scents on, the new Spring Fling collection is great. The Gourmand collection is really good. So if you're looking for a different line of colognes, something that's different that nobody has, I want y'all to go check out Dossier, man. And then if you use code FYF Sports, man, you get you a buy one, get one free deal. Great quality too. Just make sure. Now, one thing I got to warn you about is the colognes are thick. They're kind of like oil, kind of like the Giorgio Armani colognes. So you can't spray them directly on your clothes. You can get an oil stain. So you always want to make sure it touches skin no matter what you do. So you want to go with the neck, you want to go with the wrist, things like that. Make sure, because this is high quality, man. It's not that watered down, all that watery stuff that you get in the scent go away in a couple minutes, man. This is high quality, man, right here. So make sure y'all go check them out. We got Hollywood Herm up here. We got George up here. Herm was the first one up, man. Let me hear what Herm has to say. Herm, you saw the bracket. And the unfortunate reality is that Kobe Bryant has now lost another attribute to LeBron James, right? LeBron James has beat him up in scoring. LeBron James passed him in almost every single category in playoffs. Now LeBron James has taken his GOAT sidekick mantle away from him. How you feel about that, Herm?
Well, for one, LeBron James is the Hank Aaron of the NBA. Same type of stuff, longevity stuff like Hank Aaron now. But for the topic at hand, though, man, all these years you've been arguing Know Your Boy Sports and News, a.k.a. James. When James used to come with the term role player about LeBron James. Now, you sitting up here giving him the GOAT role player.
But you know why, Herm?
All time, though?
This is why. I never thought. First of all, let's do it like this. No one on this panel, no one in this chat ever thought prime Luka Dončić. There's probably only about 3-4 players in the league that you could add to the Lakers and they would become number one options over LeBron James. Giannis, Luka, maybe Shea. But for sure, Jokic, Giannis, and Luka. Who in their right mind in 2025, like who was running around thinking, yeah, the Lakers are going to trade for Luka? And now I have to conceptualize okay, it happened. And once it happened, it gave LeBron a new role, a role that he really has never had in his career.
But
which is the
that's
number 2 option. And the fact that we've seen him accept that role gracefully, and not only accept the role, Herm, he's been elite in that role. And not only has he looked really good, he almost looks even better than he was he looked really good as a 40-year-old with the ball. But he looks even better in his number 2 role when he's getting the rest. He can come into the game. Or the things that he can do now with Luka there, take so much off his back. He almost looks better. So I mean, it's hard for me to pretend as if he has not been elite as a number 2 option.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news. Then
Okay,
the numbers that he relatively been getting since Luka has joined the team is about the same that it was when he had Anthony Davis. When Anthony Davis came in 2020, the same type of numbers he had with Dwyane Wade. Dwyane Wade was in Miami. So,
but Herm, what's the difference?
In all actuality, and his numbers is actually better than what he had in Miami.
But what's the difference though? But see, all you're doing is
hold on.
All you're doing is making my point stronger, Herm.
No, I know. I finna make it stronger, but at the same time,
I'm gonna tell you why. Hold on. I'm gonna tell you why,
Herm.
Herm.
The conclusion.
Hold on. Let me say one thing, Herm. Hold on, Herm. This is why I'm telling you, because I want you to think before you finish.
I don't need to think.
Hold on, Herm. Hold on. Let me say one thing, Herm. I don't want. I'm not trying to make it messy. What I'm saying is this.
I'm finna make it messy though.
If you're telling me that LeBron James's numbers as a number 2 option since Luka has arrived have not taken a dip or decline, essentially what you said is they look almost the same, if not better. And we know he's been a number 2 option because there were plenty of those games all these games where Luka's been playing, who's gotten the most usage? Luka's gotten all the usage. So that means Luka, who's dominating the usage, is the number 1 option. And if you're telling me as the number 2 option, where generally number 2 options, their numbers decline, something goes down somewhere. But if you're telling me as a number 2 option, his numbers are the same, if not better, then he's an elite number 2 option.
But the thing is, despite all you said, Lamont, now it's gonna be an ignorant guy like me, a guy that doesn't mind being unfiltered, and a guy that will catch the hypocrisy in certain things. If that's the case, then maybe Know Your Boy Sports and News was right all along. Maybe LeBron James, since he left Cleveland the first time when he made the decision, has been a role player ever since he made the decision, according to what you bring it up now. So LeBron James is the greatest role player of all time, which you indicating. That means LeBron James has been a role player since 2011. According to what you viewing to us right now, though.
Okay, so
according to what
can y'all hear me?
Hold on, Herm. Let me say one thing.
Hello? Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we hear you. When you look at the brackets, Herm, it's not labeling players. All of these guys on this list that I showed up, and let me put it up one time. I'm gonna make sure I put it up here so you can see it one more time. And I'm gonna tell you why what you said doesn't make sense.
It makes perfect sense.
Hold on, Herm. I got you. Hold on, Herm. If you look at this right here, hold on, Herm. If you look at this right here, when guys, you see next to every player's name, there are years. Because we're not saying, when we look at everybody, when you look at all of these players on the greatest role players of all time, these are generally all top 75 quality players. These are some of the greatest players of all time. And the majority of them, I mean, probably Scottie Pippen might be the only one, and maybe Penny Hardaway, they might be the only 2 that made the top 16 that were practically number 2 options their entire career. When you look at Russ was only a number 2 option for a small segment of his career. Kareem was a number 2 option for a smaller segment of his career. Kobe was a number 2 option for a smaller segment of his career. Same with D Wade, even Anthony Davis. So what I'm saying is, when we label these guys the greatest number 2 option of all time, it's not because they were number 2 options for their entire career. It's because for whatever duration they were number 2 options, they were the best number 2 options that we've ever seen. And I don't think you can argue that, because if you go to 94-95, Pippen wasn't a number 2 option anymore, but he was one of the best number 1 options in the league. But when Jordan came back, even though he was just one of the best number 2 options in the league or number 1 options in the league, he had to go back to being the GOAT number 2 option. It's just a role. It's ultimately just a role you have to take so you can win. That's all it is.
So wait, Lamont, what seasons was LeBron a sidekick then? Just
This
off
year.
that.
This is the only year. This year.
This is the only year, so we're not counting
This is the only
2011.
year.
1.5
I
months.
love this
Why are we
though.
not counting 2011? Played second
You
fiddle.
can-
to win.
Half
This is
months.
rabbit hole talk at its best, though. This is
Wait.
rabbit hole talk at its best.
Hold on. First of all, hold on. Hey, Fernandes. First, see what everybody's gonna try to come up here and do is I want you to talk about everybody on this list. This is not a LeBron James conversation. Now, if you have a few points that you want to make about LeBron, if you see anywhere here on this bracket, hold on one second, my guy. Let me finish what I'm saying so you understand the full spectrum of what I'm saying.
Yes,
If there's
sir.
anywhere on this, if you see anywhere on this bracket, if there's an upset. So, for example, we had an upset. We had a couple upsets. If you see anywhere on this bracket where you feel like somebody won or lost a round that they shouldn't have won, talk about that particular player in that particular round, or even talk about the players on this list that maybe you feel they were never a sidekicks and they don't even belong in this conversation. But if you want us to be hyper focused on LeBron, it clearly says on here, and remember, I didn't create this. It clearly says on here that LeBron James, his sidekick status is from 2024 to 2025. That's what it has him listed as. It has Jabbar, specific years for Jabbar, specific years for Penny, Kobe, Pippen, and all those guys right there. And it also talks about their standout years as sidekicks. So again, if you're talking about 2024-25, do you disagree with the fact that LeBron was a sidekick, or are you talking about Kobe? Do you disagree with the fact that he was a sidekick? So if you don't disagree that LeBron James is a sidekick next to Luka, that only means he's a number 2 option. It's not a bad thing. It's just a role. Then there's nothing to really argue about.
I was just asking just to kind of get a gauge if we're talking about just specific seasons, or are we talking about like the bulk?
No, we're talking about the seasons that got him particularly ranked on here. So on
Understood.
here, what got LeBron ranked on here as a number 1 seed is him being a sidekick next to Luka. And for Kobe, it talks about a range of years for Kobe, but it says the primary year where his best sidekick year ever, it says, was 2001 to 2002. So at the end of the day, this is their best sidekick years that it highlights, and this is why they're on this list. And it's one of the reasons why. It's one of the reasons why a person like, it's why the NBA. This is one of the reasons why the NBA said Kobe was the greatest sidekick of all time at one point in time.
The NBA didn't say that. Somebody who wrote an article who said that. Come on, bro.
Yes, they did.
Come on, man. Stop it.
George, don't get mad, George.
Stop it.
Hold on. Here's the article. Hold on.
I know. Who wrote it?
Yeah. And so at the end of the day, Ro Montebello. He's an NBA writer. He writes for the NBA.
Okay.
I mean, don't get mad at me. Why y'all get mad at me?
Okay.
Wait, Lamont, can I just say one thing? And because in my opinion, I don't think LeBron should have even gotten past Kareem. Like, the sample size is nowhere near like any of the other ones, in my opinion.
Okay, so what year? So the year that they labeled for Kareem was 1984-85 season. So what about Kareem's 1984-85 season, or even any year as a sidekick? What elevated him as a sidekick higher than LeBron?
Wait a minute, you say they labeled or you labeled?
Wait, hold on. If we're just going off of that like matchup, that LeBron Kareem matchup, then I would just simply say just the sample size itself, just that in and of itself, just knocks LeBron out.
Okay, well, what did Kareem do? And they said Kareem's GOAT year as a sidekick was 1984-85. What did Kareem do that year to you that elevated him over everything that you've seen from LeBron as a sidekick?
It's specific season. So, like, if you look at, there's a date right there. That specific season. Why is it better than LeBron?
1984-85. It's 1984-85.
I mean, there's no argument you can make for any of these other players. LeBron had the best.
Okay, so
hold
on. I'm just asking you a very simple question. If you feel that Kareem should have won that matchup, and just tell us why.
Well, I think I did. I mean, okay. So for LeBron, what I wanted to know was, is it a sample size argument or is it a skill set argument or is it both? Because if it's Because if you just go based off of just the sample size, then it's not close, right? Kareem has a way larger sample size. So off the top of my head, I don't remember Kareem's stats or if that was a title year, right? You'd have to tell me that because just off the top of my head, I don't remember.
But we also know that Pippen's sample size, and if you look at this semifinal matchup, Pippen's sample size was much larger than Kobe's. But what I told, and y'all know how I feel about Scottie Pippen. He's probably one of my favorite players of all time. What I looked at with Kobe over Pippen was I said it was Kobe's quality as a sidekick those 3 years that beat out Pippen. Even though Pippen has volume, no, it's not necessarily skill set. Because one of the things I explained why I picked Kobe over Pippen, and I said because Kobe had to shoulder more of a load as a number 2 option. Because with Shaq having such huge flaws in his game, late game, obviously you couldn't give him the ball. He couldn't make free throws. So there was a significant, normally it's just very rare in NBA history where we see number 2 options have to shoulder the load as the clutch player. We've seen it with Tony Parker and Manu Ginobili, but it's very rare. Usually the number 1 option is that guy that gets it done in the clutch. And when that number option, you can't even touch the ball. And in some cases can't even be on the court in the clutch. And then you're still able to three-peat. I think the weight that Kobe had as a number 2 option during those 3 championships, that's what beats out Scottie Pippen, because I think Jordan did so much for the Bulls. He covered, he checked off so many boxes.
Yeah, I mean,
I think Jordan made it easier for Pippen to be a number 2. And I think Shaq actually made, I think Shaq made,
you've been listening to what he's saying.
I think Shaq made Kobe's job harder as a number 2 because of his inefficiencies. And I think Kobe fans would actually agree with that. And, I don't even see eye to eye with Kobe fans, but I think Kobe fans themselves would even admit that Kobe's job, and this is one of the reasons why a lot of Kobe fans say he was the 1A, 1B, because of everything that he had to shoulder because of Shaq's inefficiency. So I said it's the gravity of what he had to carry because of Shaq's inefficiencies that beat out Pippen, even though Pippen has the volume. So I don't think volume matters if you can clearly see quality. But I just think for y'all to say Kareem beats out LeBron because of volume, you got to be able to explain to me what that volume is. What did it look like? A lot of y'all didn't even watch Kareem play.
No, yeah, I mean that's why I made the point that I would obviously I said I admitted I don't recall what his production was that season, but I mean if we're being just fair, the sample size is bigger, so it's
we're gonna give recall.
Huh?
It's not fair if you can't recall. That's unfair to LeBron if you're just elevating him because you think it's better, but you don't know. Just do the research then.
I'd have to go do a quick Google search, but I mean, is it fair to just give LeBron the edge there when he hasn't even finished the season? That's kind of disingenuous.
The results are results, man. Maybe you would have did it different, but at the end of the day, I think what I've seen in very small sample size, I've even in a very small sample size, I've already said that LeBron and Luka are the best backcourt in the NBA.
Oh my God.
And at the end of the day, you're not going to tell me a duo of 2 players that are a better backcourt in the NBA than LeBron and Luka.
Clay and Steph.
You can't.
Well, okay.
It's impossible.
Hold on. How do you label LeBron part of the front or part of the backcourt when doesn't he start and play most of his minutes at power forward, not the 1 or the 2 guard?
The position he's labeled at doesn't designate his role. His role, he plays on the perimeter. He plays as a facilitator. He operates from the perimeter to the rim. So again, when I say the best backcourt in the league, just because his position, because remember what I told y'all, positions are only for defense. LeBron has to guard the Aaron Gordons of the world. He has to guard other teams' power forwards. But offensively, he does not play the traditional power forward role. He doesn't even play like Draymond Green at the power forward role. He plays like a point guard, and when he's off ball, he plays like a shooting guard. This is why he shoots the threes. He's been shooting the 3 at a high clip, right? He's making 4 or 5 cuts all the time. He's operating from the perimeter to the post. So when I say it's the best backcourt in the league, is because offensively, he's a backcourt player. No one should disagree with that.
Perimeter means is backcourt. I mean, that's basically what backcourt means.
Okay. So if we go by that logic, I guess I guess why I see him beating out certain matchups But then my only real issue, and it's not like I'm a Laker fan, so it doesn't really matter what way
just tell me a better backcourt in
lands.
NBA. If Bryant and Luka are not the best backcourt in NBA, then tell me a better backcourt.
I'm not disagreeing. I'm not disagreeing. My point is this. I guess it'd be towards the end then. I just disagree with like LeBron over Kobe. Yeah, because I mean Kobe was at a better part of his like he was a better player back then than what LeBron is now.
We got
Based
the
on what?
Locker room says LeBron plays the 3. That does not have anything to do with your role.
Well, Lamont, why do you entertain that, bro?
LeBron is a backcourt player. When he's on ball, he's at the point guard spot. When he's off ball, he's playing like a 2 guard. These positions are only dictate who LeBron guards. And as LeBron's aged, the only thing that's changed essentially is who he can consistently guard on a night in and night out basis. Offensively, he can still do anything that he wants. Defensively, he's relegated to defending 3s and 4s, even 5s on some nights. They're not just sticking them on 2s and 1s. So that's why I say,
common sense.
I wish.
Damn.
I really would like for a locker room to tell me where he played basketball so I can have a conversation with that coach.
Good God.
Jesus
Now,
Christ.
who is that holding your nuts like that, bro?
Well, George, if as opposed to crying about people on the panel, what's your take?
I got a question.
No.
Hold on. I don't believe in nothing what you're saying about this, but I'm gonna just do it for the hell of the argument. How does he beat out Magic Johnson? And you picking selected years. But when Magic was a rookie, didn't he win Rookie of the Year? Finals MVP.
I was thinking Magic.
And he should have won MVP, but they gave it to Bird, I think, that year, right? I don't know.
I got you. You are right. So tell me about Magic's rookie year. And
I just told
Magic
you
as a rookie was better than LeBron James in his secondary role right now.
I just told you.
Okay, so tell me about Magic that year. I mean,
I just said, didn't Magic Johnson win Rookie of the Year?
Okay.
Then Magic Johnson wins Finals MVP.
Yeah, we know why he won Finals MVP.
Wait. But ain't no reason why. But did he win it?
Yeah, he won it.
Okay, and then he didn't win Rookie of the Year when he should have won it. I mean, not Rookie of the Year. I mean MVP.
No, Kareem was the best player in the league that year. What are you talking about? It wasn't even.
You said Ricky Magic should have won the MVP that year.
Magic wasn't even the second best. Magic was the 3rd best player on his team.
I asked you, who won MVP that year?
I don't know, but I know it wasn't Magic.
Was it Dr. J? Might have been Dr. J.
No, it was Jabbar. It was Jabbar.
It was Jabbar. Okay.
Magic. Yeah, it was Jabbar.
Magic was the 3rd best player on his team his rookie year. I mean, essentially.
Also,
I made a mistake even using Magic's rookie year here because Magic was the 3rd option that year. He really wasn't truly the 2nd option. He was really the 3rd option, if you really think about it.
I don't think that way. I don't think Norm Nixon was the 2nd option, and then you said they didn't have a 3rd option. I thought Jamal Wilkes would have been the 3rd option.
Okay.
Hello?
Lamont, why would Magic be the 3rd option?
Magic. The reason is this is one of the reasons why they traded guys away so they could elevate his role, because there were guys on that team that offensively were asked to do more. Magic as a rookie, they didn't even put him at the point guard spot. They had him as a small forward. Right. They had another guy running the point. So they didn't even at the time, they didn't even know who truly Magic could be in the NBA. And they were figuring it out on the fly. And once they got to the finals and they saw guys go down with injuries, and they're like, this could actually work. So they ultimately traded some guys away, elevated Magic's role, and then he blossomed into the number 1 option by like 83, 84ish. And Kareem gracefully accepted the number 2 role as he started to get older.
Right.
King KO says y'all censoring comments. King KO, who's censoring comments? If somebody deleted your comment, King KO, let me know. If you tell me who it was, then I will take away their wrench, because you shouldn't be censoring comments. So just let me know who it was.
Lamont, question to you about the Bryant Pippen thing. You made a point about how
that's just my opinion on it. That's just my opinion on it.
All this is your opinion.
Question about that Bryant thing, because you made a point about the clutch like the clutch and the quality years. Couldn't we say the same thing about Pippen's defense and that first three-peat, where that defense was so clutch and so impactful to them winning that first those first three championships?
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, we can talk about it. I mean, if you can give me some examples. No, when you say clutch defense, now, because when you say clutch defense, that's a very particular term. Talk about it.
Clutch defense? How in the fourth quarter? Give me a second here. I have to pull up this.
I thought you said it was no Googling.
When you think about it, no, nobody said that. When you think about it, the Bulls were beating the life out of teams. I mean, clutch defense, great defense, yes, but I don't think clutch defense was really necessary to beat some of those teams. There wasn't really a lot of close games. They was really, especially in that first three-peat, they was just beating teams.
And how did you have Manu Ginobili over Tony Parker?
What you mean?
Huh?
Hey, look at the year they got for Manu Ginobili. Hold on.
Is it 04? I mean, 05?
They got Manu. So this is Manu Ginobili's 07-08 season. Beats out Tony Parker. Okay. Manu was a dog as a
I thought it was that year that when they beat the Pistons in the finals.
No, they got Manu right here. Is Manu's 07-08 season. But then you got to think in that first round he's going against Scottie Pippen. I mean, it's going to be hard for anybody to have a strong case over Scottie Pippen. I think the only two people you can even have the case are Bryant and Kobe. Outside of that, nobody has a case to beat Pippen. I don't care who you are. Manu lost because it's just who he's going up against.
So didn't show.
If you can make an argument for Manu or even Tony Parker beating out Scottie Pippen, go at it. You're not gonna have a successful argument.
So whoever made this up had no year for Klay Thompson.
No, Klay Thompson was ranked 17th, so he missed the 16.
Oh wow.
There were 64 names that had to get whittled down to 16. Klay did not make the Sweet 16.
At least he made the top 20.
If it was up to me, I would have took Dr. J out and put Klay in.
So we got Scottie beating Wade, right? For the conference or the semifinals?
Scottie, yeah, Pippen beat out Wade, which I agree there.
What would be the argument for that?
There's a couple things. I think Pippen was just better as the number two. And by the time Wade became a number two, he was injured.
Yep.
Yeah, and so he just wasn't as high quality of a number two as Pippen. Even though Pippen was injured, I think Pippen was just a better number two option than D Wade was. Wade in his prime is just an overall player when he was the number one. Yeah, that usurped Scottie Pippen. But as a number two option, I don't think he was better than Pippen.
So
go ahead.
Chris Middleton didn't make it either. For his that 1 year.
Hold on, let me look at this. Chris Middleton
that 1 year
on the list.
What,
he didn't make it
2021?
either.
You talking about 2021?
I'm talking about did he make the list, bro? I ain't talking about no
47th. He didn't come close to making
the God. Who made this list, man? Come on, bro.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you. It's LeBron. You want me to give you all 64 names?
We picking certain years for certain players, but you telling me the year that Chris Middleton had when they won the championship, he was ranked 47?
I'm just saying his best sidekick season did not make the top 16.
So 2021 Middleton made what, 47?
Yeah, it was 47.
Okay. Damn, I want to see the rest of them then.
Hey, hold on, I'll give you the list.
So there are no Celtics on there. No Paul Pierce, KG, Ray Allen. Oh, come on, man. This is like,
I just said Kevin McHale, but look.
No. I ain't go back that far.
Which year, Kevin McHale?
I ain't go back that far.
Which year of McHale? 86?
McHale, they got 86, 87.
86, Alfred, yeah, 86, yeah.
Yeah, hold on. Mikhail's on this list. What are you talking about? He went against Anthony Davis in the first round.
Oh, smoke.
I'm
Okay,
just
so
saying, as the Boston Celtics, whoever
hold
was
on.
number one, number two.
Let me give you the other ones that didn't make it. Tony Parker, Draymond Green, Dennis Rodman, Ray Allen, Chris Bosh, Reggie Lewis, Sidney Moncrief, Chauncey Billups, Kyrie, Joe Dumars, Paul Pierce, Klay Thompson. They have Tracy McGrady from 99 to 2000 behind Vince Carter, which is a good one. Andrew Toney behind Dr. J, Jamal Wilkes, Clyde Drexler behind Hakeem, which is a good one as well. I'm surprised nobody said that.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Mark Aguirre, Tim Hardaway behind Alonzo, which is another good one.
That's a good one.
David Thompson, Horace Grant. And it's crazy, they had Horace Grant behind Pippen in 94, which is a good one. Devin Booker behind Durant, Chris Webber. Hold on. Tony Kukoc. They got Gilbert Arenas, oddly enough, behind Antoine Jameson for 1 year. Amari Stoudemire behind Nash, which is a really good one. Nobody said that.
You get a chance to.
Michael Cooper, Dikembe with Iverson. That was a good year. That was a hell of a year.
That's a hell of a good one.
Lamar Odom, Rip Hamilton, Camby, Rajon Rondo, Latrell Sprewell, Glenn Rice, Sean Marion. They got Jalen Brunson behind Luka, but Brad Daugherty behind Mark Price, DeMarcus Cousins. And, Brad Daugherty behind Mark Price is another good example of how the number one option can get outscored by the number two option.
Okay, I was going to say, because Brad Daugherty was the number one option.
He was the leading scorer, but everything ran through Mark Price.
Okay.
Who was DeMarcus Cousins'
I'm just
second?
telling you what the list got. They got for 91, 92, they got Mark Price as the number one option. Brad Daugherty is the number two option.
But we both know that's not true, right?
DeMarcus Cousins behind Anthony Davis. That might be one that's a sleeper.
Oh, right. He's behind Anthony Davis, right? To Anthony Davis.
Drew Holiday behind Giannis. Leitner behind Mutombo.
Now, Drew Holiday is a better one. Yeah, that Drew Holiday.
Terry Porter behind Drexler, which is a good one too. That's probably going to be one of the underrated ones. Ron Butler behind Gill and Deron Williams behind Boozer. So, when you look at all 64 names, it's hard for me to say that they left anybody out.
No John Starr, no Allen Houston.
Crazy how they have no.
Hold on, when was Allen Houston? Who was Allen Houston the number two to?
When Ewing, wasn't it?
By the time Houston got good, Ewing was a bum.
What about?
I'm done.
Somebody got some on that mic.
Is Paul? Was Paul?
Hold on, Fernandez. You got a lot of backfeed in your mic. I had to mute you, man. So go ahead.
Which one, me or?
No, either one. Whoever was talking, I cut off. My bad.
I was gonna say Jason Kidd, but I don't think he was really a number.
But when was Jason Kidd a number two, though? That's the big question.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
No Larry Johnson.
I don't think he was a good enough number two option to even be ranked with these guys.
I was gonna say when he was with Vince, but no, he was the number one that year in 07.
Was he a number two with Dirk?
You could argue Larry might have been the number one option over his own.
Was he a number two with Dirk?
When Glenn Rice on that team? When Glenn Rice number one?
When they won that championship?
Hold on, somebody has some. Who is that?
That ain't me.
That's yeah. Hold on, Fernandez. You gotta go out and come back in, man. Something's going on with your mic, man. Your mic is crazy. B. Roy and Aldridge. I like that one. B. Roy and Aldridge.
Wasn't Glenn Rice number one option on the Hornets?
What year?
When Larry Johnson and Zoe was there.
Was Glenn Rice there?
Before he got traded.
He might have been. I don't know. But Larry Johnson's not on this list.
So y'all got Penny on there?
Yeah, Penny made the top 16.
Okay.
If you look at the top 16 here, we got Penny. Penny went up against somebody.
I see him right
there. Yeah, he went up against Julius Erving.
Julius Erving, yeah.
Yeah. They got Sean Kemp and Gary Payton's another good one.
What about Oscar? Big O.
They don't even have Oscar in here. He's not even in
Wow.
the top 64.
Wow.
Yep. I don't even
Maybe,
have
maybe they
Oscar.
think maybe they're saying that Kareem was the second option on those Bucks teams.
Kevin Johnson behind Barkley.
That's a decent one. That's decent.
Yes, I know. This whoever wrote this, they full of crap. Because what are they doing, bro?
Yeah,
This,
but by the end of the day, you got to ask yourself, the only thing that matters is the top 16. So if you're going to give me a second option, you got to give me somebody that can at least crack the top 16 for it to even be relevant. You know, otherwise it's just all just for, you know, you just mad about them not being in the top 64. Like,
What
I don't
about
think
CP?
AJ
2018 Rockets CP.
I don't know if that was good, and that was good, but
65 wins.
I don't know if it tops
Warriors.
anybody in this top list right here. Like, I wouldn't say CP as a secondary option. He's not better than Stockton. He wasn't better than Westbrook. I wouldn't say he's better than Penny. He's definitely not better than Bron or Magic. I mean, it's just like, if you're gonna say that, then you got to tell me who gets kicked out the top 16 where you can bump him in.
Ginobili.
I'm not taking no hell.
Ginobili get kicked out for a lot of people.
So
Hell no.
18 CP3 doesn't have argument against 08 Ginobili?
I don't think so, man. Ginobili was a dog, man. You talking about the number 2 option.
Right. CP was the second option on that Rockets team. And without that injury, they could have beaten that Warriors team with Kevin Durant.
Bro, I mean, if maybe you feel that way, I think Mono in 07-08 is the number 2 option. It's going to be hard to get him out. You can't. You're going to have a little bit better than CP3.
So was Tim Duncan ever a number 2 to David Robinson?
No, David Robinson was a number 2 to Tim.
Lamont, was KD, was KD or Steph the number 2 on that Golden State Warriors?
Hold on, you disagree with that, George?
Yes, that first year, yes, I disagree with that. Their first championship, I disagree with that. Yeah.
So in '99, you think
yeah.
that was the second option?
So if you disagree with that, so in Tim Duncan's rookie year, was he good enough to crack this top 16?
In his rookie year?
Because after his rookie year, Tim was the first option.
Yeah, I'm talking about the first
Pretty
championship
much.
he won with David Robinson.
You're talking about
He was
99.
number 2.
Because
He was a number 2 option.
Because from his after his rookie year, he was the number 1 option. So the
I
only
just
year
said
about him as a number 2 option is his rookie year, and I don't think his rookie year as a number 2 option is good enough to crack this top 16.
okay.
I don't think so. Because remember, you're thinking Timmy's rookie year. He was good as a number 2. And it's hard for me to even say he's a number 2 that year, because with David Robinson coming off injury, was David Robinson even still the number 1?
Lamont, do you think KD or Steph should be on this list with those Golden State Warrior championships? Who's number 2 then?
Let me find out. Let me see.
Ginobili and them in 08, they almost got swept by Kobe and the Lakers, right? Want to make sure I got the year right.
We could make a case for KD a bit higher if it's him, if he's the number 2. Or Steph.
I don't know why we can't make a case for KG.
You said
was
you said
KG
Kevin
the number
Durant?
2 on the I think KG was the number 1 though on that Celtic team.
Paul Pierce was the number 1 option.
Okay,
Nah,
I don't know about that. I don't know about
Paul
that.
Pierce was the number 1 option.
I don't know about that.
Scoring. Paul Pierce only led them in scoring. KG was
let me tell you what it says for Oscar right here.
Yeah, I was going to say, where Oscar at?
It says Oscar Robinson. It says, why isn't Oscar Robinson included as a sidekick?
Yeah.
Oscar Robinson played with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, 1970-71, Bucks winning an NBA title.
They won the chip. Yep.
While Kareem was a dominant force, Oscar was never truly a second option in the way defined a sidekick. They says he played more like a third option. It says by the time he played with Kareem, he was no longer the same triple-double machine from his Cincinnati Royal days. While he played a critical role in leadership and playmaking, his impact was more of a veteran mentor than actually a sidekick, or such as a superstar sidekick like Pippen, Wade, Kobe, or Penny Hardaway. So they're basically saying that there's just a misconception that he was a number 2 on that team. I think y'all hear the name Oscar. They're saying he was a number 3 option on that team, and his role on that team was just to be a
Look it up. What year is that? 71?
Oh wait, if that's the case, who's the number 1 on that Milwaukee Bucks team then?
So it says, well, the Bucks team, it says Kareem was the number 1. I want to know who they think the number 2 is.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
saying.
trying to find out who
It says
the number
right
2
here.
is.
It says right here. It says, however, while Kareem was the dominant force, Oscar was never truly a second option. He was more like a third. And he was never truly second option in the way that's truly defined as a sidekick. Said he played a leadership role and he was on that team more as a veteran mentor than a sidekick. So by that logic, and that's something I didn't know, that actually makes sense.
Based on what they're saying, yeah, that makes sense. So did they think Bob Dandridge was the
And
second
it says
option?
right here, it says if we can conclude, it says we included Oscar Robinson. It says also they included the late career Chris Paul with the 2021 Suns, Gary Payton, also as sidekicks. Hold on. It says Oscar was more of a veteran leader than a number 2 option. Let me go to KD and Steph.
Right. So I'm trying to find out if KD is the sidekick, then we can make a case for him being above a couple of these guys.
KD was the sidekick when and go to state?
Yeah, I'm talking about
Okay.
in Golden State.
Yeah, that Oscar.
So it says this is a weird explanation right here.
Yeah, that
I don't
Oscar.
I don't 100% agree, but this is what it says for Steph. It says there was never a clear hierarchy where Curry deferred completely. It says while Curry's role adjusted to accommodate KD, he was still the Warriors' system and leader. Says key difference: Scottie Pippen, Kobe, 2001, 2002, Wade, 2010, 2011. It says all adjusted their games in a way that made them clear number 2 options. This is the verdict. Curry was not a sidekick. So they didn't include Curry because they just didn't feel he was a sidekick. I don't like that. I don't like that explanation.
It'd be KD then.
Oh, well, let me see what they say for KD. I don't like this explanation. It says KD never fit the spirit of a true sidekick. I don't understand what that means. So for whatever reason, they left KD off, Steph off, and Oscar off. I like Oscar's explanation, but I don't like the explanation they have for KD and Steph.
To be honest, I think it's KD. I think KD's the sidekick because he was added onto that Golden State team.
I don't care who you select as the sidekick. If either one of them make the cut, you got to put them in the top 16.
Mm-hmm.
So Steph makes the top 16 and KD makes the top 16, and they're gonna cause some hellified problems. They're gonna cause problems with a whole bunch of people if they get matched up with them. So I don't know why they excluded them too.
I think KD was better than Penny, Russ, AD.
I agree. Steph was better than all those guys too.
Mm-hmm. Same thing applies for both.
I agree.
Scottie's where you start to get tricky though.
Scottie gets tricky. Kobe gets tricky. I think, but here's the funny thing. Let's say LeBron gets matched up with Steph or KD in that first round. I think LeBron done.
Oh yeah, because we have a bigger sample size. That's crazy.
LeBron.
We have a bigger sample size.
Lamar, ain't no think. Ain't no think about it. That's not no.
I think LeBron is done. If he goes up against Steph Curry as a sidekick in that first round, Steph got him another win.
Clear.
So I can't finesse that one. You have to give it to Steph, and then you would even have to give it to KD.
So you admit that you'd be finessing.
Does winning an award make you a sidekick?
It would even get tricky if they listed Clay as the number 2 option. He got matched up against Clay in that first round. It would even get dicey with Clay.
Oh, because of the whole Game 6 stuff?
Not just one game, but just Clay as a number 2 option just overall. 73-9 as a number 2 option.
Yep.
That holds some weight. To me, that holds a lot of weight.
It does. But you said you had 0102 Kobe over 95-96 Scottie.
Yep.
Right.
They're basically saying that. Let me scroll down for you. They're saying that 95-96 was Scottie's best. Basically, that's his GOAT season as a sidekick. But they have a range for Scottie, and Scottie's range as a sidekick is from 91 to 98.
Yeah, I figured from the first chip to the last dance.
Basically, the last chip. Yeah. Like a
So
lot of the guys.
2003, so 2002, 2003, Kobe isn't better than what they got for him right there. What you got for him? 2000 what? 2000.
0102.
For the number you see
Oh,
here,
you're on 102.
Yeah.
that's his GOAT. That's just his GOAT sidekick season. But the range
What's
for Kobe,
Kobe's GOAT?
Oh, so in 2002, 2003, where was he?
well, his range is from 2000 to 2003. His GOAT season is 2001, 2002 as a sidekick.
Okay. All right, Lamont, I had enough.
What?
I can't take no more of this glazing, man.
No,
Whoever
so
wrote
do
this
you
article.
disagree that Kobe was a sidekick? You don't.
No, because I'm just bringing up the hypocrite in this argument, or the hypocrite who wrote this article. He's just, this is just too much. Too many people left off. Too many reasons not to have people in it. And
They
then,
were
like
left
I said, most guys
Lamar,
are saying
there-
that
there's
they didn't
no
know
doubt.
that Paul
There's
Pierce
two players
was the
here.
number one option.
Hold on,
So that means
George
KG got to go in there somewhere. So I'm just saying this is crazy. You went found this somewhere. I don't know where you found it at, but you found it. You good at that.
George, man, look, man, George, the facts
This
are
is crazy.
look. You can't get mad at me because Kobe got dethroned as the GOAT.
Lamont, you thought about this. You wrote this up. You sat on it, and now you bringing it out. So I know how you do it, but it makes no sense. None of this makes no sense.
Hold on. Do you disagree
None
that
of it.
the GOAT sidekick? So is it Kobe or LeBron?
None of it. I just asked you a few questions, and you can't answer them.
I answered them
Like
all.
I said, they pick certain years to put certain people into certain categories. And you want to go and give LeBron, your king,
I didn't give
2
LeBron
months. 2 months
I
as
didn't give
being
it to
a number
LeBron.
2, which I don't think in his head he a number 2. We'll find that out later on in the playoffs.
So George, let me get your final answer before you go.
But
Is Kobe the GOAT sidekick over LeBron?
Kobe is a GOAT. There is no sidekick with Kobe.
Hold on, George. We're talking about sidekicks only.
God.
I can't do it.
So with Shaq, he wasn't a sidekick?
I can't do it.
With Shaq, he wasn't a sidekick?
I asked him in 2002 to 2003, why? I'm just saying, what was Kobe's role in that year?
No. All I'm saying is, if you feel Kobe was the GOAT sidekick, tell us why he's the GOAT sidekick over LeBron.
I'm just trying to put some stuff on what I see and what you put up there.
Okay, so
I'm going about your list, what you brought to your panel to put up there. I asked you in 2002 and 2003, is Kobe numbers better than 2001 to 2002?
Well, we got 36 and 6, or 37 and 6, excuse me.
So I'm asking a question. So I'm just trying to say how this blows this whole little thing you put up there out of the water.
George, I don't know I don't have his numbers embedded.
I know. I'm just telling you what they did.
I just said him, Lamont.
Okay, so George, if you feel Kobe was the GOAT sidekick over LeBron or
I don't
anybody
feel. I know. I'm not going to say that ever. You know that.
Why?
Because I'm not.
Hold on, but that's what we're talking about.
Okay. I understand what you're talking about, but I'm just putting holes in what you got up there that doesn't make sense. The certain people are listed 1 through 16, and like I said, if you go by what you got up there, where's Kevin Garnett? Where's all these other players that should go up there in certain years when they were considered sidekicks?
Hold on, George. Only has 16.
That's what the question I'm asking you.
Only has 16 spots. Everybody.
I know.
16.
Now, do you have 16 spots, or somebody else made these spots?
I'm just saying, if you look at this list, right? It's like the NCAA tournament. You have 64 players.
I'm using Stephen A. stuff on you. This is blasphemous.
Hold on. Everybody can't make the Sweet 16. So we whittled it down to 16 names. So Kobe made the cut in the top 16. Do you disagree?
I ain't going to let you do it.
What you talking about?
I have no comment. Like I said, I gotta go to work tomorrow. Peace, Lamont. I love you. Keep up, keep glazing, and we'll be cool.
Here come the G word.
Peace out, Lamont.
All right, George. See, man, George just can't do it, man. Because
He's a Kobe fan.
I don't know what he is, but see, what happens is the reason why I like this is because the only way a Kobe fan can come up here and defend Kobe, you have to concede to the fact that he was a sidekick. That's the only way you can even entertain this conversation. Like, if you are mad that LeBron or anybody beat out Kobe on this list, you have to first concede that he was a sidekick, and then you have to argue from the sidekick stance.
Something they can't do.
But you see, when George, he was resisting. He's like, I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm like, George, man, like, who do you disagree with? I can't do it. He could not.
Like that Scap Attack guy or whatever his name.
Like Scap wouldn't even, they won't even be able to entertain it. So the thing is, when I say that LeBron took Kobe's sidekick mantle, they just have to eat it and accept it. Because if they argue it, that means you are accepting the fact that he was a role player. And by default, that's what I want Kobe fans to come to the realization of. He was a sidekick.
So
For a short period of time, but he was a sidekick.
So Lamont, I got one more question about the 24-25 season for LeBron. What is it, the whole year that you consider LeBron the sidekick, even with AD, or is it just a sample size with Luka?
I'm gonna click on LeBron's name. I'm gonna tell you why it has LeBron winning it out.
Because I think what the other guy is saying is disingenuous to say like 40 or whatever game sample size can't be, compared to a whole year plus a long playoff run with Kobe in 02-03 season. But that's why I was trying to ask if it's with Luka or is it the whole season, even including Anthony Davis?
Okay, let's see what it says. I just clicked on LeBron. I'm trying to scroll down to it. Oh, here. Oh, that's what I messed up.
Let me see when did Luka get traded there. What day?
Okay, so here it is right here for LeBron.
Okay.
Actually, so it says the perfect sidekick formula. This is from the moment Luka arrived in Los Angeles, LeBron seamlessly adapted into the most overpowered secondary star in NBA history. Scoring efficiency skyrocketed, playmaking reached GOAT levels, career best assist to turnover ratio, defense and IQ, helping anchor the Lakers to a top defense. This is LeBron's basketball IQ, physical dominance, and adaptability allowed him to complement Luka Dončic's elite offensive game without losing his own identity. He didn't just accept being a sidekick, he revolutionized what a secondary star could be. It says how LeBron separated himself from the competition. It says LeBron versus Kobe. Kobe was Shaq's co-star, but was still establishing himself. LeBron, on the other hand, is a fully evolved version of an elite sidekick, scoring, passing, rebounding, and defending at an elite level. It said LeBron elevates the entire Lakers team more than Kobe did in 02. When it talks about LeBron versus Pippen, it says Pippen was the ultimate number 2, but never had to be a dominant scorer. It says LeBron can still take over games at will while also facilitating for Luka. Luka doesn't need a sidekick. in some sense, he needed a co-general. LeBron is that advantage. LeBron over Pippen, and it talks about LeBron over Wade as well. But basically, it summarizes it saying this potentially can be LeBron's most efficient season of his career. LeBron's leadership elevates the entire roster. No sidekick in NBA history has been able to completely transform the game at this level, at this age, while still maintaining this dominance. LeBron James did not slow down. He evolved as a sidekick. That's how they said it.
Okay, so I got right here. I found a sample size, which was, I believe, a 12 game.
And this didn't mention not a single number.
Okay.
So I don't think it's based on stats. It's just literally based on his impact.
Impact. Okay, I see. Well,
no, this is not ChatGPT. It's a website called NBA Math. Slim Bourbon Art. It's on NBA Math. So if you want to find this bracket, and if you want to find how they rank this, go to NBAmath.com.
So when we talk about impact, what are they referring to? Because we got Kobe, who was an all-league defender.
Well, it says right here, it says Kobe was Shaq's number 2 option, but was still establishing himself as a dominant number 2.
Okay.
It says LeBron, on the other hand, is already a fully evolved version of an elite sidekick, scoring, passing, rebounding, and defending at an elite level still. It says LeBron, as a number 2 option, still elevates the entire Lakers team and much more than Kobe did for the 2002 Los Angeles Lakers team. And I can agree with that, because when you look at Kobe's ability in 2002 to make others around him better, he couldn't make others around him better. I mean, remember, it got so bad that Shaq and other teammates had to come up with a hand signal to identify when to not give Kobe the ball. And so when you think about it, and it still talks about Kobe evolving into his prime and evolving into who he actually is, I think that's where they say the separator is with Bron and Kobe as secondary options.
And another good argument to agree with that is even off the court, leadership, the locker room intangibles, all of that stuff goes into it too. Because how many number 2 options we know that can just lead a whole team in terms of vocal and even on the court as well. So being the defensive anchor, because you can argue that LeBron is the Lakers defensive anchor right now with the absence or the trade after the trade of Anthony Davis. So you got all that plus the leadership and plus the production and his floor raising offensively. So all of that is what I can agree with. And I can see that being a good argument. I can see why they mentioned the impact, or LeBron having a better impact on the Lakers than what Kobe did in 02 and 03. So
it also says down here, it says LeBron's ability, like you said, this is the crazy that you said that. It says LeBron's ability to play any role, control the game without being ball dominant, and lead the Lakers to a championship run behind Luka Dončić potentially solidifies him as the greatest sidekick in NBA history. It says for the first time, he's not the Batman, but he's the greatest Robin the game has ever seen. He said the debate is over. LeBron James is the GOAT of sidekicks. And that's how they summarized it.
Yep. Can't get no fairer than that.
I mean, sorry, man. Kobe lost. Like I said, Kobe was the GOAT sidekick. Kobe lost that, man. He's not the GOAT sidekick no more, man. It's in the garbage can, man.
I mean, when you look at it from a numbers standpoint, I get why you would say that Kobe's because he's like, how many number 2s is averaging 30? So,
but I think Kobe got his 30
because of Shaq
at the expense. No, he got the 30 at the expense of his teammates. Like Kobe was going to get his 30, whether it was positive towards winning or negative towards winning. And I think that's the difference between him as an elite sidekick with LeBron. Because now when we see LeBron with Luka, whenever LeBron touches 30, we know that 30 is necessary to win
It's
the game.
necessary. Yeah.
While Kobe's 30, I don't know if we can, especially when you got a prime Shaq on the floor. I don't know if we can say, if we can honestly say that when Kobe touched 30, his was necessary. I mean, with the bad shots he took, with his inability to pass to open teammates, with his own teammates making hand signals to say, "Look, stop giving them the ball." I mean, there's something going on there where you are not being an elite second option if you are taking shots to that level. Like, you just really trying to prove to. I think Kobe spent more time trying to prove to the world he was better than Shaq, as opposed to playing winning basketball. And I think the only coach that could actually make it look good was Phil Jackson. And when Phil Jackson wasn't there, that's why shit hit the fan and it looked like garbage, because there was only one coach that knew how to reel it in.
Yep, that's a fact. And I feel like being a number two option, and it is more vital to be more of a team type of player, because you know you're not going to get as much shots or as much usage as the number one option as well. And I feel like LeBron is better at that than Kobe.
I always tell people, I said it's harder to be it's harder in some cases to be the number two option than the number one.
Yeah.
And a lot of people don't understand that. But especially when you a number two option that we know can be a number one. All right.
Hustle, I said arguably. You know why I said arguably? Is because that LeBron is the one that's going to do the signal. He's going to do the signaling and the communication. It's times where I see Jackson Hayes out there, he don't be saying shit. Plus, LeBron clears him in IQ, even defensively.
Imran said this is stupid. Why do y'all have all these comments, man? All I ask is that, look, man, if you feel it's dumb, I keep dropping the link in the chat. Look, just come up here and tell us why it's dumb. I mean, I'm giving you all the opportunity in the world to come up here and explain to us why Kobe is the greatest sidekick of all time. If you don't, if LeBron is not now the greatest sidekick of all time, then come up here. Imran, just come up here and tell us, Imran.
If you want to use accolades, that's fine. Like I said, from a number standpoint, and you know,
it's just Kobe three-peat. Kobe
three-peat.
Now Kobe three-peated. Well, the Lakers three-peated the last time I checked.
Yeah.
Did John Havlicek make the list? Yes, John Havlicek and Sam Jones both made the list of 64. They didn't make the final 16, though.
I don't see Havlicek beating. Well, if you want to say that he beats Ginobili, I guess so.
That'd be tough too, man. But
yeah, I don't see him. Obviously, he's not beating none of them other guys.
It looks like this list does favor players after 1990, if I'm being honest, because it's definitely not giving much love to players from the 60s.
Oh, no, they ain't gonna do that. It's pretty much after 79 because of Magic.
Yeah.
Magic, well, 71, Wilt Chamberlain. Excuse me. 71.
Yeah, it has Wilt Chamberlain on there. But I think Wilt Chamberlain, again, is just the anomaly because he was so good. But we got 8 Pete's. Muslim Maze at 8. Who 8-peated? Oh, yeah. Never mind. You talking about Bill? You talking about Havlicek? Which one of those 8-peated? Was it Havlicek or was it Sam Jones? I know they both won a whole bunch with Bill, but I don't know if they 8-peated. I can't remember how long they were with them. All right, hold on. Let me talk to the people. I see y'all over on Twitch, man. Appreciate y'all pulling up to Twitch, checking us out, man. Andre76 says Sam Jones. Everybody on Newsbreak, I see y'all. Look, y'all on Newsbreak. Y'all was the ones that asked me to do this, so salute to y'all. FYF Sports Clips, man. I see y'all over on FYF Sports Clips. Also, man, look, I don't even have it. Do I have the link? Y'all can go sign up and become members of the channel over on FYF Sports Clips. I don't even have the link ready over here. I'm going to have to drop it for y'all next time, man. Oh, here it is right here. Yeah, make sure y'all pull up to my other channel, FYF Sports Clips, man. I'm about to start dropping a lot of content over there. Yeah, I might just move all my lives over there.
Jermaine Berry said Bill Russell 8P'd it. Hold on, y'all. No, I see you there. Nope. No, that's a fake account. Come on, y'all. Don't somebody in the backstage with a fake Ticket TV account. Come on, y'all. Stop it.
And I wish it was a real one.
Nah, Ticket on his own. Ticket doing his TMZ thing now, but he killing the P. Diddy and the Jay-Z stuff. I don't know the last time he started talking basketball, so I think Ticket going in a whole nother direction, man, trying to hit that entertainment wave.
We're gonna wait till LeBron and the Lakers lose in the first round or something. Then that's when you'll see him making a lot of basketball.
He says, Lamont, you underrate Dr. J GOAT season as a sidekick. He made first team All NBA. He might have, but again, when I look at what Penny Hardaway did, I said one of the reasons why I said I got Penny Hardaway upsetting Dr. J in that first round is because Penny Hardaway as a sidekick did what nobody in the 90s could do. He eliminated a prime Michael Jordan from the playoffs in dominating fashion. And so, I mean, if you can tell me that Dr. J and Moses Malone did something that spectacular, let me know. But Penny Hardaway did something we had never seen. Muslim May said, I need to be a mod. What you mean? A mod for what? Hold on.
So I want to see what the 76ers did. What season is that? 82, 83?
82, 83, yeah. That's what it is.
65. Oh, shit. I see why he's saying you underrated because that nigga, they swept Magic and them in the finals.
Yeah. I still don't think it outdoes what Penny did. I mean, that's a tall task, man.
Yeah. That was what, 94? What, 95? Oh, you already know what people are going to say about that one, though. They're going to say that.
No, I got you, Muslim, mate.
They're going to say Jordan only played like 15 games and he wasn't in there. He wasn't in basketball shape and all that stuff. They're going to say that. So that's why the whole Penny beat Jordan logic wouldn't be. They'll say, no, that's bullshit because Jordan just fresh out of baseball.
Jordan, but see, the thing is, they can't use the Jordan was fresh out of baseball thing because, and even in them 17 games that he came back, they still voted for him to be first team All NBA. They still put him in top 10 in MVP voting. Like, so whatever he was doing in them 17 games, everybody still felt like he was still Jordan. So why would I run with a narrative that he wasn't ready? They voted, they gave him consideration in all the top awards like he was a prime Jordan. He played, he had performances like a top tier prime Jordan. Why can't I judge him like a prime Jordan when he get eliminated? Like, you can't tell me he was tired, he wasn't ready. He walked in the Garden, dropped 55. He was averaging almost 30 a game versus Orlando when they got eliminated. It's not my fault he had them 2 turnovers at the end of the game and choked away the game, trying to pass the ball to Scottie Pippen for him to win the game. Not my fault. Nick Anderson ran behind him and poked the ball away. You saying playing baseball made him lose his feel for the game, his awareness? That's like a YMCA steal. The run behind poke. When you run behind somebody and poke the ball, that's the oldest trick in the book.
LA Fitness.
Yeah, that's a LA Fitness steal. You know, you telling me he was that rusty he fell for the LA Fitness gimmick? I mean, usually against good players, something like that to get you burned playing from behind. He just choked. Like, he just choked. And not only did he get the ball poked away from behind, he come back on the next play where he had a chance to redeem it. He come back on the next play and just throw the ball out of bounds. Like, he had a chance to win even after he made 2 back-to-back bonehead plays. Y'all always talk about people choking and making one bad play. LeBron airballing that 3. Ray Allen had to save him. Y'all, when y'all gonna talk about Jordan? 2 turnovers back-to-back. And then you want to tell me, oh, he was rusty from baseball. He was not rusty. Scott Williams already exposed it. He was practicing with the team all year. They had just told the players, don't tell nobody. His stuff was already back in the Bulls stadium. His locker room was already with his stuff in it.
That's cooked.
I wouldn't even say that steal the steal that Jordan got on Karl Malone was like a YMCA steal, because the YMCA steals is when you bringing the ball up court and somebody hawk behind you, and then they just do the wraparound steal where they poke the ball from behind you, and you know, it wasn't like that.
Who was that Jordan was guarding in the corner that he left? Was it Hornacek?
Yeah, he was on Hornacek.
Wide. If Malone turned his head, that was a wide open layup.
Well,
cut to the basketball.
But that's also the hardest pass to make too.
Yeah, it is.
Because Malone was already on the baseline, like them baseline to base. Like if he was turned the other way and could have did a baseline pass, maybe. But he was turned like he was about to make a post move. So Jordan would have had to play on the pass anyway.
Yeah. Only a Jokic or LeBron or a Luka, somebody like that would make that pass.
Muslim May said, or tragic. He says they knew he was coming back. He was practicing. Yeah, they knew he was coming back. Scott Williams came on this show. He says we all knew. He said they told us not to say nothing. That's why Pippen was able to hold his shoe up saying, come back. That was basically him telling the world, we know Jordan coming back. That's all it was.
No, they said that Scottie was begging for Jordan to come back.
That's what they say. Yeah, Jordan.
After he just won like 55 games and almost.
Yeah, and you know, a lot of people say that the Bulls that year was on the verge of missing the playoffs. That's a lie too. Right before Jordan came back, they making it seem like Jordan saved them and made sure they made the playoffs. I saw a report that said when Jordan came back, them last 17 games, he said the Bulls could have still went 0-17 and still made the playoffs. So this narrative that they wouldn't have made the playoffs and Jordan saved them from missing the playoffs, that's a lie too. They said the Bulls was just on like a 14-1 run of games, and they could have lost the last 17 games and still been a 7 seed. So that's a lie too. So like the lies they push, man, for Jordan, man, is wild, man. Hold on. What we got going on here? You know what the last thing I'm gonna do, Olo, and you can do one with me, is let me take this down. The last thing I gotta do before we get out of here, man. And I'm telling y'all right now. See, a lot of people don't know this, Olo. Check this out. Last year, and I put it on my community tab. And I don't know if you know a YouTuber by the name of Fontaine 5.
No.
He does sports betting. He used to have a show over here.
Okay.
But so last year for the NCAA tournament, right? I did a parlay for the first 2 days. Basically the whole first round. I had 20 games on my parlay, right? 10 the first day, 10 the second day. Every game that I picked for the first day was right. I put $5 up. It was a 20-leg parlay, $5. If I hit, I win $12,000.
Okay.
So what the sports books do to get slick, I hit on all my picks for the first day. So what it does is it offers you an early payout. It basically says, look, man, you got all these games left. Just take this little 500, man, and just going about your day, man. Because if you lose, you're going. So they like when the sports book sense that you might have a nasty parlay that can rock them, they're gonna offer you an early payout. And I fell for the bait, man. I saw because I've been taking so many L's on these parlays, bad beats. When you put $5 up and you can just click a button and that $5 turn into 500.
Yeah.
Let me click that. And so they baited me. I clicked it, man. And bro, the next day, I would have loved to see a team lose so I could feel justified. Bro, my shit was perfect the next day, bro. If I just fall asleep, if I just do something, if my phone died, if something just stopped me from looking at my phone, I would have been 12,000 richer, man.
Bro, I had a
I fell
homeboy.
for the bait.
I had a homeboy. Well, he my classmate. He said that he almost won like 100,000 on what was the Prize Picks, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
He almost won 100,000.
Yeah, I came close and the reason why I brought up Fontaine, because he was like he has the DFS channel. He does the betting and stuff. So I call him up before I hit the early payout button. I'm like, I call him up. I'm like, bro, should I take the early cash out? His advice was, yeah. He said, take the early cash out, right?
Right.
And he said, take 100 and put 100 on the remaining games. And so I was like, oh, that's a good idea. Because even if I put 100 on the remaining games, I'm still up 400. And if they hit, that 100 can really flip into something else. And so I knew something was up when the games that I had picked for that 100, it was only saying basically if they all right, I'll win like 1,200. And so I'm like 1,200. That ain't close to the 12,000, but so I think I still got a little bit back because I put that 100 on those other ones. But boy, I hate thinking about that, man. 12 bands, man. Could have been up. So I'm about to do. Let me do this. I want you to help me, man. You know anything about these teams? And I saw Khalil in the chat. Khalil said we got St. Mary's in this hotel out in Ohio. Hold on, what did Khalil say in the chat? Oh, okay. Y'all got St. Mary's, man. I don't know, man. Hey, St. Mary's is one of my favorite teams to actually watch. They play some good basketball.
Yeah, I like St. Mary's.
They got a point guard there from Arizona that I like, Jordan Ross. He's solid, man. They got some good players, but they're going up against a Vanderbilt team, and that St. Mary's team, they gotta go out there and beat a high major school, and I don't know, man. That's gonna be a tough matchup. We about to go through these brackets. I'm about to do my bracket live with y'all, man. Help me out with this one, though. Hold on, let me share my screen. All right, let's do this, man. We got to come up with 100. We got to come up with $100,000, $1 million bracket, man. All right, who you got? Obviously, do you got any 1 seeds losing?
Let me see.
Auburn ain't losing. Duke ain't losing.
No, nope. Even though Cooper got hurt, but
yeah, even with Cooper hurt, they ain't losing.
Yeah, they ain't losing.
So this is tricky right here. Louisville, Creighton.
I want to go Creighton so bad
because I watched Creighton beat the life out of UConn.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Like
because that tells me Creighton can beat anybody in the country.
Right.
But Louisville been good all year, and Louisville as an 8 seed.
That's too.
That's disrespect. Louisville should be like a 5 or 6 seed. They disrespected the hell out of Louisville. Mari got Louisville. We got Rick One News. He says Michael Jordan is easily the undisputed GOAT of basketball in history, and nobody's a close second. Not Kareem. Kareem should be ahead of Jordan. Not Kobe. Kobe's not in top 10. Not Magic. Magic almost fell out of the top 10. Not LeBron. Well, LeBron has the best case. Not Shaq. I get that. Bird's almost out the top 10. Russell does have a case if you argue championships. Not anybody. I mean, just because you say not anybody's in the conversation, Rick, it's still not a basketball explanation as to that justifies your comment. Like, that's why I want y'all to pull up, because when y'all say these blanket statements, it's a statement. It's like you just saying, basically your argument is that Jordan is the undisputed GOAT and nobody's close. That's not an argument. That's just your synopsis. Why do you think nobody's close? Kareem has to be close. Kareem has the same amount of championships. He has more MVPs. He has more All-NBA first teams. He has more All-NBA defensive teams. I mean, really, the only thing that Jordan has over Kareem is more finals MVPs. That's literally the only thing. Kareem has more points, more rebounds. He has everything more. No matter how you look at it, from accolades to championships, he has more finals appearances. He has 10 finals appearances to Jordan's 6. He has more everything. So it's funny how y'all say these guys don't have a case. It's because no matter how you argue it for Kareem, Kareem is right there with Jordan, if not higher, in almost everything. Well, it's just odd, man.
Is it based on winning percentage? As far as like the championships, going to the finals and not losing?
Hold on, what'd you say?
Is it based on like winning percentage, like going to the finals and not losing? 6-0 versus 6 and what? 6. What is Kareem? 6-2, 6-3?
I don't. But see, the finals percentage doesn't make sense. I think if in your career, if you can say you went to the finals 10 times, that's a lot. That's a lot of winning.
Yeah, but it's just everybody got a different criteria. Like some people will say, "Oh, that's participation trophy. Just getting there ain't enough. Did you win?" So that's why I'm asking this.
But then what I would ask you then is, if getting to the finals is a participation trophy, then what do you call losing in the first round? Because I'll be fine if you want to say that losing in the championship is bad. Then how do you penalize players that lose in the first round and get swept and get beat up on in the first round? Because that got to be worse. That got to be worse than losing in the finals.
It is.
So if you're gonna grade where somebody lost, or if you're gonna call that a participation trophy, then I want you to grade getting beat up on in the first round.
That's something that they can't answer other than making the excuse that the team was just way better, which I like to say that sometimes too.
They hate Eli says, Lamont, what type of PC you got? I just got a laptop right now. You don't need a humongous PC to do all this stuff, man. You don't need all that. You just need what I would say is a clean PC. A clean laptop. A laptop that preferably has like 32 to 64 bits of RAM, and just only use it for YouTube. Don't use it for nothing else. So you don't clog up the memory with a whole bunch of other apps. But let's get back to this, man, before we mess up our bracket, man. So who you feeling, man? Louisville versus Creighton, man. The favorite in this game is Louisville. Louisville's the favorites.
Yeah, and then you got to look at.
I like Creighton. For some reason, I like Creighton.
Yeah.
I just can't get out my mind how they beat the life out of UConn.
Yeah, that was.
Bro, you know how hard that is to do?
I did not see that happening.
Bro, so yeah, are you cool with Creighton? I'm gonna rock with Creighton on this one.
Man, that might be the toughest one on here. Yeah, I might just.
That's what I said, and because Louisville's good, like they coach Pat Kelsey ain't just gonna fold and just let Creighton walk in and win.
I want to go with Louisville. Something tells me to go with Louisville because yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna pick the other 8-9 game then on the other side. Then, so you pick Louisville. I'm gonna pick the other 8-9 game.
Yeah.
So we got Mississippi State, Baylor. Baylor is 19-14. They having a down year. Mississippi State been really good this year. They've been playing. They beat some good teams. I trust Mississippi State in this one. I trust them more than Baylor. Baylor is just down on talent. As a 9 seed, 19-14, man, it just tells me you got a lot of flaws on your roster. I'm gonna rock with Mississippi State on that one.
I like that pick.
All right, so
you don't even have to ask that question. You ain't got to ask this one, right? I already know where you're going.
Michigan, UC, San Diego.
You ain't even got to ask that one. You already know what I'm doing.
I don't know what you're doing.
You know I'm a Wolverine fan,
bro. You know this upset alert game, right? Bro, I'm gonna tell you one thing. I'm gonna tell you this. This happened before the bracket was even created, right? I watched UC San Diego in their conference championship game. Yeah. And the first thing I said was they might be able to fuck somebody up in the tournament. And I'm telling you, I'm gonna tell you why they're gonna be annoying. They team full of a whole bunch of 6'7", 6'8", 6'9" white dudes that can all make threes and they pass the ball. And they play discipline. They 30-4. They don't lose very much.
Can they beat the boards though?
Bro, I'm gonna rock with your pick, Michigan. But I'm just telling everybody right now. Because when I did my parlay, I picked UC San Diego with the spread. I took the points in UC San Diego. Now, I'm not going to be surprised if Michigan win, but Michigan is on upset alert, man, for real. They cannot sleep. They did not have an easy one. That's a nasty first-round matchup. The good thing for Michigan is that they got underseeded because Michigan should truly be a 4 seed.
Right.
If we're being honest. They should not be a 5. So they are overpowered 5 seed. They should win this game, but UC San Diego, I just feel like I'm almost positive. Like if UC San Diego would have had to play Purdue, because Purdue at a 4 is sad. Michigan should have been the 4 over Purdue. Purdue is got to be one of the sorriest 4 seeds out there. So we'll rock with Michigan. We got Oregon Liberty on the other side. I don't know nothing about Liberty, so I'm just gonna rock with Oregon, man. I'm not even going front.
Yeah, I would go with that pick.
I'm just gonna go with the higher seed there. Okay,
last year, but
you got another upset alert game: Texas A&M and Yale.
I told somebody I had Yale. I remember. I told somebody I had Yale.
So the difference here is Texas A&M, like Purdue, they're one of the worst 4 seeds. They should probably be a 5 seed,
right?
And Yale is the strongest 13 seed. They should probably be a 12. So who you going with, man?
I'm going with Yale on that one.
All right, we got an upset pick right there. Okay, I got Arizona versus Akron. Arizona is good. Akron just is unfortunate because I think Akron could have beat anybody except Arizona. I'm gonna rock with Arizona on that one.
Good pick.
Akron's good though. Oh, you got Ole Miss, North Carolina.
I'm gonna go with North Carolina.
Hold on. So North Carolina won today?
Yeah, they beat the shit out of somebody. I can't remember who they beat.
Yeah, I knew there were some playing games, but I mean, you had to be a fool to go against them because they was playing some straight scrubs.
San Diego State.
Oh yeah, that was okay, good. North Carolina won, so because I had that on one of my parlays, so that starts me off on a good foot.
27-point blowout.
Okay, cool. Yeah, North Carolina and okay, so we got North Carolina right there. All right, let's go. Hold on. Okay, my bad. Ole Miss, North Carolina. Who you got winning?
North Carolina.
Okay, so yeah, I like that too. I think North Carolina, they barely snuck in, but I think they're gonna do some damage.
Yeah.
Other side, BYU versus VCU. A lot of people are saying this is an upset. BYU, boy, them boys can hoop, man. I watched them go into Iowa State and beat the life, man. They've been smacking people that I never thought they would smack.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Who said it was an upset?
Bro, everybody been saying this might be the first upset. Everybody saying VCU is gonna beat BYU, and I'm saying BYU. I watched them walk into Arizona and beat Arizona. They worked at Iowa State, beat Iowa State. Yes, bro. So yeah,
they beat more people too.
And they've been and all the good teams they've been beating them on the road.
Yes.
They've been going home and doing it with no crowd. They've been going on the road beating people. All right, so I got BYU winning there. You got Lipscomb and Iowa State. Who you got?
I'm gonna go with Iowa State.
I do. Yeah, I'm gonna rock with them too. Wisconsin, Montana, and this is a weird one. Wisconsin is very weird, man. They're one of those teams that whenever you think they're gonna win, they don't. Bro, I don't. It just don't. I don't know why, and I don't know nothing about Montana other than they got a good record.
Montana, yeah, I don't know much about Montana.
I'm not gonna overthink it. I'm gonna put Wisconsin winning it, but man, oh man, Wisconsin is known for screwing up people's brackets, man. All right, let's go down here.
Wait, if you feel like Wisconsin known for that, though, we talking about
what a problem is. The only problem is Montana is the worst ranked number 14 seed. So out of all the 14 seeds, Montana is the worst. And so that's what hurts Montana is that. All right, man. Marquette, New Mexico.
I want to go New Mexico for some reason.
Man, don't do it, man. Come on, man.
Marquette. I'm gonna go Marquette.
You gotta go Marquette, man. They've been playing good, man. Plus, I like their coach, man. So that's just me being biased. I like their coach. Oh man, upset alert, man. This is my first upset alert game, man. I love St. Mary's, man. I got Vandy for the upset.
You got
Vandy for the upset. Yes. I got Vandy on the upset, man. I just don't trust St. Mary's this year.
They've been getting so much hype, though.
I watched GCU beat the life out of them in the first round last year. They practically came back with the same exact team. And their first round opponent is far stronger than GCU. No. I'm gonna go with Vandy, the underdog here. All right, you got Michigan and Bryant. Michigan State, Bryant.
That's easy. Michigan State.
Yeah, they on a tear. Jace Richardson is hooping.
Alabama,
Robert Morris. Okay, I'm going with Alabama over Robert Morris. All right, let's go down here. All right.
Be in the crib.
Damn. So Colorado State beat Texas. No, they were already in. Oh, Texas and Xavier don't play. They haven't played yet.
Yeah, that's tomorrow at 9:00. Well, Eastern time, 9:00.
Is it? I thought they played today. Hold on, let me see who playing, man.
Yep, that's definitely tomorrow.
Is it? Okay. That's gonna be a game I gotta watch, man, because I got Texas with the upset because they got Xavier's big favorites in that game. All right. You got Florida State, Norfolk. I'm assuming you got Florida, Norfolk State.
Yeah, Florida, yeah.
All right.
Houston just blew out. Who did they blow out?
Houston's good, bro. Houston's good. Kelvin Sampson finally went to a school that will allow him to do a whole bunch of shady stuff under the table.
Yeah, they beat the shit out of BYU.
Mm-hmm. But Houston's good. Houston's some dogs. And that defense they got, I'll be stealing from their defense. Bro, they got so many videos on YouTube, bro. I'll be trying to emulate their defense.
On Instagram to be posting it.
Boy, they be terrorizing teams with that no middle defense. I'll be trying to replicate it with my team. So it's hard. All right, you got UConn, Oklahoma, man.
Oh shit. Let's go UConn.
Yeah, I got UConn too. Oklahoma having a down year. They've been getting smoked by everybody. I got Gonzaga on upset alert, man.
Really?
I got Gonzaga on upset alert, man. I watched Georgia play a few times this year. Georgia's good.
Gonzaga's great to me.
But Gonzaga got a lot of 5 stars. I'm gonna go with the 5 stars. I'm gonna go with, even though if I was doing a parlay, I would take Georgia on the 7-point spread. But since I got to go money line and just basically pick a winner, I'm gonna rock with Gonzaga because they just got the 5-star talent that can win a game like that. All right, you got Memphis, Colorado State.
Who that?
So this Memphis Colorado State game is weird because Memphis is huge underdogs on the sports books. Who you got winning this?
Boy, I want to go Memphis. Fucking, I'm gonna go Colorado State.
Oh man, that's ugly right there. 5-12. I mean, that's the place where upsets happen, but
that's why I'm just go with Colorado.
I just don't see Penny. I don't see Penny losing in the first round again, but we'll rock with it. That was your first.
I saw what they did to Utah State.
Okay. Utah State's good too.
Yeah.
All right, Clemson. So McNeese. The only reason why I'm picking them on this upset is because the hype they got around their team right now. With the manager and with the walkouts with the music.
Yeah.
So I feel like the NCAA is gonna have a play-in for Clemson to get them up out of here, just so they can keep that trend going. Because they viral right now, so it's gonna be good for business to keep McNeese in the tournament. Josh says, Josh Breezy says, watch North Carolina make it to the Sweet 16, man. I won't be surprised because I'm gonna tell you right now, Hubert Davis, his job is on the hot seat if he don't make a run. I don't see him surviving. If he losing the first round, he ain't surviving. He's done. He's been one of the worst North Carolina coaches I've seen. All right, man. Who you got? Maryland, Grand Canyon.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, Lamont. Don't shoot me now. Don't shoot me. We barely beat them, so you know I'm gonna go.
That's dirty, man. That is dirty, man. Man, who you got, man?
I was gonna pick GCU for you.
No,
but we barely beat them. We barely beat Maryland, so I got to go with Maryland.
Oh, damn. Okay. All right. I'm gonna tell you what.
If we didn't play,
fearful.
You know,
I'm fearful of Maryland myself because of y'all big man. And we struggle with 5-star bigs. And y'all got an elite. Y'all probably got one of the smartest bigs in the country, or at least Maryland does. So I don't mind that.
We got two good bigs. We got Golden and Wolf.
But the one thing with GCU, and this is what to me has helped me out when I make my picks. GCU got a lot of centers. And also, when you got NBA talent in your backcourt, right? So the two guards for GCU in that backcourt are easily both going to be second-round picks.
Right.
And Foster Grant can potentially be a low first-round pick.
I agree.
And he's one of the reasons why they dominated St. Mary's in the first round last year. So that's why I say, man, if you're doing your bracket, man, GCU is they're not getting disrespected. They probably, to me, should have been a 12 seed, but they have they're one of the best 13 seeds in this tournament. So they got Purdue and High Point. I'm gonna rock with Purdue. Everybody's trying to tell me that. I'm watching all these people online talk about High Point is gonna upset Purdue. There's no way in hell a school called High Point is gonna beat Purdue, man. Ain't no way in hell, man. I don't care what you say about High Point, man. They talking about they basically saying some dude was talking about High Point got the best 2-point field goal percentage in the country.
Yeah.
And I'm like, bro, if Matt Painter don't figure High Point out, man, he need to get fired, man. Come on, man. Don't do that. All right, this was a hard one to me. Missouri Drake, who you got?
Give me fuck. I might go Drake with this one.
Drake with the upset. Oh, yeah, I don't like Missouri either, man. I was looking at that on my parlay.
At all.
So this next one for me is tricky, right? Because it's going to be Illinois versus either Texas or Xavier. I think Illinois beats Xavier, but I don't think they beat Texas. And I have Texas beating Xavier tomorrow, even as huge underdogs. So I'm going to go with Texas beating Illinois because I think Texas is going to win out, and I think they're going to beat Illinois in the first round. That's what I got. Rick Barnes, one of the best coaches in the country. I like that Texas roster. Trey Johnson, man, he a sniper. I like the way they play. All right, you got Texas Tech, UNC.
Oh, I don't even know why I had to take a break with that one. I'm gonna go with Texas Tech, man.
Yeah, that's an easy one. UNC's down here. So Troy, Kentucky. I think karma about to catch up with Kentucky. You fire Calipari because he lost in the first round and it wasn't his fault. And now you get matched up with one of the strongest 14 seeds in the country. I got Troy on the upset.
Boy, I'm watching that game for sure. I'm watching that game.
Bro, I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, Troy on the upset, man. Troy on the upset. All right, Kansas, Arkansas. This is a hard one right here. Good luck.
No, the hell it ain't. I'm going with
Who you got? Kansas. That's a good pick. I mean, I guess Kansas is on a down year, but Arkansas is not a slouch, man. They cut their best player and they got better. UCLA, Utah State. Man, I'm going with Utah State, man.
I was going to say.
I don't trust no UCLA. I don't trust them. All right, St. John's, Omaha.
Give me St. John's.
All right, and then Tennessee, Wofford. I'm going with Tennessee. All right, so let's go back up to the top. This is what we got. All right, we get into the meat and bones now. Auburn, Louisville.
God damn. I'm going to go Auburn. They tough.
Yeah, Auburn's tough. Duke, Mississippi State. I'm going to rock with Duke. That's a familiar opponent. They'll beat Mississippi State. All right, you got Michigan, Yale.
Lamont, come on.
All right, you got Michigan. Oh, nah, all right. No, they better be careful. Didn't Yale beat them last year? Or I don't remember. Maybe they did.
I don't remember.
All right, Oregon, Arizona. I got Arizona beating Oregon. Too strong. All right, North Carolina. You get all the good matchups. North Carolina, Iowa State.
I'm sticking with North Carolina.
Damn, for the upset, man. Hubert Davis trying to keep his job. I got BYU, Wisconsin. I'm going with BYU. All right, Michigan State, Marquette.
Easy, Michigan State.
And then I got Vandy and Alabama. I'm going with Alabama. I like Alabama.
Alabama been whipping ass.
Yeah, they nice. I like their team.
You
got Florida, UConn.
About 30.
Do the national champs go down?
No. I'm going with UConn.
Oh, for the upset, the first number 1 seed to drop. Houston, Gonzaga. Houston about to beat the life out of Gonzaga. You got Maryland, Colorado State.
Maryland, easy.
All right. And I got Purdue, McNeese. I got McNeese on the upset.
No, you a Purdue guy, man. How you gonna?
Because I'm gonna tell you why.
You think they gonna smoke that Purdue defense?
No, I'm gonna tell you. I'm telling you. I know the types of teams that give Painter problems. McNeese is that type of team. Like when you got a whole bunch of guards from the hood in your backcourt, that toughness their toughness is gonna get Purdue. I think Purdue falls, man, to a 12, man. I think Purdue falls, man. I'm almost positive. Like I don't trust Purdue being not this year. Not this year's Purdue. No Zach Edey. Their best player is a 6-foot guard. No. All right. Drake and Texas Tech. Who you got?
Drake and Texas Tech.
All right. And then I got Texas versus Troy. I'm gonna go with Texas.
I was gonna say, boy, if you go with Troy.
No. Troy's done after that. All right. You got Kansas, St. John's. Who you got?
Ooh. I'm gonna rock with Kansas again.
Kansas? Okay,
yeah, I like it.
And Tennessee, Utah, I got Tennessee. If it was any other team, I would give Utah State a chance. But Tennessee, they're going to get them. All right, so we're getting down to the meat and bones. Auburn, Michigan.
Michigan. Oh, shit. Oh, God damn.
Yeah, you didn't think this one through, man. Now you ran into a juggernaut.
Oh, man. I got to go with Michigan, man.
Oh, man. You just screwed this whole bracket up. Damn. All right. Duke, Arizona. I'm gonna go with Duke. Yeah, I'm going to go with Duke. All right. You got North Carolina, Michigan State.
Ooh, that's a tough one. Man, Michigan versus Michigan would be nice, though.
Does North Carolina run in?
The way Michigan State playing this year?
Yeah, I mean, the way they playing, you can't. They got cheated against Wisconsin. That's the only way Wisconsin beat them.
Exactly. So I'm gonna go with.
That's not a bad match. That's not. I would go with Michigan State too. I got Alabama over BYU. All right. Let's go down here. We got UConn, Maryland.
I'm gonna go UConn. I believe in them.
All right. And then Texas Tech. Oh, no, on me it's Houston, McNeese. I'm gonna go with Houston. And you got Texas Tech, Kansas.
Texas Tech and Kansas.
Hold on. Who you say your mic going in and out?
I said I don't know about that one. Oh man.
I think the answer is obvious.
You think Kansas is gonna get them out of there?
Yeah, it's just too familiar, man. Like when the teams are so familiar,
Yeah.
I just look at coaching, man.
Yeah, I like the way Kansas play under pressure too. So I think I'm gonna go with Kansas. Yeah.
It'd be an
This
upset.
Texas Tech been on the road this year though.
And then I got
Even though they lost to Arizona, but
Texas versus Tennessee. I'm gonna go with Tennessee. So now we down to Michigan State, Michigan. Who you got?
we just got our ass whooped by them last week. Blowout too.
It's hard to beat a team twice.
Yeah. And they beat us twice. That first game, that was some bullshit though. We just missing shots. And they was beating us on the boards late in the clutch. But I'm gonna go with Michigan.
Michigan, bro. You living and dying with Michigan, huh? Duke, Alabama. I'm going with Alabama over Duke.
Yeah, but I think Bama might blow them out.
Yeah, me too. UConn, Kansas. Two blue bloods.
Back to back.
Damn. Are you going UConn?
Back to back.
Damn. That'd be a three-peat.
Yeah.
All right, hold on. I got Houston, Tennessee. I'm going with Houston. All right, just what we got. You got Michigan, UConn.
You know what? I might end the bias here.
Early ain't losing in the Final Four, man. If he get that far, it's over with.
I might end the bias there and go with UConn.
All right,
I'm still gonna be wearing my Michigan merch, but
so UConn back in the national championship game, and I got Houston. I got them going against Houston. I'm gonna let you pick it, man. UConn, Houston.
I'm gonna go Houston though.
Houston to win it all, man. I think Houston will get overall points. I'm gonna go 166. All right, hold on. Did I miss something? Why is it not letting me submit it? Did we miss a pick?
That's what I'm trying to see.
I thought we got them all.
Yeah, we pretty much got them all.
Oh, here it is right here. I'm tripping. Oh, because the comments hiding it. See? Say submit.
Yeah,
right.
oh, yeah.
Yeah, say 63 picks and 63 picks made. All right. All right, there we go, man.
Sorry, Michigan. I had to end the bias.
All right, man. We locked in, man.
Houston gonna be lit. I know some people gonna disagree. They want that 3-peat. Houston gonna be lit.
That's gonna be a good one, man. I would like to see UConn go make another run, but they're losing so much in the transfer portals and stuff. They lost they lost 3 guys to the NBA.
Yep, Donovan
and Spencer and Castle.
Yep.
They lost 3 NBA players, so hopefully they can make a run. So it says right here. So yeah, there it is right there. I'm gonna screenshot it. I'm gonna put it on community tab. As we came up, we got Michigan, UConn, Alabama, Houston in the Final Four.
Okay, so Houston beat Arizona twice in the regular season.
Mm-hmm.
They beat Iowa State. They beat Texas Tech. They beat Kansas.
Yep.
And they blew out BYU by 20 points. So that's
Bro, they not no joke, man. Houston, that defense is not no joke, man.
Only thing I didn't like is the fact that they came close to Baylor. That was down to the wire, but other than that, they've been.
I think Baylor was able to come close because Baylor defends similar to them. Like they both defensive teams. I think Houston just has better offense.
They got better talent for sure.
So we'll see how it goes, man. But man, Olo, man, I'm about to go ahead and shut this one down, man. Well, people didn't want to entertain that Kobe conversation, man. They got up out of it. That was crazy.
Kobe fans in the chat.
They got up out of here, man. That's fine though. I didn't expect it. I kind of expected this. I told A Johnny that I was gonna be doing this show, and I was like, I want to see how many Kobe fans up here and just concede to the fact that Kobe's a second option, and nobody wanted to, I know a lot of people didn't like it, but they didn't want to face the fire on that one. So man, they just got up out of here on that one. So I rock with it. I'm not tripping.
Now, if we had a ticket in here, that because he's the one of the biggest Kobe glazers.
Yeah, but I think a lot of Ticket has already expressed his Kobe fandom. He talked about how when he saw Kobe for the first time when he was with the Lakers G League affiliate, and just like sometimes like him and Scap, people like that, y'all just super fans. Y'all just fanned out on Kobe. You know, like there's nobody with a brain that thinks Kobe was equal to Shaq from 2000 to 2002. Like, I don't care what you say about Shaq. For that 3-year stretch, he was the best player in the NBA.
It's just that when people say that, they're referring to those series where Kobe would lead the team in scoring, and it'll be playoff runs where Kobe.
But he didn't lead the team in scoring. Like, look, you got King KO. He says Kobe was the number one option after he wasn't the number one option. If he was the number one option, well, Phil Jackson in his own book said that after the 2002 season, Kobe came to him and said, "I'm tired of being the number 2 option." Like if Kobe was the number one option, then somebody should have filled Kobe in on it, because Kobe didn't feel like he was the number 2. I mean, if Kobe was the number one option, King KO, then why did he make a big fuss about Shaq being there? Why was he butting heads with Shaq so much? Because he felt like he was the number one option. That's all. And it's just like when you got Shaq on the court, like, why would I not give him the ball before you? I mean, he's shooting like 69, 70% from the field. He's the most dominant player in the league. Suave says, Lamont, talk about Stephen A. Smith, Kenyon, and McCants capping on Gil's Arena. I'm probably just going to do a show dedicated to that.
And we got to talk about BJ being better than Drew Holiday and some other guys. Yeah,
I want to talk about too. I see Loden started a whole beef with that.
Yeah,
Man. He got BJ into a whole beef with Teague and them.
He had just dropped the reaction video today or yesterday. One of them.
I'm gonna have to check it out, man. And then we got Skip Bayless. See, Skip Bayless think he's slick, man. Skip Bayless is smart because he see Gil and Gil's Arena and them doing all them numbers.
Mm-hmm.
And so he think it's sweet. I think right now he think going at Gil is sweet. And
he want to be relevant. Yeah.
Well, yeah. One, he's just trying to. Well, I think he's right now. I mean, you can't numbers wise. I mean, Gil's Arena is just kind of dominate. Yeah, he dominating that shit right now. So
not even just his show, like his streaming YouTube channel too, where he
No Chill Gil. Both of them is just going off the rails. So
playback.
And then he just signed a big deal with Playback too. So I think he's smart by just going at Gil because he's pretending as if everybody and their mama ain't came at him at some point in time. Like everybody and their mama has said something about you at some point in time, being biased. And he's now pretending, and then he's getting on the show saying, well, I hear everything and don't expect me to not say nothing back. Well, stop lying, man. But I think he thought that Gil would be easy fodder. But I think Gil gonna cook him, man. From what I hear, man, Gil got something in the docket brewing for Skip.
That's easy.
So
you think Skip would ever have the balls to go on
Gil's arena?
Yeah.
I think he would. I think he would.
Opinion up there, I don't think he would do it. So
well, you got to think about it. For Skip Bayless, he has to. I mean, because all Skip has right now is his YouTube online presence. So
podcast.
Yeah, so anything he can do to improve, whether it's to the good or to the bad, he has to collab with. Like he needs Gil's arena. Gil's arena don't need Skip. So that's why Skip is really diving into it. He needs Gil. And what better way to use your clout to poke at Gil and try to get him to
one on YouTube.
Yeah, because he went too far out of his way to call Gil out. Like he went way out of his way. It's like, bro, like everybody and their mama been calling you out. Don't act like this is new. So yeah, but I do like the fact that Gil addressed him, was like, look, I'm not about to do this on your terms. Yeah, I ain't about to go to your show and you control the platform and you can surprise. He can try to surprise him with all types of topics and questions he ain't ready to debate or discuss. We ain't about to do that. Skip should go on Jason Whitlock. I don't know how that would turn out. Jason Whitlock's a very weird character, man. I mean, he just has some of the weirdest takes. Talk about LeBron, bro. Stephen A is man. To me, and I mean, Stephen A is weak. Like Stephen A pretends as if he didn't call out all these athletes to pull up on him at the games. Stephen A is the one that went on national TV and said when he was in his back and forth with KD, he said, "I'm at the games." He said, "Y'all see me there." He made it seem like I'm available, I'm accessible. And then all of a sudden, when somebody pull up on him, he tried to play victim. Oh, that was weak. How is it weak when you said, I'm at the games? You could pull up on me. And then when somebody pull up on you, man, then you start copping all types of excuses. I just think he didn't expect the person that pulled up on him was going to be 6'9", 270 pounds. Because he went on a whole rant talking about you could pull up on me, we can cuss each other out. Well, you can't tell these players to pull up on you, and then when they pull up on you, you fold up like a lawn chair. That's all that was, man. I mean, really ain't much to talk about. And then what he did was, then he just capitalized off of it playing victim. Is it Stephen A. Smith and Kenyon implied that if the environment was different, they would have put hands on Bryant? No, it wouldn't have. I want y'all to really think about this. Okay, I get Kenyon maybe, but I don't see any scenario in life where Stephen A. would invite a physical confrontation with LeBron James. Like, even if you fit and in shape, you wouldn't want to get into a physical altercation with LeBron James. Stephen A. is what, 50 something? And just got in shape at 50? I mean, really think about it. I mean, Stephen A. Smith would get suplexed. I mean, it's easy to say these things after the fact. It's easy to say all this stuff after the fact. If we wasn't at the game, no, what do you mean? You told players to pull up on you at the game. He pulled up on you at the game. Not only did he pull up on you at the game, he pulled up on you in the middle of the game, then walked your own team down and then hit the game and then hit one of the biggest shots of the game in your face. He disrespected you. He sent your team home packing. He said, I know, Steve, and then Stephen A pretended as if he didn't remember. Yeah, I thought they was really gonna press him with some tough questions myself, but they didn't. They didn't really press him with the tough questions. They did not press him with the tough questions like I thought. So it is what it is, man. I'm gonna do a reaction to it. More than likely, I'm probably just gonna do a reaction to it. But I definitely wish they wouldn't. I wish they would have been more aggressive towards some of his takes. Because he's had a lot of bad takes. And I don't think all his tapes have been bad, but I do think that they have made it seem like Stephen A has been one of the worst things in sports. When you have opportunity to contest him and confront him on those things, you don't confront him. I mean, Rashad just copped out and sided with him because LeBron pulled up on him, and he don't like LeBron. Why do you believe? I don't think LeBron is the GOAT right now. I think Jordan is the GOAT. I got LeBron number 2. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and shut this one down, man. Salute to Najee in the chat, man. Salute to Swab, man. All the people that stuck around for this one, man. Like I said, I didn't want to keep this one going too long. Just Doug Gottlieb. Oh, you fine, Olo. Appreciate you pulling up, man. Sticking around, helping us get that bracket done. Appreciate you. Doug Gottlieb, yeah. Doug Gottlieb got bigger fish to fry, man. His team out there getting barbecued in Green Bay. He need to go put together a college roster that can hoop. He says McCants was supposed to press him, but switched up. Said he depend. Yeah, McCants is the one that folded the most. McCants folded up. Like, he folded up bad. I knew Kenya was going to be chill. McCants is the one that was talking the big talk and then switched his whole energy up. So we'll have to see how it goes, man. Like I said, y'all be on the lookout, man. Gil's response to Skip Bayless, man. I'm curious to see how that one's gonna pan out, man. I think it's gonna be a good one, man. So make sure we locked in for that. Make sure y'all check out Gil's Arena. Make sure y'all check out No Chill Gil. And both of them channels is killing the game on YouTube right now. So make sure y'all stay tuned in for that. And we got GOAT James Kingdom coming up on Friday. I'm sure he has another dope show for y'all in the works. So make sure y'all tuning in Friday. I'm probably gonna get another live in tomorrow and Thursday to kind of get back consistent on here to make up for some of the lives I didn't get done. So are you talking about the NBA? In the NBA, I don't know. In the NBA, I don't know who I got winning because I need to see what the teams look like healthy going into the playoffs. I mean, if I had to pick today, if I had to pick a team today, it's kind of hard to go against Cleveland right now with the way they're playing. And the finals is going to be all about matchups because I think the Lakers are good enough to get to the finals if they can avoid certain matchups. I think Boston's obviously good enough, but they need to avoid some teams too. I mean, the team that's playing the best, because the playoffs is about who's playing the best right then in the moment. And the Cavs are playing their best basketball towards the end of the year. And it seems like the Celtics are starting to implode. Denver's imploding. They're falling apart. They did have a good win yesterday versus Golden State, but Denver's just not that team. The Clippers don't have enough. I think the teams that are playing their best basketball, you got to look at the Lakers in the West, Cleveland in the East. I think if they match up, I just don't see the Lakers beating Cleveland. I just don't see it. I don't think they have enough. As good as LeBron and Luka are, I mean, boy, we would have to see some hellified performances. I'm not a Celtics hater. I'm not a Celtics hater. I love the Celtics. But they just, to me, too many things have to go right for them to win. Magic Johnson bashed today's air. What is your opinion about that? I never heard what he said, but it doesn't surprise me. All the old heads bash today's air. They always got something to complain about. Right? I always want to try to get us, because and really these old heads, all they want you to do is go back and watch their clips. Oh, look at how good I was. Look what I was able to do. But you don't want to tell us how trash some of the guys you was doing it against were. Come on, Magic. I mean, Magic might have to be the luckiest player in basketball history. He's just locker room clowning you right now. The son of Horse. That's because locker room ain't got nothing other to talk about than me or Legend of Winning or Dreamers Pro. My link been here. I don't care. He don't talk basketball. I'm only entertaining basketball conversations. So, you know, I mean, he can joke. It don't change nothing with me. I mean, I got basketball practice tomorrow. We looking to go back-to-back national champions. I got big. Yeah, I gotta. It's one of the things I say is this, son of Horse. This is what I say. There's certain people who try to talk basketball, but then you have people like me where not only do I have to talk basketball, I have to try to make everything I say actually work in real life. So with my college team, I have to take everything that I say and I have to then translate it into a real game and actually make it work in a real game. Right. Right now, we 28-6. We the defending champions. We're number one team in the country. Right. We won our conference championship 3 years in a row. We undefeated in conference 3 years in a row. We ain't lost a conference game in 3 years. So at the end of the day, man, you're going to have people that talk about it. And then you're going to, I mean, if locker room actually tried to talk basketball instead of complain about basketball, that's two different things. Right. You can't there's only you can only talk so much basketball when all you're doing is complaining about Austin Reeves. I mean, there's only so much. I mean, at the end of the day, I told locker room this almost a season and a half ago. I said the Lakers are not trading Austin Reeves. Why are you complaining about something that the Lakers don't see a problem with? Obviously, his favorite player, LeBron James, asked for Austin Reeves. If Bron didn't want Austin Reeves there, Reeves would be gone. Bron's I trust Bron's opinion. If Bron got Austin Reeves there, then Austin Reeves can't be no slouch, especially if he's been there this long. So I mean, you gotta ultimately get away from just crying about what you have or don't have, and talk basketball. Now I do give him props. I mean, if you're talking basketball wise, or at least roster construction wise, locker room was right about Jackson Hayes, and I wasn't a huge believer in Jackson Hayes, but I also didn't know the Lakers would go get Luka. I mean, if you told me a year and a half ago that the Lakers would have Luka, well, of course I'd be all in on Jackson Hayes as a lob threat. So what I'm saying is you have to, things change based on who you have, and your expectations of teams change based on who you have. Well, I mean, Najee, he's targeting Austin Reeves because Austin Reeves is the low-hanging fruit on the team, right? It's easy to say that Austin Reeves don't play defense, so that's why he says it. Like, Austin Reeves can score 40, Austin Reeves can score 30, Austin Reeves can hit game winners, Austin Reeves can be one of your most consistent players, Austin Reeves can stay healthy, but the running narrative is that Austin Reeves is not a good defender. The running narrative is that Luka is not a good defender. So what he's going to do is he's just going to target the low-hanging fruit. Oh, I can't say nothing bad about Luka. So when we lose, I'm just going to say he couldn't play defense. When we lose, I'm going to say Reeves couldn't play defense. He just targets the most lowest hanging fruit take. It's not even if it's true or not. I mean, most of the time, Reeves' defense isn't the reason why the Lakers lose games. Even since Luka's been there, Luka's defense hasn't been the reason why they've lost a game. Since Luka's been there, they went on that losing streak because Luka couldn't get going offensively, or he was super inefficient offensively, or like a game against the Celtics, he couldn't get going because the Celtics took away all his playmaking. They held him to 3 assists. They let him get his points. He had 30-something points. They didn't let him facilitate and get the other guys going. Like, talk real basketball. It had nothing to do with Luka's defense. But see, that's one of the reasons why I just stopped going over there, because it just made no sense to go somewhere and try to talk real basketball, but everything always went back to some silly narrative. I tried, and he owed me 100. Like, if anything, I mean, how do you speak on me so much and you owe me $100? I think it was a bigger bet. I think it might be a $500 bet. Can't respect that either. Well, I lost the bet to him in less than 6 hours. He on YouTube going live talking about I owe him. Pay, man. I need my money, man. I paid him in 24 hours. He been owing me for 2 months. Man, I forgot about the bet. Well, I reminded you. Come on, man. Stop it, bro. It's just childish stuff, man. Just like little kid shit. No. I think the bet I lost to him, son of horse. I think the bet I lost to him was like 100. I think I lost $100 bet to him. Paid him. Okay, shot him a cash out. He still was crying. He was basically saying I sent him the cash app in 25 hours, not 24 hours. But yeah, he been owing me. He ain't asked for the cash app. He ain't tried to pay. No credibility. No dignity, no respect. He's just a big kid, man. I mean, good YouTube content creator, but he just a little too childish, man. And for me, son of horse, and I've even said this on my channel about other people. It really irks me when I see people pretending to know basketball but don't really know it. Don't pretend as if you are a elite basketball mind when I know you're not an elite basketball mind. Right. And I can tell in 2.2 seconds, like when he was running around saying some certain players were foul baiters. Do you know when you hoop, a guy that can draw fouls might be one of the most valuable players on the court? You can call it foul baiting, but when you hooping, the hardest players to defend are the guys that know how to draw fouls. Them are the most valuable players to have on your team. Putting the other team in foul trouble. What happens when your best player gets 3-4 fouls? His ass is on the bench. Changes the whole dynamic of the game. It's part of the game. And so when I hear people using terms and saying things that's all narrative based and driven, it's just like, come on, man. You know. And then even the situation he had with Lowe, where Lowe pulled up his channel and basically criticized his channel. But you have no wiggle room to complain about that. He did the same thing to True the King, a smaller content creator. And at least Lowe didn't trash his content. He trashed True the King's content. The Pull Up Podcast. He trashed it. He called it the Pull Up Pod trash. Pull Up Podcast, whatever you think of his content, he got a solid podcast. He's doing his thing. And he grinding on Instagram and YouTube. I don't have to agree with his basketball take, but I can tell when you a solid content creator and you're really trying to make this YouTube stuff work. The same with Big Fan Breezy. So I don't poo-poo on other content creators. And so when he had a bigger content creator like Lowe, who was super successful with this thing, and Lowe shitted on him, then he getting his feelings about it. So yeah. I mean, he pillow talks on them a lot, man. He does a lot of pillow talking on them. Salute to Player's Choice, man. Like I say, it wasn't always my cup of tea, but salute to Player's Choice. I mean, Rap Guy Reloaded. My thing is, I'm always leery of somebody who always thinks everything is always finds the negative in anything other than his own opinion. Everything is negative but what he says. That's that single mama energy. That's that I didn't have a dad in the home energy. If y'all know what I mean. That's that my mom let me go into Walmart and cry on the floor until I got my toy type of energy. It's just the energy there is very nasty. See, I'm not even gonna go as far as GOAT James Kingdom did. GOAT James Kingdom somehow found a pic of him that was looking very spicy, man. He put it on his community tab and everything. Y'all can go check it out. Y'all can have your own thoughts. But see, when you start going to poke at people and they get to finding these zesty pictures at you, you can't be talking like that when you guys pictures like that on the internet. Let me show y'all. I'm gonna show y'all real quick. Yeah, I'm just saying you can't talk like that. I mean, I'm talking about that's what I say. When you're on the internet, man, people gonna go dig up everything on you. Hold on. Let's see. GOAT James Kingdom. No, the motel room was a classic video, but then GOAT James Kingdom got even nastier with it though. I'm gonna show you. This is GOAT James Kingdom community tab. Where's it at? Oh yeah, here it is right here. I'm gonna share my screen. See, when you go and poking at GOAT James Kingdom, you know GOAT James Kingdom is just gone. But he is not taking no L's. He ain't gonna go down without a fight. Look at this. Look, see? And then they went and dug up his Reddit page. Come on, man. That's GOAT James Kingdom, man. Like GOAT James Kingdom was crazy. And they went and found his Reddit page. It says 25 male looking for submissive SLUT for some fun, man. Now, King KO, I'm gonna ask you, have you ever taken the pictures with your lips puckered up like that? That's a nasty picture to have floating around out there. So it ain't like I say, GOAT James Kingdom said he was the exposer. He went over to Reg's channel and said, I am the exposer. He says, don't mess with me. I mean, he kept his word. Now, King KO, let me find out you got some pics out there where you puckering your lips. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. My pics on the internet, I'm not looking the most handsome. I'm not looking all, but man, you're not gonna find me puckered with my lips puckered, man. So like, so any of y'all, if you a content creator, right? If Reggie start messing with you, all you gotta do is put this pic up. Because you got to still, because no matter what he say about you, he can talk about your basketball takes. He can talk about your take being wrong or right. The one thing is, he would never in his life, he's never going to be able to explain why his lips are puckered up like this. That's the one thing. So at the end of the day, all you got to do is he joking. Just put the picture up. Reg, talk to us, Reg. What's going on, Reg? And not only the lips are puckered. It's not even only lips are puckered, man. You know how the jacket and the t-shirt are kind of pulled to the side to show the shoulder blade. Hold on, Marbury. This ain't my page. I didn't put this picture up. This is GOAT James Kingdom. I don't be doing this. Bro, this is GOAT James Kingdom. GOAT James Kingdom specifically said Leave me alone. I'm just trying to talk basketball. And then Reg proceeded to do a show talking about GOAT James Kingdom. And all GOAT James Kingdom said, I just want to talk basketball. Leave me alone. He specifically said it. And now he's got himself into, he's got into a war with GOAT James Kingdom. And GOAT James Kingdom is with the shits. GOAT James Kingdom he is not going to take an L. This right here, you've lost. Once this picture comes out, you've lost. You can't win no more back and forth with a picture like it. He said Haitians don't play. Yeah. King KO unbuttoned shirt. Bro, come on, man. It's a lot of explaining you have to do when this come out. This is wild. I mean, the only thing that could be worse than this is if you got a picture in a precarious situation with a man or something. But look, y'all, man, that's it right there. So that's the battle he got himself into. Man, like I said, so maybe he'll leave. Maybe that's why he's talking about me today, because he just know messing with GOAT James Kingdom is just not good for business, man. Messing with GOAT James Kingdom just cannot be good for the donations and the cash apps. So, it is what it is, man. But like I said, man. But like I said, I know. And look, and the best thing about it is Reg be down here in Arizona. If Reg been down in Arizona a whole bunch of times, he always talk about being in Scottsdale. If he could easily hit me up on IG or anywhere and be like, look, I'm in town. Let's hoop. I got access to a gym, our practice facility, our gym. Boom, let's shoot over there. Boom, let's go. And and as soon as we get on that court, whatever device I got, I'm going live. The hoop session is going straight to FYF, unedited, no audio. I don't care if it got audio, no audio. I don't care if I got it, and I got the tripod right here with me, right here. Boom, I got the tripod. I'm gonna set the tripod up. Boom, camera. Well, let's get it. So now all the basketball talk. Let's see if you can. Not playing defense. Let's see if it worked. Because if I know if I'm playing somebody trash, I'm gonna come to the chat. I'm gonna be like, yeah. I'm gonna tell the chat what move you want me to hit him with. 2 dribble, 3 dribble. What? Is that what you want me to do? I'm gonna come to the chat. 3. You want me to drive it? What you want me to do? I'm gonna let y'all choose how you go down. It's hard for me to even take that serious. Do you trust SGA in a 7-game series? It depends on versus who. The playoffs is about matchups, right? By Reloaded. It's tough, man. They're still a young team. I don't trust Chet. I really don't trust the youth on their bench. I like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, but my biggest worry is that guys who draw a lot of fouls don't get the same whistle in the playoffs. So if he's heavily reliant on if he's too reliant on getting to the free throw line in the playoffs and the rest start biting that whistle and the same fouls you were getting in the regular season, you're no longer getting, because remember that happened to James Harden. That's happened to a couple players where when you reliant on drawing fouls and them same fouls that they normally call, they ain't calling them no more, and it kind of throws you out of whack. And so I would like to see a little bit more from them. Yes, they do play defense, but I think they're just too reliant. I just think they're too young and they're too reliant on Alexander having a good game to beat a good team. You think Bryant could turn up? From based on what I've seen, but them growing injuries don't go away. Ian Maxwell. When you 40 and you get a growing injury, you expect for the growing to be hurting for the next 6 months. And people can say HGH and all, bro. HGH, that don't make you heal. You know what makes you heal faster? Youth. Youth makes you heal faster. Remember them days, Ian Maxwell, where we can roll our ankle and be back in 2 days. We roll our ankle now, we done for a month. It might be longer than that. So Bron got the worst injury. Like, I would have rather Bron rolled his ankle than pull his groin. And because the ankle injury, you can kind of time that. And you can literally go to x-rays and see it healing. You can't really see a groin healing. The groin will feel 100% and then still be messed up. You'll pull it the next day. So we'll see how it goes, man. The NCAA tournament coming up. So that's probably going to take away from the NBA over the next couple of weeks. So we'll see how the Lakers do. Hopefully Bron can get back. The main thing with the Lakers right now is just find a way to win games, because for every game that you win is more time you buy LeBron to heal. Right? If you can steal a win somewhere, like if they can go to Milwaukee, if they can get these wins in Milwaukee and Denver, if you can extend this, if you can extend this out, if you can get on a win streak, find a way to win games, and you are doing LeBron a huge favor. You're giving yourself more of a cushion. You're extending how much rest time, because, you know, LeBron's literally watching them lose games. You know, he's going to have he's on a short time. He's itching to come back. He's not going to let this fall apart. I mean, it's it's tough, man. No, steroids don't make you heal quicker, y'all. It don't. The only thing that makes you heal quicker is youth. Youth makes you heal faster. And muscles and muscle recovery, like I say, a full groin can feel 100% and not be 100%. So, you know, hopefully the Lakers can keep it together, man. I still like what I'm seeing out of the Lakers. Austin Reeves, man. I text Low when I was watching Austin Reeves play a couple games ago, and I'm basically saying if Austin Reeves was the number one option, he would be an all-star. Like, he's starting to get that confidence and swagger that I'm seeing in all-stars. Like, his ability to take shots, he's not second guessing himself. It's crazy. Is Bronny a career G League player? It depends. He's a system player. So when you're a system player, Rap Guy Reloaded, you need to find a system that works for you quick. Because if you don't find a system that works for you, he's a system player. He's been a system player everywhere he's been. Because system players don't have spectacular numbers. So when you don't have spectacular numbers, for system players, you have to show your value in things that the coach likes. So, for example, Gabe Vincent. Gabe Vincent's a system player. When the system's right, so there's a ton of guys in this league that are system players. Even that one guy coming off the bench for the Lakers. Max said, locker room said Austin Reeves is trash. I know. It's one of the dumbest takes in the world. You think JJ can outcoach Mike? Yes, JJ can outcoach Mike Malone. Yes. I mean, it's not like Ian Maxwell. Let's not get it twisted. I'm gonna tell you the secret to coaching in basketball. Ian Maxwell, if you want to become an elite coach really fast, I don't care what level of play you at. If you want to become the best coach at your level really fast, go get the best players. That's the secret. The best players make the best. They make coaches great. I mean, it's like you can't go wrong sometimes. I mean, how lucky? I mean, is JJ lucky? Yes, JJ's lucky. JJ was an elite basketball mind, but the reason why I say he's lucky is he already had a hell of a relationship with the best player. So he didn't have to sell the best player on anything. A lot of times coaches have to come in and prove themselves to the best player. He came in with the respect of the best player walking in the door. That automatically makes everybody else fall in line. If the best player respects how you see the game walking in the door, well, what can you say? What can Vandy say? What can you say, Vandy? Or, all these other guys. You can't say nothing. You got to fall in line. And so, lucky situation, because Bron was right on was his number one guy coming in. Elite basketball mind. He knows the X's and O's. He had the locker room won over from the start of the season. It was just a matter of putting something together that worked. And I just think, you know, the unfortunate reality is that Johnny, GOAT James Kingdom was right all along. That's the reality. As good as AD was, they could never be an elite team because of how he forced them to play defense. AD forced the Lakers to stay in drop coverage because when AD was out there, everything revolved around preserving AD as much as possible so he can be elite on the offensive end. AD wasn't flying around out there, hedging up on screens, switching on the guards. AD would stay in the drop coverage, and he just stayed at the rim, just being a rim protector. And it exposed the Lakers to too much dribble penetration to the middle of the floor. And guards were consistently attacking the middle of the floor. It was collapsing their defense too much. They could not defend the three-point line. They could not contain the ball. They had no point of attack defense, as good as AD was. And now that AD's gone, JJ Redick's like, thank God. Because now I can send Jackson Hayes out there for 20 minutes a game, going full throttle, picking up on screens. I can send DFS out there going full throttle, blowing up these screens, playing guys above the three-point line, even Vandy as well. Now he can open up a defensive playbook that he didn't have. Like it should be it's no coincidence that the Lakers defense got better just like that when AD's gone. Like, did they improve defensively or did their scheme improve? Because they should have gotten worse defensively losing AD, one of the best defensive players in the league. How do you lose one of the best defensive players in the league, but your defense gets better? Because your scheme got better. And, I mean, in luck, too. I mean, you get one of the luckiest trades in NBA history. Should LaMelo Ball leave Charlotte? I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, they're not going to let him go. He's too valuable. So, and LaMelo Ball is no fool. He's going to go get his money. He's going to go get max money. He can make the most with the Charlotte Hornets. I don't think he's going nowhere. Nuggets are lucky that the West is a down year. Yeah, if the playoffs started, though, anybody can beat the Nuggets at this time. I mean, unless Jokic drops a 30-point, 20-rebound triple-double, they don't have a chance. We got Doors in here. Doors says, who's winning the title? I don't know. I think it's going to be Lakers-Cleveland in the finals, but I could be wrong. You know, the Lakers obviously got to get healthy. If the Lakers can't get healthy, then, you know, it's up for grabs in the West. Everything's up for grabs. Like, if the Lakers aren't healthy, don't be surprised if Golden State makes a run. Appreciate that, Doors, man. Yes, sir. I wouldn't call it a man cave. It's not a man cave in here. I don't really use this room outside of just recording. Let me drop the link for Doors. I don't think you've ever been on the panel over here, Doors, man. Let me get you up here, man. He didn't left GOAT Mike's abode. I think GOAT Mike fell asleep on the stream today, man. He pulled up the FYF, man. We got to drop the link, man, before we shut this one down. Luka should sign with the Knicks and reunite with Brunson. Luka's not leaving the Lakers, y'all. I promise you. He's not leaving the Lakers. Especially now that the Dallas trading him screwed him out of his max deal. I believe the Lakers are just going to give him whatever money they can just to make up for it. The Lakers are going to give him every penny that they can give him, but he is not going nowhere. Here we got Doors pulled up. Man. What's good, Doors? He is not going nowhere. You got a nasty echo.
My avatar, sorry.
We got Doors pulled up. What's good, Doors? He's not going nowhere. Nasty echo.
Let me fix that 1 second, sir.
Mm-hmm. Luka not winning in LA, especially with LeBron. Well, unfortunately, King KO, it's a very real possibility. I mean, obviously, right now it's easy to say the Lakers aren't winning. I mean, because you're playing the field basically. You're basically saying I got everybody but the Lakers. I mean, it takes an extreme amount of luck just to get to an NBA Finals. Right? Everything has to go right. You have to stay healthy. All types of stuff got to go right. No, I hear you. Yeah, that sounds better. Oh, we got Ian Maxwell. Says, why you be so obsessed with LeBron since y'all hate him so much? Yeah, I don't know. I don't get it. I don't know. He says, if healthy,
are you watching the Clippers Cavs game?
What's going on with it?
It's pretty close. I think the Clippers are going to pull ahead and win. They're up 10 points last time I checked. They're having a good game. There's no defense in this game.
Damn, it said, damn, I gotta watch this game. It was already a buzzer beater in the tournament. Let me look at these NBA scores real quick. Oh yeah, the Clippers the Clippers beating the shit out of them. God damn. You know the Clippers, you know what's so funny about the Clippers? And that's why I say the playoffs is about matchups. I said the one team if the Lakers matched up in the first round, they would struggle with is the Clippers. I said if I'm the
What
Lakers,
about that matchup?
Well, one, Kawhi Leonard, if he's healthy. A healthy Kawhi Leonard is just a problem for whatever reason. Like usually when you're going up against Kawhi Leonard, you just want to hope he goes down with an injury. Right? I mean, they do have Kawhi's kryptonite, which is Luka. But Kawhi Leonard's just a problem. And the way James Harden has been playing and Norman Powell, I mean, they're just that team where they just know how to play the Lakers. You know, they just know how. And Zubac always gives them problems. So Clippers would be a problem for the Lakers. That'd be a toss-up series. It'd be hard to predict who won that. Yeah, and that's just if I'm being honest. Like, I just can't say the Lakers are going to beat up on everybody. He says, I love how people pretended that narrative, though. What? Like Luka and LeBron wouldn't work? Yeah. Two of the best playmakers in NBA history not working. Okay.
The C's are playing the Blazers on Sunday in Portland.
Portland's been sneaky good this year. They've been surprising people. They're much better this year than I thought they would be with that roster. I mean, still 9 games under 500. Maybe they can creep, if it's going to be hard for them to creep into that 9-10 spot to maybe get to the play-in. Like Dallas and Sacramento would have to fall significantly and like lay an egg. But I mean, for them to have 30 wins right now, that's a win right there. 30 wins and still going.
I feel like the Mavs are going to fall out of that play-in spot for sure.
They could. Phoenix is going to be a tough. Yeah, if Phoenix gets to that 10 spot, because Dallas just don't have the firepower to keep up with teams right now. They literally have no star on the floor, and so Phoenix, if they go on a good 5-game stretch, they're going to pass Dallas. It ain't going to take too many games for them to pass Dallas down.
Can you remind me how the play-in spot works? Is it both for the 9 and 10 seed, one game, or how does it work?
So I think the 7 and 8 seed play, right? So the 7 and 8 seed play against each other, and whoever wins that game is just automatically in. And then the 9 and 10 seed play each other. And then whoever wins out of the 9 and 10 seed, they play the 8 seed.
And the 7 and 8 and 9 and 10 is a one game each.
Yeah, so this is how it works. So 7 and 8 play each other. Whoever wins that game is automatically in as the 7 seed. And then whoever loses that game, you get a second game. You have to play the winner of the 9-10 game.
That's kind of cool, actually. That's kind of cool.
It is. And people keep shitting on it like it's bad. But I said the play-in game, like over the last 2-3 years, has given us some of the best games of the NBA season. Like we saw the one where LeBron hit the dagger against the Warriors. That was one of the best games of the year. I mean, we've seen some of the play-in games that the Pacers have given us. Like the play-in game has been some of the best basketball we've seen all year. I just think that we got all these old heads just looking for stuff to cry about. So they just cry about it, even though it's really good basketball. And it promotes teams not tanking. Like they always talk about competing and teams competing and guys playing hard. Well, if you know you still have a shot at the playoffs and you're a 9-10 seed, all you breed is more teams being competitive late in the year as opposed to seeds 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, all just tanking, trying to go for the draft, right? You got all like never before in NBA history has being a 9 or 10 seed ever been something like, or at least getting to the 9 or 10 seed been something that you want to do. Like Phoenix right now, if this were 2001, they would just go into tank mode. They're the 11 seed. They're 8 games. They're 6 games behind the 8 seed. They'll just tank. They'll just stop playing. They'll shut it down. Right? They have nothing to play for. They go try to get Cooper Flag and add it to KD, Book, and but knowing that they can still get in the playoffs and how valuable it is to a team money-wise to just play in one round of the playoffs, a team can gross $250 million.
Holy shit.
So when you know you can just get there, that's money in the bank. We're not tanking.
What do you think about I'm going to be honest, it's a bad look for my Eastern Conference, for my Celtics, but what do you think about how the 7th seed right now is 33-36, the Hawks? The 8th seed is 32-37. You have 4 playoff teams that are below 500.
This remind me of the Jordan, the 80s. It's like so the thing is, yeah, the East is down. But I would say, and let me drop the link for Herm. This is what I would say. Don't let the record fool you, especially if you're a team like the Celtics, because at that 2 spot, right, I wouldn't want to play if I'm Boston. I wouldn't want to play Orlando in the first round. And I wouldn't want to play Atlanta in the first round. Maybe Atlanta would be the better matchup, but you could potentially be playing Orlando in the first round. That's with Paolo Banchero and Franz Wagner, that's just kind of a nightmare matchup for them. Because with them shooting threes so recklessly, that could turn into a shootout. And you could be in a tougher series than expected.
They beat us in a big game earlier in the season. I'm pretty sure the Magic, they maybe it was last season, but they run good against the Celtics. Another team that's been running good against the Celtics is the Pistons this season.
Bro, I don't know what the hell the Pistons been doing, man. Them motherfuckers, man. Shit. That coach, man, JB Bickerstaff, he definitely, if he's not coach of the year, he should be right there in the running. Because, man, I'm talking about he went and got some top tier vets. Everybody thought them signing Tobias Harris would be stupid and grabbing Tim Hardaway Jr. and them guys. That fool went and just got some vets and put some shooters on that team. Tim Hardaway and Malik Beasley spacing the floor and said, we about to go to work. You know,
what do you think? I'm going to say for me, I think the worst matchups for the C's are maybe the Cavs and then the Magic and maybe the Pistons. What would you say would be in the playoffs? Like for the East is the worst matchup for them?
Cavs. I would say Cavs, Magic, and my surprise team would be the Pacers.
Pacers. Okay. Yeah, they gave them. I'm sure you remember that. I think it was the Western Conference Finals last year. The Pacers blew so many of those games at the end.
Yep.
To the C's.
They literally blew every game. They just didn't know how to close games because they were so young. And so I would say that's why I say with Boston, it's going to be about avoiding certain teams because they do shoot a lot of threes. But when they play teams like the Pacers that know how to control the pace, those threes aren't as valuable because if you start making threes, the Pacers just know how to pick up the pace of play and turn it into a 130, 120, 127 game where everything's a goddamn toss-up and everybody's scoring. So
I feel like the Bucks and Knicks aren't as good as their record.
I think the Bucks are a little bit better than their record. I think the Knicks are definitely not as good as their record. But yeah, it's
Like
kind of a
I think the Knicks may be out in the first round. Like I don't have much faith in them.
I think the Knicks, because right now as it stands, they would have to play the Pistons. They would have to play the Pistons in the first round. I think they could beat the Pistons in the first round because they would have home court advantage. And that would be the dream scenario for them because they're struggling right now. That would just to play the Pistons in the first round, just so they can get to the second round and get their bearings together. But then they're looking at a nasty second round matchup that could get real ugly.
You think the Cavs roster and their squad and their coaching could win a title this year?
Yeah, because they got a championship coach. They got that, he came from the Warriors. He know how to win. Like there should be no coincidence that they that good. And he just brought a little bit of leadership. He brought some vets in. He made some of the best trades over the trade deadline. Remember the Warriors had Ty Jerome, and they let him go. The first thing he did when he got to Cleveland was go get Ty Jerome, one of the biggest secret weapons in the league. And bro, they just been playing good basketball, man. They got shooting, they got vets, they got defense. So, I mean, like right now, it's hard to predict, but man, you got to say the Cavs are the front runner in the East.
Do you think anyone's worried about the Nuggets in the West this year?
Bro. I mean, at the 3 seed, look at it like this. Like if gun to your head, right? Gun to your head, and you had to choose the winner, and this was the first round matchup, Denver and Golden State. Who you pick?
Oh, Golden State all day.
You see what I'm saying? And see, that's what I'm saying. It's just like I don't like. I think there's only a couple matchups where Denver wouldn't have trouble. I think the only team that Denver can realistically kind of dominate in the first round is Memphis. Because they just haven't any understanding on how to guard Nikola Jokic.
You think Warriors could get themselves to like a 3 seed?
Let me see where the Warriors are. Oh man, bro, they're gonna have to lost to Denver hurt. I mean, can they get to the 3 seed? Yes.
Because I think the Lakers, I don't know if you've seen their schedule. They play OKC twice. They play the Warriors once or twice. They play the Rockets twice. They play the Pacers. They got some big games coming up. And the Thunder game is back to back, I think April 6th and 7th. Mm-hmm. So I think they're gonna just I think they're gonna get like a 7-ish seed, 6 seed. They're gonna fall.
I think for the Lakers, and this is odd, like they're one of the few teams because they have Luka and LeBron. They just need to avoid the play-in. If they just stay 1 through 6, they're good. They can, to me, when you got Luka and LeBron, like, I mean, it's hard to walk in any gym and not have a whole bunch of confidence that you can win. Like, I think there's a lot of people like really pretending that this ain't like if I was a coach, I wouldn't want to have to figure that. Like, imagine figuring that out in the game plan, like Luka and LeBron. Like, they both make you throw your game plan in the garbage can when they're by themselves. Now you got to try to figure out something to do in the playoffs against both of them. The only thing the Lakers got to go figure out when they're game planning is how to defend consistently. That's it. Their offense, they're gonna manufacture offense by hook or crook. They got two of the best playmakers in NBA history. They got two of the best shot makers in NBA history. They got two of the best scorers in NBA history. And then Austin Reeves is on a tear. So they just got to get healthy. But I think the Lakers, I think they can beat the Bucks in LA. I think they can definitely beat the Bulls. They'll struggle with the Magic and they'll struggle with the Pacers. But those are also winnable games. So of course, they got some tough games. So my thing is just winning games to create cushion for LeBron to get more rest. Can they go 4-0 in the next 4? Yes. Will they? Probably not. But you got to think they got the Bulls twice, Indiana, Orlando, and the Bucks. They could go 5-0 there. They got the Grizzlies. They can go 6-0. Then they got the Rockets. They could go 7-0. So will they go 7-0? No. But these are all winnable games. Like I don't see a game out of their next 7 where I'm saying they can't win. They got a tough road trip. But I mean, you start your road trip off against Orlando, Indiana, and Chicago. I'm not too worried about it. So
you think they'll win tomorrow?
Versus
if
Bucks?
LeBron doesn't play, Nuggets.
They can. I just don't see them playing that bad again. They're a little bit better. They're a little bit healthier. Because you got Jackson. You have Jackson Hayes back. Do they have Jackson Hayes back? I think he's back. I think I saw him playing. I don't know when Rui's coming back, but I wouldn't rush him. But I don't know. The Bucks are not a scary team to me. I mean, anytime you're playing at home, you got a shot. And when you got Luka, you got a shot. So maybe playing at home will give them some energy, right? You never want to lose to the same team twice. So it's hard to beat the same team twice. So I think they could give the Bucks a run for their money. So just
and you're not worried about the Rockets games, the 2 Rockets games. I know that's a little further on.
I mean, you kind of have to always be worried about the Rockets because the Rockets are one of those teams that just play them tight. But again, they're not unbeatable. Like it's not like they have to play Cleveland twice, Boston twice, and OKC twice, right? If you tell me that, then now we're looking at some dire circumstances. But I don't see a whole bunch of games that just aren't winnable. I don't think it's as bad as what people believe. And I think that's why the Lakers haven't hit the panic button yet. I don't think there's much to panic about. I think they're just fine. I think just take it one game at a time, just like they're doing now. Don't overreact when you go on a losing streak. It is what it is. They're on a 2-game win streak. You got to go into Denver. You got Denver at home. And you know what to expect. You know what the game plan should be. Just go out and execute. Just go do your thing. Houston could defend, but they can't shoot, Ian Maxwell. I mean, we've seen teams over the past year, a couple years, who can defend but can't shoot threes. If you cannot make shots, you're just running around. I call it running cross country. If you cannot score the ball, especially if you can't make the three, you're just doing all that defense for nothing. Now, Luka's going to have to be mindful of live ball turnovers. He cannot let those turnovers be turning to points, but I don't think they defend Luka very well. I mean, what are you going to do? Put Dylan Brooks on Luka? That's not going to do nothing.
If they play the Clippers, say the first round, are you worried at all?
The Lakers?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like I say, when I look at when I look at the teams in the West, I mean, everybody takes them as a joke, and I see why, but I wouldn't want to play the Clippers in the first round, man. I mean, and if you look at the commonality is you have to worry about teams with elite backcourts. Like this is why I say I wouldn't want to play Golden State. I mean, Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler, come on, man. And I wouldn't want to play James Harden and Kawhi Leonard. I mean, elite backcourts dominate. I mean, look at your team, Boston. Elite backcourt.
Yeah, White and Holiday.
And not only, I mean, y'all still have an elite backcourt even when you sub Jaylen Brown out. Because then you got either Drew Holiday and Tatum. You got Drew Holiday and White. I mean, you got White. I mean, y'all can have an elite backcourt no matter how you mix it up. So y'all got so many options to keep your backcourt elite at all times. That's why y'all so good. So that's one thing that helps you out. So that's why I say teams with elite backcourts is hard to beat.
We had some guy today put up 20 off the bench. I don't even know his name. Baylor Shireman.
Yeah, first round draft pick. He's not bad though. He's a sniper. He is not bad at all. That's a hellified job of scouting to draft him. Great job scouting.
I don't know who he replaced. Maybe Springer. What was his name? Springer? I'm getting his name wrong. Jordan Springer. I didn't like that they got rid of him. I don't know who he went to. I think he went to a team on the West somewhere.
I like that you guys kept Jordan Walsh. I believe you guys have Jordan Walsh still because I like him.
The shaved head dude?
Yep.
Yeah.
It's just the problem with him is he's played the same position as Tatum and Brown. And it's just like, well, what the fuck you want
Hard to give him minutes. Yeah.
Like so he just has to hope that, he can get an opportunity, but it's gonna be tough. So
I really like Al Horford's performance this year. I really feel like, and I know this is not a unique take, but I really feel like our wild card for two-way play is Porzingis stretching the court and just his presence, his length. He can do things that no one on the team can really do.
Well, Porzingis makes you guys unbeatable. He's the player to me that makes y'all unbeatable. And I think that's when Boston shows that they're vulnerable is when he gets hurt.
Yep.
But when he's healthy, he's just like, fuck. Like, we might as well just give it because when Tatum's off and when Brown's off, Porzingis is running around giving you 30 and 10 and like 5 blocks or something ridiculous. So
yeah, I think he played game 1 of the finals and he was just incredible.
Unstoppable. Yeah. To me, he's just that guy. Like I say, he's like the cherry on top. Like, you don't need it, but fuck it, throw it on there. And
do you think they could win a finals run if he was out let's say he's out the whole playoffs?
No, they can,
for whatever reason.
But they can't make as many mistakes. I think the best that they play their best when Tatum and Brown can play without worrying about making mistakes.
Yeah,
because he erases mistakes. They take dumb shots. He's there for offensive rebound, right? They play into the late end of the shot clock. He's good at making tough shots at the end of the shot clock. Defensively, they break down. He's always erasing mistakes at the rim. Like, he's there. He erases so many mistakes. That's why I say having him there just makes them play freer.
He would have been really nice to have against the Warriors when they went on those 3 or 4 minute runs where they didn't score a point, where they had all the turnovers, they couldn't get offensive rebounds.
Yep. Remember in the fight, they would try to go ISO against that Warrior defense and they couldn't. So, but yeah,
he had Robert Williams a third that year.
He was hurt.
Yeah. And then I don't know who he went to. I think he's out for the season though. Maybe the Spurs. I can't remember. Bad here.
I know he had got hurt right before the playoffs.
Yep.
He got hurt right before the playoffs. He tore his meniscus and he tried to come back too soon. It was like 50%.
Yep. Yeah, and I think that's really what hurt us. The games where he was playing and doing well, our numbers are totally different.
He was playing that Porzingis role, just not without the offense. So
yeah, he was a cool player to watch too. He was a fun player to watch. I really liked him. I really liked Marcus Smart, but I just don't think he was a very good two-way point guard. He made a lot of missed shots. I don't know how to describe it in basketball terms.
I put it like this with Smart. His defense wasn't good enough to supplement how bad he could be on offense.
That's really well put. So
like Drew Holiday can be elite on the offensive end. Definitely not as turnover prone, but he's always going to be an elite defender. And he's probably a better defender than Marcus Smart. So and same with Derek White. Derek White's not as good of a defender, but he's decent enough on defense and not the liability on offense. So I think those two right there are just both way better options than Marcus Smart.
I went through and looked at all, like we basically have all our guys under contract, all our starting five, a bunch of bench guys. So if we don't do it this year, we can still have a competitive run for the next couple of seasons.
Yeah, y'all got a lot of people locked up under contract too.
Yeah. I was even looking. White's locked up. Holiday, even Pritchard's locked up. Even players that aren't that impressive. Cornette. I think Hauser. For stops, I think we have at least for one more year, maybe two. And even Al Horford, I think maybe one more year. But we're not paying Al a lot, but he's producing a lot for what we're paying him. I think he's getting like 9 or 10 million a year, 11, 12. But he produces a hell of a lot for that price, in my opinion.
You know, the only thing I would worry about with the Celtics is sometimes teams like that, like, have you ever seen a team just get old overnight really fast? Like,
I don't know how to explain. An example.
Like, so like sometimes teams like
the
that,
Clippers,
where you lock a team up, you lock all your guys up under contract, and then all of a sudden overnight, boom, the next year, and the league's getting younger, young players are getting better. So the young players of yesterday are turning into vets of the day.
Yeah.
And it's just you start looking old really quick. Like Horford next year is just like you're going to be surprised next year how bad Horford looks. Like, because I think he's squeezing the last little juice out that he can get out right now. I don't know if you can get any more out of him than he's giving right now.
No.
And then if they win it, boy, the hangover is going to be so nasty. It's going to be nasty. That hangover's like, if you're a vet and they win it again, I'm not working out this summer. Fuck that. We about to enjoy life. I mean, you think about it. Horford, probably has close to $300 million in the bank. His career is towards the end. They win it all this year. Like all them weight room sessions and 4 hours getting shots up. It don't feel as important. You know
yeah. Everyone's under contract. What are they trying to do? Make a name for, like, they're under, long-term contracts for most of them. Like, I think we have Tatum and Brown until they're in their early 30s.
It sucks, but it's just true, man. That's why you got to respect what LeBron's doing. Like, it's hard to stay motivated to play this good for this long. Like I want you to think, like, Doors, we're all human. Like, imagine right now if you had $100
billion. For him, LeBron, $1 billion.
Yeah, let's say you had like you log into your Bank of America app and you see $17 million. It's just like, whatever I got planned tomorrow, whatever I got going on tomorrow, it's kind of not as important,
Oh, I don't even know how they stay so motivated and disciplined, like Tom Brady and LeBron James and these guys. I don't understand. They must just have this laser competitive obsession with the sport.
You have to be like, the one thing I've seen with really good athletes is you're not normal. Like just for me, like dealing with athletes, even at the collegiate level, the one thing that you start to notice when you see like really good athletes coming out of high school, going in college, is they're weird. They don't live normal lives. Like a lot of them don't have driver's licenses because they don't have time. They don't go to their prom, right? That's why a lot of these guys, when they get to the league, this is why they go date IG models, because the only thing they know how to do is go online, message somebody, and that's who they dating now. Because they don't know, a lot of them don't really know how to be social. Right? Their lives, like they literally give up normal day-to-day life to be a pro player. Right? So you almost start to think that they're kind of weird. And the only ones that seem normal are the ones that date a girl in high school and stay with her and going into the NBA. Look at Steph. Even Dame to a certain degree, LeBron, all the guys that just stay with their high school sweetheart and they don't have to worry about that. But some of these guys fall out the league just because they chasing women.
Well, think about how advanced the body is and how advanced their conditioning is and their diet and how strict it is and getting enough calories in and keeping things stretched and keeping things tight, or, the right things tight, the right things stretched, the right things strong, the agility, the coordination, just the discipline you have to have. Only certain people can have that level of discipline. you can't. Their level of discipline, especially when they're playing 82 games a year, and then what's the playoffs? It's like a max of 28 games. Like there's just so much discipline, organization, taking care of your body. Like, yeah, I
And a
can't even
lot of them,
imagine what that's like at that level.
a
Wow.
lot of them aren't really disciplined. They literally buy discipline. What I mean by that is they'll pay for a trainer to live in house with them. They'll pay for a chef to live in house with them.
Yep.
Right. They'll
Yep.
pay for
To keep
somebody
them
to be
accountable.
right there. Yeah,
To make them accountable.
Yep.
Yep.
And so
Yep.
some of them literally pay people. Nope. Oh, McDonald. Nope. I got your meal right here. No McDonald's. Right. You know, and so when you see them sometimes grouped up and they got these people with them and around them, sometimes just what I need. Like, it's like I say, it's hard to stay accountable. And so that's why some of them keep their circles small and they keep certain people around them because it's the people they need to stay disciplined. So that's what, if you look at Zion, a lot of people were really questioning the circle he had around him. I mean, because if the guys around you, if they stopping at Burger King, what you think you're going to do? If you ain't got nobody in your circle, say, hell no, we're not going to no Burger King, man. We about to make these steaks and green beans. You know, hell no, we're not going out tonight. You know?
That's the other thing that's incredible is their ability to like behave themselves and stay like, you know what I mean? Like when you have that type of money and that type of fame, it'd be so easy to get in trouble because there's so many spotlights on you, you know, and you have access to anything.
Bro, when I be talking with Gil, man, you'd be surprised, man, how much trouble they actually do get in. And it's just amazing how these teams' ability to keep these players' names out the spotlight, man. It's just crazy, man. So, you know, like even Pat Riley, they were talking about how Pat Riley, he knows all of the club owners in Miami. He basically paying every club every month, basically saying, look, if any of my players walk in here, let me know immediately. I need to know what they're drinking. I need to know what they did. Like he wants to keep like, and so sometimes when you got millions and millions of dollars invested in these guys, you kind of got to babysit them, right? You got to babysit them because you're turning these guys into millionaires overnight.
Look what happened to Aaron Hernandez when they didn't babysit him. Like I think even Urban Meyer, like he was a kind of a fixer, you know, like when he would get in trouble in where did he play? Florida. Where is that? Gainesville? I don't know the name of Tallahassee. I don't know where.
Yep. The worst place to be if you're a troublemaker.
And I think they would pay just to have things go away when he would get in fights or hit someone or attack someone or whatever. They just paid.
Worst place to be if you're a troublemaker, like
because it's a college town or what? Why?
Well, no, it's a gang infested. Like so Tallahassee, wherever Florida State is, I forgot where Florida and Florida State, like the surrounding cities around the university, gang infested. Just horrible places to be if you're dealing with somebody who has that like weird, stupid street mentality and they think that's a cool concept to and so that's why some of these kids, like when they go to University of Alabama, why do you think they do so well? They ain't
middle of nowhere.
Yeah, like if you take your ass to the middle of nowhere, Oklahoma somewhere, you go into the league. You ain't too much trouble you can get into when you got 100 miles of farmland surrounding you. You know, so all you can do is go to your dorm room, play video games. Might be one or two bars.
I don't even know how they go to places like hurricanes and stuff like that and stay out of trouble because it's just like you're in Miami, dude. It's like you're 18, you're 19. I guess, like you said, they're babysitting them, they're following them there.
Bro, these coaches, man, I'm telling you, these coaches turn into miracle workers, man. The amount of trouble they get these guys out of, especially the college level, it's not as bad as what people think. I think that the trouble that they get into is a little bit more pettier, but at the NBA level, man, oh man, they definitely get their nose into some crazy stuff.
If you had a gun to your head and you had to pick a finals prediction for the finals this year, who would you pick and who would you pick to win?
Oh, I'm going Cleveland, LA. Cleveland, and I would say Cleveland in 7. The dream scenario for the league would be for LeBron to win the championship against Cleveland or win the championship against Boston. But I think the Lakers and Boston will be good. But if Boston has Porzingis, the Lakers are not winning. There's just no way. Too much firepower. The Lakers will really have to hope Boston's injured by the time they get to the finals.
What is the edge that you think the Cavs have on the Celtics if they meet up in the playoffs in the final in the Eastern Conference Finals?
Just discipline, man, discipline and coaching experience. I mean, I love the Celtics coach, but man, sometimes when it comes to the X's and O's, man, he just doesn't give them enough to work with, you know. And sometimes in the playoffs, man, you got to get tactical, right? You got to really dig into that coaching bag, man. Throw some stuff out there that they have never seen. Get strategic, and I just feel like he's too reliant on just chucking up threes, and they fall in love with that. And when they start chucking up them threes, and them things ain't falling, and things are hitting the fan and going haywire, and you ain't really called a timeout and giving them some ATOs or something to get them an easy bucket, that's where we see them getting in trouble. Because so they're super reliant on their defense helping them build big leads. But as you can see, when they just played Cleveland, even a big lead ain't safe.
Yep. Yeah, and they couldn't get it done against the Thunder either.
Yep. And so when you really got to get strategic and you going up against the best of the best, man, that's when you start seeing coaches shine. Like if you are an elite coach, that's where you shine. And I like his approach to letting them be free and play a lot of ISO but man, oh man, boy, it gets them barbecue sometimes.
I really liked Ime Udoka when he was coaching them.
Man, they did him so wrong, man. They did him so bogus.
Yeah,
Man,
that was
bogus, man.
Never should have happened.
I mean, I understand that it happened, but how it got, how messy it got, and how it got so messy so fast, man. And it's just like, man, I don't know. It just got messy really fast, man.
I didn't realize he played for the Portland Trailblazers.
Mm-hmm.
And he's from
Playing
Portland.
leagues and the Spurs. So
did you ever watch him play?
I never watched him play because he was just a role player. So I had really no reason to like pay attention to who he was. So
yeah.
It was hard to just like he was just a role guy. So it was hard to be like, yeah, but I do remember him playing but I'm not gonna sit here and act like I recall any game where he did well or nothing. I just remember the name because, I collected basketball cards and stuff. So obviously I know names and I know if you're good or not, but never watched him like that. But man, I wish they could, man. That situation, when I looked into that situation, when I talked to one of the former Celtics players about what was going on, and I found out the real story that the media isn't telling, or at least the media can't tell it, I said, that's bogus, man. That was bogus, man. I talked to a player. He spilled the beans. He told me everything that happened.
What do you think the best way that they could have handled it would have been? To have done nothing?
Well, so the Celtics tried. Here's the funny part about it.
Danny Ainge tried, right? Just keep it shut.
They all tried. So when the guy caught her, obviously you've heard the reports that he caught her on the ring cam, right? That's how he found out.
I didn't know that. Okay.
She was standing on by her front door talking to him on the phone, and he was listening to the conversation through the ring cam. So that's how he was even put on, like to what was going on, because he was listening in. He heard the conversation through ring cam. And so now he heard what's going on. So obviously he confronts her. And so this is what made it messy. When he confronted her about it, she panicked. And instead of just telling the truth and them just handling it as a couple, she panicked and said, oh, he's harassing me. And so obviously with him working in the Celtics front office, he is pissed. The head coach is harassing my wife. So he goes to the Celtics and says, the head coach is harassing my wife. They were talking on ring cam. I confronted her about it. She started crying. She said he is making these pursuits at me. So this is what the Celtics did. Okay, we're going to have a private investigator look into it, because if there's something going on, we need to know. The private investigator investigates it. He goes back to the Celtics and says, this ain't no harassment. They've been fucking for months, and it's very mutual. So so this all happened before it got public. The Celtics had investigated it. They had found out it wasn't harassment. They had found all this. So like when we heard about it, when we finally heard about it in the public, we were like a month removed. They were like a month removed from it even happening. And
interesting.
So what made it messy was the guy. He was butthurt. His wife cheated on him with the head coach multiple times. He felt some type of way about it. And he essentially basically threatened the Celtics. You need to get rid of the head coach or I'm going public. And it just started to get messy. He started leaking stuff out to the press. And once he leaked one little tidbit out to the press, it was like a boulder rolling down. Like, it just ballooned like that. They're going to dig and dig and dig, and they're going to get more information. And then that's why the Celtics, they did that press conference to get ahead of it. Did you remember that press conference they did?
No.
Yeah, so the Celtics did a press conference and just spilled the beans about everything. Just got ahead. They tried to get ahead of it, and they put him on paid leave, and they were just trying to gauge if it dies down. And then ESPN and Molly Karam, they heard about the element where she said she was getting harassed. They didn't hear about the element where the private investigator had investigated it and it wasn't harassment. But once Molly Karam and them heard harassment, so then they ran with that narrative. And then they was like, fuck. And they're like, fuck, we got to fire him now. Because now it's getting toxic than a motherfucker. But they tried. I mean, the Celtics tried like a motherfucker. But when you have a scorned lover, man, you couldn't fire him. He's scorned. He was going, if you fire him, he's taking everybody down with him, and he's going to make it messy. So
instead of just quietly working it out with her.
Nope, he
behind
did.
the
Yep.
scenes. That's crazy that you would want to make that public.
Yep. Well, he was but it was his pride at that point in time. It was his pride. His pride was hurt.
Yep.
And I feel it sucks for all parties involved, and it just, so yeah, the Celtics.
And I guess it goes back to her not being honest initially about exactly what happened.
She lied. Yep. She when she lied in the beginning and said it was harassment, that's what made the Celtics get that private investigator. And he investigated it. He looked at the text messages. He looked at basically everything. He said, this ain't no harassment. Far from it. And then once he exposed that element of it, that's why she couldn't go to the police and do nothing. Because if it was truly harassment, go to the police.
Yep.
But he said, this ain't no harassment. He exposed it. The husband really didn't want to hear that. That was the last thing he wanted to hear. Because you got to realize this is a month of him sitting on that lie. Now you come back and find out, oh, that's a lie. She's been messing with the coach for the last 6 months. Scorned.
Yeah, and it's one of those things that once the snowball gets going and the media gets a hold of it and they hear the words they want to hear, there's no stopping it.
Yep. And I heard this directly from a player.
Yeah.
When I told this, this was told to me directly from a player. And I knew it was true because too many things was connected perfectly. He says the guy was the head of finance. The coach should learn to keep his. I mean, yeah, obviously. I mean, that stops all of this from happening. Be amused observer. Yeah, that's an easy solution. But again, once something like that happens, Yeah, it just got ugly. And the one thing that you can never predict is when something like this happens, the woman running off claiming that it was some type of sexual assault or sexual harassment. That's what throws the monkey wrench into these situations. That turns
Well,
them
that's the easiest thing for a woman to do when there's infidelity is if you're messing around with a married woman, people would know from experience that that's the first thing she's going to do when the husband finds out is say, "Oh, he's been bothering me. He's been harassing me. It's unwanted. It's I don't know this guy. Who's he? It's just a weird guy harassing me." That's all they got to do.
But I mean, he should have just went with his first gut when he heard the ring cam audio. That's what it is right there. Because I'm sure that ring cam audio did not sound like harassment at all.
Yep.
But he fell for probably the tears. You probably know the whole charade that was probably thrown his way, and he probably fell for it and went with the story. And then once he takes it to the Celtics, now when you say his harassment, they can't sit on it because if it's true and they don't do nothing about it, now they're in trouble. So they have to take a allegation like that with all seriousness.
Yep.
And now you have to involve people that probably shouldn't involve. You probably have to tell somebody in the NBA security. You have to tell a private investigator. You don't know how many people he knows and he's connected to. I mean, so
they got all the HR people that have all the policies that have to be filled and all the protections.
Yeah, once you turn it into that, now it's so hard to tell where the leak came from because now you have to involve so many different people. Now you can no longer control it because you made an allegation that it instantly makes the Celtics civilly and legally liable if they don't address it with like an iron fist.
Whereas if, despite all the mistakes being made by Ime and the woman, if the husband had just had his sense about him, he would have looked into it further before he reported it.
Yep.
Knowing the public nature of his job and knowing all the people and just the public facing nature of his job and like, oh, I need to kind of investigate this myself before I make these accusations because once I do, it's going to get really out of control really fast and I can't put pause on this. I'm not a normal person. I don't have a normal job. I'm part of a very public facing organization.
And he went for the okie doke. So yeah, it was sad to see that happen, man. I thought he was on his way to building another dynasty in Boston. And then that happens, man, because he definitely was elite.
Oh my God. Yeah. And what he's doing with the Rockets is incredible. I definitely wish he was still with the Celtics because I feel like a lot of the success that Missoula gets has to do with like Sam Cassell and some of his assistant coaches and Brad Stevens. And maybe that's wrong of me to say, but I feel like with Ime, a lot of it was more just him and him, his experience as a player and just his presence and his intelligence.
Yeah. But now it feels like it's a collective effort because there's no way it's just a head coach right now.
No.
There's no way. Because and I think Cassell probably should get way more credit than he's getting.
Oh my God, yeah. No, he's like probably my favorite person on the coaching team. I love it when he'll just sit down and like talk to Brown and you can hear what he's saying and he's just very intense, he knows how to speak to guys. He's very smart.
Yeah, so you guys got
Joe Mazzulla just seems kind of weird. No offense, but he just seems kind of like a weird dude. Like he said something about how he's obsessed with the movie The Town and he likes his team to watch it like once a week or something. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna say he's not elite. He's good at something, whether it's managing people, whether it's having an elite staff. He's doing something elite to keep that ship going. So. But at the end of the day, that's a hell of a collective effort because there's no way he's the number one driving force to what they're doing. There's no way.
No. I like what he's done with resting Porzingis, not rushing him back, and he's starting to bench. He's been doing it for the last couple of weeks. I think the last time we really saw Tatum go balls to the wall was against the Lakers, but he's starting to rest. He rested him and Brown today. We got a nice cushion between us and the third seed. We're obviously not going to take it, that first seed. So it's like, as long as we win, 8 of our next 15 games or whatever, we'll be a second seed. You know, just keep guys healthy.
That's what I would do.
Because I really don't want to see. It's weird with Porzingis because you want to keep him on the court, keeping him fresh, but you don't want to keep him out there too much. You know what I mean? He's just not a guy that should be playing a lot of games.
Oh, I agree. You got to play it smart with Porzingis because, man, when he goes down, it seems like he's out for like a month.
If not more. And it's just,
Yeah,
with that Achilles, with that ankle thing or whatever it was, the calf, some weird muscle in the calf or the ankle last playoffs run. And he was just out for weeks and weeks and weeks. And even he was just out for like 8 games for some illness that wasn't specified. So it just seems like he's, I don't want to use the word fragile, but he's just, he's a guy that scares me. Any given play, I'm like, fuck, is he going to get hurt? Because he's just so tall and so skinny. You know what I mean? And it's just like, I don't know. But I feel like what makes him thrive on our team is like, he doesn't have to be the man any given game. You know what I mean? Like he can just be a good complementary player, you know? Like he doesn't have to be the 1-2 star. You know, and a lot of people will say, you know, well, he sucks, he's not all that good. And I'm like, he doesn't have to be a superstar. He just needs to be a good complementary player. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think he loves it there. That's why I think he loves being there because he doesn't have all eyes pointed at him, expecting him to be a superstar every night. Especially at the 4 spot when if your best player is the 4, or you're in trouble. So, but hey, Doors, I'm about to shut this one down, man. We going on.
No, it was a
5
pleasure.
hours,
Thanks for having me on, and thanks for letting me pick your brain.
You got to pull up. You got to pull up more, man. Especially when we had a bigger panels, man. When we start cooking on basketball, man. You know, you can actually talk basketball a little bit. So, man.
Yeah. I can't. You know, I can't contribute at the high level that you and the other guys can, but I love just picking your brain and learning more about the game, and it's fascinating.
No, that's all it is. What we just did right now. I mean, shoot, that was high level right there. Just as it is. I think a lot of people, they get so caught up, man, and like the negative, like the angles and stuff, and the narratives, that I think they forget. Like, I think everybody's forgotten what like a good basketball conversation is, man. That's the sad reality of what we got into, man. Like nobody knows how. Like we can't. Like I was just doing a topic on Kobe earlier, man. It was so hard to to even talk about it without people crying about LeBron and this, that, and the other, man. And it was just toxic, man. It's toxic.
Yeah. People get feelings over facts, and then they think they've been slighted, or their guy's been slighted, or or they want to. If they don't feel they're winning the argument, then they want to make fun of, well, he hopped teams, or he did this, or he needed to do that, and or he lost 6 finals, or whatever they have to point out to try and put someone down. You know what I mean?
A whole bunch of sorry narratives and angles, man. So they just try to make it messy, man. So yeah, no, we need to have more of this. For me, I just got my thing is just starting to go live and be more consistent with it, because right now this is just that portion of our season where I got to lock in, man, and it's our tournament time for us. And
shit.
Yeah, we got a tournament this weekend. It's a smaller tournament, and then from April 10th to the 13th, that's our national tournament. And so, and this year's different because last year we were kind of sneaking up on everybody and we won the national championship. But now this year, everybody knows who we are. So when we walk in the gym, everybody's like, "Oh, that's GCU. That's the best team." And so every time we play somebody, we got guys running around fucking playing the best game they ever played in their life, just trying to beat us, man. So we getting everybody best shot. So, and
hopefully I can ask, it's GCU, the Grand Canyon U, and it's the club team, or the
yeah, GCU. I'm gonna show you what it is, because a lot of people be sleeping on us, man. What I tell people is we're kind of like the JV team to the D1 team, you know, if that even makes sense.
No, it does.
You know, that's how I would define it. If I had to explain it to anybody. Let me see if I can put it on the screen. Can I share my screen? Yeah, here it is. So this is what we've done so far. And so we had we had recently, so we played like the schedule. So this year my goal was to.
You're nasty at home, 14-0.
Oh yeah. So the goal this year was we got so good last year. I was like, well, let me go ahead and I'm gonna make the hardest schedule I possibly can just to test us. And so at the beginning of the year, you see us playing like this school called Pima. So this was an exhibition game for them. And they are 30-0 right now, right? At the D2 level. They're the number 1 team in the country. Unstoppable. They got Dan Marley's son, a kid named Max Marley. And bro, that first game of the year was like it was actually a good game for us. We just let it get away from us at the end, but then we went on a tear. Look, he said intramural team, King KO, silly as hell. But I tested us, like I scheduled Justice College. Like, so if you look at these games where we playing like Justice College, El Camino, Noble, like, so the problem is like at my level, we're not supposed to be beating these teams. Like a club team's not supposed to be able to walk into a college and beat a college team. And so we beat these 3 teams. And so now everybody's like, okay, they might be good. And then this is when everybody.
Oh, and then you beat Pima.
Yeah. So this is when we put like, because remember, this was an exhibition game for Pima. So if you go to their website, they're still 30-0. So this is what happened. So check this out. So we're the only team in the country to beat them. So, and then we South Mountain, we beat them. We beat Justice again. We beat Glendale. We beat PC. We beat South Mountain again. We lost to Arizona Western. They were a really tough team. And we lost to Glendale. We played them again. But we only lost this game to Glendale because 4 of my starters were out. They had finals and couldn't play. Stanton was good. We beat them. But so check this out. So we go to January. Did they take it off the schedule? I think they removed it from the schedule altogether, right? But you see this, you see January 6th?
Yeah.
The Scottsdale. On January 8th, we were supposed to play Pima again. Right? I can go to the website. I can go to their website and show you. But we were supposed to play Pima on January 8th. And on January 6th, I won't forget it. I'm gonna show you. So look, I'm gonna take you to Pima's. I'm gonna
Did they
take you
come
to
up with
Pima's.
some bullshit about why they can't play?
No, I'm gonna tell you what they did. Right, I'm gonna show you what they did. Right. So here's Pima's website right here. They're nasty, bro. They're 33-0, bro. Look, 33 game win streak. They're nasty. So look. So look, they have our game right here where we played them. So when you go to January 8th, right, they took us off the schedule and they replaced us with this team that they blew out. So
that's dirty.
So
2 days beforehand.
Oh yeah, 2 days beforehand. Because you got to think, like for us, we're itching to play them, right? Because we went into Scottsdale, we beat the life out of Scottsdale. I'm talking about it, bro. We beat Scottsdale so bad, like we were not supposed to beat Scottsdale. Like Scottsdale thought we were going to be sweet. They didn't. He didn't start his normal starters. Like he just started some bullshit players. We beat the life out of them. Big L on their schedule. Like, and so we ended up. So they called me 2 days before the game. They said we got to cancel, man. And I'm like, what the fuck? So they canceled on us and replaced us with this sorry fucking team, man. So, AZ Soul, like. Man, and it's crazy and you gotta be mindful. Like, so look, they play Scottsdale Community College on the 11th, right? Look at the score. Okay, you see that, right?
Yeah.
And then even Phoenix College, they played Phoenix College. Look at the score. Okay. Now check this out.
Close.
We played we played both of those teams. I'm gonna show you the score. Hold on. Come on. Hold on, let me go to basketball. So we played both those teams, right? Hold on, look at Phoenix College.
Oh my God, yeah. So you totally blew out teams that they barely scraped by.
And look, when we played Scottsdale, right? Look at it. We beat them by 15.
So they don't want to face a hungry up and comer that could ruin their perfect record.
They wanted no smoke, man. None at all, man. And so, and mind you, we're not just beating these teams. Like, look, if you look at like especially like PC, we held them to 50 points for the entire game, bro. Like, that's nasty right there. Like, that's nasty work, right? And they let Phoenix College put 89 on the board. Like, we are out there defending. So it was a good move. So, and so the only reason why I kind of respect the move and them taking us off the schedule is because as a coach, when you have the potential to go undefeated and losing to us, because they still have a conference tournament at the end.
Okay.
And so losing to us, for example, let's say they lose their conference tournament on some wild upset. Then they have to rely on a committee to give them an at-large bid. If the committee looks at their schedule and they have a loss to GCU club, you're no way in fuck you're getting an at-large bid.
Do y'all already qualify for the playoffs?
Who? Us?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, for us, for us at the club level, if you're the national champions, you get an automatic bid, no matter what you do in the regular season. If you're the national champions, you're already in.
So y'all could literally lose every single game and then just make the playoffs?
Well, that's because we're the national champs. I mean, we're not going to lose every game, but with
hypothetically, you could lose and still make the playoffs.
We could have went, let's say, for example, 0-30, and we would have had a free bid to nationals for us at our level.
Because you're the defending champions from last season.
Because we're the defending champs, yeah. Because last year,
crazy.
So last year, this was us last year. That was
How many seasons you been coaching them for?
I've been coaching them since 2019.
Yep, before COVID.
And we've been to 3 national championship games. Obviously, the COVID year, we didn't have a season. 3 national championship games. We won 1.
Any players ever get drafted into the league?
No. So, it's really hard to get to the NBA level. Now, when I coached at Purdue, because I coached Purdue's club team for 1 year, we won the national championship when I was at Purdue. Our best player on that team got to the G League. As soon as the national – so we were playing in that national tournament. We played St. John's in the first round. And the St. John's club team had a big 7-footer that everybody was watching because he was a drop down from the D1 team. So a whole bunch of G League scouts were there to watch him. We played St. John's in the first round and we beat him. And our best player dropped 47 on him. So all the scouts stopped looking at the 7-footer and started watching our guy. We ended up winning the national championship versus Pittsburgh. And as soon as the championship was over with, they hit him up and they gave him a deal to play for the Fort Wayne Manettes in Indiana. It's the Pacers G League affiliate. So that was the closest I had a player get to the NBA. And then I had a player go overseas, Drew LaJoyce's. He went overseas. He got signed. He's about to play his second year. We got Cam.
He must be making some good money.
Yeah, he's making good money. Cam the Hooper
Lamont,
says,
what made you fall in love with basketball?
Oh, I don't know, man.
To be a coach for a team, I mean, you got to really love hoops.
Bro, I got into coaching on accident. Like, so that's the thing. Like, obviously, I loved hooping, right? Never thought I would be a coach, but, I was at Purdue. My hooping days were over. And they was like, hey, Lamont, man, because, you know, when you hoop with these players, man, you know, they know people that can hoop, you know, and obviously I'm hooping with them. They know I'm one of the older guys. They know I'm graduated already. I'm not a student here. I'm just out hooping with them. And they were just starting their club program. And obviously when you're just starting your club program at Purdue, they had no budget. So obviously you can't go get a good coach, but they were like, hey, Lamont, you want to coach us? We know you got some experience. You know what you're doing. I really didn't know what I was doing. And
they gave you a shot because they saw something special.
No, they just needed somebody that knew the game. Like I didn't know what I was doing, from like running practices, substitutions, timeouts, things like that. I didn't know none of that. Like when we won the national championship game, that was 100% me just having the best player on the court, and he just took over. There was no X's and O's. I remember I did maybe in the championship game. I only remember one thing that I did that helped us win that game. It was a timeout I called. We were down 15. We were down like 17. We came back, and there was a timeout I called that saved the possession. But outside of that, I just had the best player. So sometimes coaching is about lucky breaks and just having the goddamn best player on the floor. And you got to learn on the fly. Because when I came out here to to GCU, and I was coaching under a dude named Matt Gordon. And he's like a 25-year coach out here. I mean, he's won a whole bunch of championships and everything. That's when I realized I didn't know what the hell I was doing. So
do you feel like if you rematch them again in the Natty, you guys would you'd be able to game plan a little bit better?
Oh, rematch against who?
The guys you just played on the national.
Oh, we won it last year.
Mm-hmm. If you played them again, do you think you'd do a better job at coaching if you played them again?
Oh, are you talking about when I was at Purdue?
Mm-hmm.
Also, yeah, I would beat them. Yeah. Because I'll have a better roster, and then 2, I know what the hell I'm doing a little bit better. But
you got a lot more experience now.
So last year we played Air Force in the championship game. We actually scheduled them in our regular season, so we played them again. We beat them. We actually, this game right here was 73-71, but we should have beat them by 20. We were up 17, and we started fucking goofing off at the end. So sometimes we just do some silly stuff. I think I got it one of our games.
Lamont, let me ask you a question. You get a call tomorrow. Portland Trailblazers are asking you to be the assistant coach. You taking that deal?
Yeah, I would be gone. Because there are certain things you cannot turn down, man. Like the NBA comes knocking.
Yep.
You can't turn it down, man. Like that's just the reality of it. Like
3 years time, Lamont's the GM, bro.
No, I'm too far. I'm far removed from the NBA level coaching. Like the
Why
higher
you say
level
that,
you
man?
go up.
Never say never.
No, I'm not saying it won't never happen. What I'm saying is the more higher level basketball you see from the coaching standpoint, the more you realize you don't know what the hell you're doing. Like, so every time you go up a level, it's like it almost becomes a different strategy to win. Right. So right now I've cracked the code on how to win at the JUCO D2 level. I've kind of cracked that code. Now, if I move up another level, there's a whole new code you got to crack to win at the D1 level. And then if you move up from the D1 level into the pros, it's a certain formula and code so every level you go up, it's a formula to win that you got to figure out.
It's drastically different than the level below it.
Super different, man.
Do you aspire or think that you'll do D1 one day?
Oh yeah. I aspire that. But the thing is with me, if I get to D2 or D3 or something like that, I'm not one to be super desperate and thirsty to keep moving up. I'm more invested in building a dynasty. Like that's the one thing, and that's my selling point to some of these schools. Like, here's our game versus Scottsdale. Like, I'm more invested in if I can go somewhere and build a dynasty, I'm cool with that.
Is there any particular D1 college that you would love to coach at?
No, I mean any D1 college. Like the thing is, the school you coach at don't matter. It's what you do when you get there. Like so, first you gotta at the D1 level. The first thing you got to do is, if you're smart, the first thing you got to do is you got to get a school to invest in you for at least 5 years. I need a 5-6 year contract.
Kind of
Right?
get the
Now,
kind of like test the waters, get
oh
feel
no,
things
you
out.
need time because at the first you gotta get your staff, and then you gotta start farming players. You gotta start, it's hard. So then you gotta start sourcing players. Now you gotta find a network of players and recruiting network. And hold on, let me show y'all some of this. This was us versus Scottsdale, but this is this is just hard. We're black. Scottsdale's white. I think the score is I think we're up. So yeah, we're up 41-34 right now. But we take off on them pretty bad here in a second.
How much did y'all beat them by?
15. We were up a lot though. We should have beat them by more.
Jesus Christ.
We were up by, I think we got up by 20. Like when we went on a run here in the second half that was
So you handled
nasty.
them. You handled them pretty well.
You know, when I played this team, like we went into this game because I actually went to a few of their games before we played them. Like, so I was the guy at the free throw line was the guy that I was worried about the most. He's their best player. And the more I went and watched them play, I actually texted my point guard, and I was like, the more I watched them play, I texted him, and I was like, I think we might fuck them up. That's what I said, man. I promise. And that's what ultimately happened, man. We just execute.
How many guys are on your roster at a time can you have?
Bucket right there. We you know what I learned? You got to have 15. The reason why I keep 15 is because you practice best with 15, 3 5-man groups. That's the thing. If you trying to if you can have the best practices with 15 guys. 3-point guards that lead 3 different groups. You work on your stuff. That's the best way to practice.
Was there ever a player? Yes. What was the most talented player you ever scouted?
Scouted to come play for us?
Mm-hmm.
Like to bring in?
Yeah.
That I scouted? Let me think. Personally, that I scouted and brought in myself, I would say it's our big man right here on the court that just got scored on. The white dude running down the court right now, the big man. Mm-hmm. His name is Hunter Wells. He might be the first player that I actively went and recruited from another school because he was supposed to go to a D2 school. And I hit him up. And yeah, his name is Hunter. He's 6'8". He's our big man. He's kind of small to be our big man, but he's from Arizona. He was the 3A defensive player of the year. And, once I saw that, I was like, yeah.
Being a defensive-minded coach, it was just like, oh, this is my Ben Wallace right here.
Well, I saw 2 things. He was a 4-star football player because he got recruited by the University of Arizona to play football. And he was a defensive player of the year in basketball. So I was like, I know he's strong. And yeah, I got to worry about him being soft or getting hurt because he's a football player. And he don't cry or complain. Like he's probably the most coachable player on the team. Because he's gotten so much football in him. The football coaches don't take nothing, right? They just, you don't say nothing back to them. You just do what they tell you. And so I could just tell him to do something one time and that's it. Like he don't make mistakes. He don't talk to refs. He just go out and do his job. And he loves the hoop too. So
he does what he's told. So he's very coachable, plays very hard, a lot of effort.
Yep. So this year, now I might have the best incoming player that I ever recruited. And this is when we start our run right here. But his name is a kid out of South Sudan, Africa. He's 7 foot. He was on the South Sudan national team. His name is Majok Majok. That might be the best player.
Athlete. I'm assuming he's a freak athlete.
He's super athletic. He plays above the rim. He's still raw talent. Needs some work, but yeah, that's who I'm. That might be the best player I'm just bringing in. But the guy at the free throw line now, he's probably gonna be a pro. He's a junior though, so he still has another year, but he's gonna be a pro. He has pro teams looking at him now. And you'll see why here in a second, bro. He's just good. And then our point guard is everybody wants him for some reason. He's undersized.
He, like, a really good passer? Jesus.
No, he's definitely the best passer. And he's surprisingly, I don't know how to explain it, man. He just makes everything work.
Ultimate glue guy.
This is when we started killing him right here. They call timeout. So my philosophy, my philosophy when I coach is I don't call timeouts. I just make the other team call them for me. You know what I'm saying? You go on a big enough run, you're gonna call a timeout. And sometimes, a lot of times it's crazy. We be in the huddle, just quiet, listening to see if the other coach is yelling at his players. Like, we'll get a kick out of that. If we making the other coach crash out and go off, we doing our job. We don't need to change nothing. So, it's just small stuff like that where, because I even scout out the other coaches, like even their temperament. Like when we played Phoenix College, like my game plan, like my players laughed at me in the huddle when we had our shoot around. And I told them in the huddle when we were ending our shoot around, I was like, look, man, all we got to do is, I said, if we go on a run in the first couple minutes of the game, I said, that coach, a hothead, he going to crash out. He going to go off. They're going to be scared and timid to hoop for the rest of the game. And we went on a run in the first 4 minutes. He did exactly what we said. We in the huddle laughing over there. I don't even think we drew nothing up, so it's just about, but we didn't have our fair share of mistakes. We didn't sold some games too. I could show you a game where we were up 6 with 50 seconds to go and lost the game. So we didn't sold, like just this last game we lost in our regional championship game against Utah Valley. We were up 4 with 50 seconds, sold the game. We were up 9 at half. So, I mean, we do our share of goofiness too.
But for the most part, you guys win. I mean, you guys won a national championship.
Yeah, we do, but it's hard because at this stage of the season, it's win or go home. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like you have one bad 2-minute stretch and your season could be over. So the way you have to prepare for a one and done type of games is a lot different from a 7-game series where you got a few shots at it, where if you lose game 1, you get another shot. So we got to prepare for one and done, where so
like NCAA type of tournament,
yeah,
one and done.
That's why we don't have no wiggle room.
I hope you get a D1. I hope you do, Lamont, get you a D1 job. Start coaching at Duke.
Well, D1 is so political, man. I mean, I would love it, but I think sometimes, man, when you get to that high level,
what do you mean by it's political?
So when the higher you go up, the less fun it becomes to coach.
Jesus.
Right, and that's what I'm noticing too. The higher you go, because now coaches have so much to worry about at the D1 level. They're worried about NIL. They're worried about what the AD's saying. They're worried about, they're just worried about so much. They're worried about their own livelihood and their own contract. They're worried about boosters. And it's no longer just about the higher you go up, the less it becomes about basketball.
So it's not really just the fun about it's not about the fun of developing a player.
Nope,
It's
but you
about
can't.
all this other like
So it's like this. Let's say if you're a head coach, let's say you're at a small, slow, very low D1 school, right?
mm-hmm.
You'll be able to find all types of elite talent at the D2 level. But this is the problem now. You bring that talent in, they'll play for you for 1 year. You'll develop the shit out of them. But with NIL, if they get good, every high major D1 team is about to come with an NIL package that you can't match. They're going to buy every player you develop. They're just going to buy them away. And now you got to go,
it's almost like it's become almost like the NBA now. We literally can just go and just steal your player, and we don't even have to give you anything.
They don't have to give them nothing. So I think there was one coach, he's proposing a rule basically saying if you come get a player from a lower school, you got to pay them a transfer fee, like soccer, in international soccer.
Mm-hmm.
Because they can't be spending all this time and resources finding players in the mud, develop them, and then you just come buy them away because you got bigger pockets. And they get nothing in return other than they just got to start from scratch.
What if the NCAA started to put restrictions on smaller schools are allowed to scout in this particular region and bigger schools aren't? And if you do, you get fined by the NCAA.
But see, that's the thing with social media. You can scout wherever you want. You don't have to go anywhere. Like with social media, I mean, think of the power. I'm recruiting a kid from South Sudan, Africa, and I ain't never been to no South Sudan, Africa. I ain't never seen it. I ain't never heard of it. It's just the power of the social media and the internet. People find about your program, you find out about them. And so you have, there's it'd be so hard to really follow that and apply the rules, because social media is just too hard to track it. So,
that's sad. So Duke gets bigger and smaller schools get smaller.
Yeah, until they start putting stipulations on how these players can transfer, and in big schools having to pay the little schools if you take their players, until you start doing something like that, they're just like St. John's coach, Rick Pitino. He came out publicly and said, "Look, I don't even recruit high school players no more. I'm just going to the portal, buying my team." He says, "I got boosters on this team that have put together one of the biggest NIL budgets," and he even talked about one of his players that he got from Seton Hall. He said he was the best player on Seton Hall. He said the guy loved Seton Hall. He loved the coaches, but he said we offered him so much money, he had to leave. You got to think in college, you're operating on a $1,000-$2,000 a month stipend, and then some school offers you a $350,000 NIL deal just to come hoop.
What 19, 20-year-old isn't going to take that up?
Bro,
can you imagine this, Lamont, back when you was hooping, getting 20 grand, getting Duke is offering you 200 grand, and you playing? What state are you from? If I mind me asking.
Indiana.
And in Indiana University, it's just we'll pay you $2 grand, but then Duke calls you up, we'll pay you $200K. You finna go to Duke.
And you got to think, a lot of these kids are good in college, but they know they're not going to be elite pros. So they're going to go recoup this $200,000. They're going to start imagine graduating college and you got a $200,000 to $400,000 head start on everybody. Come on, man. Most people getting out of college are broke, paying back student loans. These guys are getting school paid for. They're going to have $100,000+ in the bank. They can start any business they want. They have a jump start on anything they want, even if they don't go pro. And these are the things that
kids are trying to get a scholarship, if anything.
Exactly. So this is what these guys are thinking about when they take these NIL deals. They're all thinking about, this is my money for jump starting my life after college basketball ends. And so,
because if you think about it, most of these college students, that's all they do. It's basketball. They don't have a plan. There's no plan B.
They don't have a plan B.
Mm-hmm, they leave college. It's That's it. Right? I didn't make it to the NBA. I didn't do anything.
Now they're getting a plan B. Now they're getting that plan B because instead of the schools milking them dry and then letting them graduate, and a lot of these guys, they have some BS degree anyway. Like some of them have a what do you call it? A hotel management degree. Like they have shitty degrees because they're just trying to be academically eligible. They're not trying to, they're not going to school to be doctors.
They don't really care about any of that academic crap. They just care more so about like pooping.
No, they do. But the thing is, it's too hard to be like some guys can do it, but most guys can't. It's too hard to be a electrical engineering major and be a basketball player at the same time. You're not going to have a normal life.
You basically got to be book smart at that point.
So, but it is what it is, man. That's just the life of it. But hey, man, I got to hop off here. I stayed on an extra hour longer than I was supposed to. So I'm going to go ahead and shut this one down. But I appreciate you pulling up, chopping it up.
Of course, man. Of course.
Yes,
talking
sir,
hoops, learning more about
yes,
ball.
sir.
Of course. Love it.
So, but yeah, man, I'll as we progress, we got a tournament this weekend. We're going to stream the games. I want to try to find a way to live stream the games on this channel. Hopefully I can, but if not, I'll definitely just do the playbacks. So at least y'all can check them out. I know a lot of people, when I play our games on this channel, they don't really care to watch them. So I don't get too many views, but for the people that are interested, I will be playing our games. We have a tournament this weekend called the Sparky Shootout at ASU. We got to go play our rivals over there again.
Go and get that dub, Lamont. Don't you come back up here and have get you an L.
Bro,
you streaming, you getting blown out by 30 points, man. Can't say none to that.
Bro, we don't lose like that, bro. I'm telling you.
You better not, Lamont. I better not tap in, watch that.
We be putting
30 points. We
be putting a hammer to team. I'm telling you right now, bro. If a team can beat us by 30 points, then you're looking at a very, very elite basketball team. And I'm gonna tell you right now, you're not
even playing D2 at that point. You're playing a D1 team,
bro. I'm telling you right now, you would have. But we just beat a semi-pro team, right? We played the Mesa Monsoons. We just beat a semi-pro team by 20. We just played them. It was just off the record game. We just went out there. I went out there with half my roster. Didn't even have all my guys. Smacked them by 20. But at the end of the day, man, bro, to beat us, you better bring. I mean, you better have a whole bunch of
your chips in order.
What? So he said, GCU, that's 3 years in a row making a big dance. I think it's 4, North Sea fellow. I think it's 4. 3 or 4. I got to double check, but it might be 4. I think so. Yeah, Bryce Drew doing a hell of a job, man, doing his thing, man. I'm even waiting for Bryce Drew and them. They might get me to call up to the D1 staff, man. You never know, man. So, if that happened, I'm definitely going to have to shut the podcast down. Well, I might have time. I don't know. We'll see. But, hey, look, I'm going to shut this one down. I'm going to go ahead and drop you down so I can get this one wrapped up.
You have a good one. Good luck with your game, Lamont. Good luck with your game.
Yes, sir. All right, y'all, man. FYF Sports. Man, we're going to be back with more sports news. Appreciate y'all pulling it up, kicking it with me today, man. We got to get this one wrapped up, man. We chopped it up on Kobe. I hit all our topics, man. Did what we supposed to do. And I appreciate y'all sticking around with me. 90 of y'all left, man. Appreciate it, man. But look, y'all, it's FYF Sports, man. Another great podcast episode. We're going to be back. More sports and news. Hopefully, we can get a live going tomorrow night. But if not, Thursday for sure. We're going to be back with more sports and news. Until then, man, it's FYF Sports. Here we are.